the sun. Stovepipe straight, beard like wire, eyes like thunder, voice like fire. That buried the truth in 65, but the man came back just to testify. No halo, no ghost, no holy show, just a dinkus walking tall and slow. I don't want your drama, I don't want your spin, I don't want the lies that the lies live in. Give me the raw truth, cut it clean with a blade. Abe Dinkus is back, don't make me say it again. No flags to wave, no teams to cheer, just honest words in a dishonest year. From the grave I rose for one simple thing, the truth, the whole truth. Let freedom reign. I see the screens, divided houses, broken dreams, politicians dancing in their fancy suits, selling poison wrapped in pretty fruits. I split rails once, now I split the noise. Left, right, center, all the same toys. I ain't here for vengeance, I ain't here for fame, just one old rail splitter calling out your game. I don't want your drama, I don't want your spin, I don't want the lies that the liars live in. Give me the raw truth, cut it clean with a blade. Abe Dinkus is back, don't make me say it again. No flags to wave, no teams to cheer, just honest words in a dishonest year. From the grave I rose for one simple thing, the truth, the whole truth. Let freedom reign. Your savior, I'm not your brain, I'm just a dead man with a living demand. I don't want your drama, I never did, just the truth standing tall like I always did. Abe Dinkus walks among the living still, honest Abe resurrected, unbreakable will. Tall hat, shadow fades into the night, but the words remain in the morning light.
I'm not on Twitch. Yeah.
And appreciate y'all being here on time. Like I said, I've figured out a way to streamline this shit. I made the little intro that Kay hates so much shorter. He still hates it, but it's at least shorter, so he doesn't have to hate it for as long. And I'm going to be doing it in general during the VOD opening. So that said, I'm going to give it a real quick cold open right now, and then I'm going to go through and we're going to introduce everybody, and we'll get right the fuck into it. So if you guys will forgive me for just a moment, I'm going to mute myself, or at least deafen myself in here, so that, well, or as long as you guys don't interrupt like Circa likes to, then I think we'll be good. All right. Welcome to the DMZ. This is a place to practice good faith rhetoric, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After each debate, there will be a free link where you can go to vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case. So please sit back, relax, and cast those votes. This is the DMZ. Now, with that, we're going to go straight to that. Nice! Fucking love it when everything works. Badass. Castle, I forgot you're even here. You're being all quiet and shit. Welcome in, sir. So I'm going to go through. We have our prompt on the screen. Democracy does not work. I know a lot of people are actually excited about this one. So I'm going to go around the room, have everybody introduce themselves in order. And then, like I said, we'll go ahead and get into it. I do have everybody's socials ready to go. So as you introduce yourself, I will drop them into my chat. So you are up first, Mr. Steelborne. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so I'm Steelborne. I'm an Orthodox Christian catechumen, and I do cultural commentary. I do debates on philosophy, politics, tend to stay out of the normative politics realm just because there's way too much you need to look, research for that, and I don't have that kind of time. But yeah, you can find me over on Verbal Combat, most Fridays, or sometimes over here at the DMV or DMZ. And I'm actually really excited for this one. So,
cheers. So am I, sir. All right, and the captain of the other team, Kay. Same thing to you. Please tell us who you are, what you're about, and where we can find you.
My name is Kay. I just work behind the scenes for Horseradish, and sometimes I stumble on stage. That's about it.
And we appreciate it every time. All right. And now over to you, Mr. Emmet. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where you're found. I'm going to drop your link into the chat as well.
My name is Emmet. I do art and political debates. I do also meta-ethical debates. So you can find me at Count Emmet, and most of my stuff is working with either art or debate itself.
All right. And over to you now, Mr. Castle. Castle, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so I go by Castle on here, but you can find me mostly on other social media platforms like YouTube, Twitter, and I guess Twitch at Castle Guard. I'm a center-left political commentator. I usually just debate on here, but I've been looking at other platforms to debate on, some similar to other folks on here as well. And I did do most YouTube videos a year ago or so and hadn't done one in a while, but I'm going to drop one very soon. So hopefully more YouTube videos coming along for this year, especially as the political midterm environment heats up. So yeah.
Very good. Glad to hear you're branching out. Sad to hear you're branching out. All right. And last but not least, Circa, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, as though they don't already know. Oh, that's Abe Dinkus. My bad.
I was going to say, you forgot the president.
You can have Abe
Oh.
if you want.
How the fuck did we miss Abe? Oh, we did, didn't we? I'm sorry. Abe, I had the right one fucking pulled. I even put his thing in. Good God. Abe Dinkus, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, other than
Sure.
the Oval Office.
Sure, I'm Abe Dinkus. We do a little bit of everything on my channel. There's debates, there's religious talk, there's comedy, there's just kind of everything. So you can find me at Abe Dinkus on YouTube. I am going to be branching out more into like Rumble and other platforms as well. So keep an eye out.
Very cool. I did drop Abe's link in the chat, right? You know what? I did, but for some reason it didn't work. I'm gonna do it again. Is there something missing? Control V. There it went. All right, it worked that time. All right, and last but not least, let's try that again. Circa, tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Hello, my name's Circa. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I yell at my own reflection. You can find me there. I do economics mainly, and then I talk about pretty much anything that anyone wants to talk about. I like deep conversation, and then I like debate. Anyone wants to talk.
We do like debate here, that is for sure. All right, so for everybody out there in the chat who does not know how this works, we are going to be doing a 3v3 debate. This is sort of a team competition where the captains call the shots. We go back and forth between the debaters in the openings and the cross-examinations. The cross-examinations can be rebuttals or cross-examinations. It's ultimately their time to use as they see fit. After that, any debaters who have not been up against each other are going to find themselves in the championship rounds facing one another for 10 minutes of open forum conversation. Then after that, we're going to go to the same cycle, same order, 3-minute closings. And all along there, you guys in the audience need to be paying attention because you are the ones who decide who wins this debate. Also, if you guys have any questions that you think got left on the table or anything you think got missed, go ahead and chuck a couple bucks into the tip jar and give us your question. And those questions will end up in the part where you guys are choosing. So that said, one more time, democracy does not work. So, Steelborne, you are the captain for the affirmative team. Sir, who is going to be the first opener?
I'm gonna go first.
You're going to go first. Fantastic. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is going on the clock. Steelborne, please tell the folks why democracy does not work.
All right, so tonight I'm going to be affirming the resolution that democracy does not work. Now, let's define what it means for a political system to work. A political system works if it consistently produces competent governance, promotes national stability, protects the long-term interests of a nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one. I contend that democracy actually fails on all 4 counts here. So I have 4 arguments. Each one of them I have in a syllogistic form. Makes it a little easier for everybody to understand the argument. The first argument is that democracy creates political tribalism and destroys national unity. Premise 1, any political system that rewards division will produce division. Premise 2, democracy rewards politicians for dividing citizens into competing voting blocks. Therefore, democracy produces division. In democratic systems, politicians do not gain power by uniting the nation. They gain power by mobilizing one group against another. Elections reward outrage, fear, identity politics, and partisan loyalty. Over time, citizens begin to identify less with their nation and more with their political tribe. The result is increasing polarization, social fragmentation, and declining national cohesion. My second argument is that democracy assumes an informed electorate. Most people are either too stupid or too busy to govern effectively. Again, the syllogism here is pretty straightforward. A system that depends on informed decision-making cannot function properly when most decision-makers are uninformed. Premise 2, democracy depends on informed decision-making by voters. Premise 3, most voters lack either the time, expertise, or incentive to become informed on complex political issues. Therefore, democracy cannot properly function. Modern governments manage economics, foreign policy, energy infrastructure, demographics, trade, and national security. Most citizens have jobs, families, and personal responsibilities. It is unreasonable to expect the average voter to become an expert in these fields, and as a result, elections often become contests of emotion, popularity, and marketing rather than competence. My third argument is that democracy prioritizes short-term political gain over long-term national prosperity. The syllogism is this: any system that rewards short-term incentives will neglect long-term interests. Democratic politicians are rewarded primarily for winning the next election. Therefore, democratic politicians will prioritize short-term benefits over long-term solutions. This explains why every democracy in history has repeatedly struggled with national debt, housing shortages, declining birth rates, failing infrastructure, and other long-term challenges. Politicians gain votes by delivering immediate benefits while delaying costs into the future. The next election matters more than the next generation. My fourth and last argument is that democracy enables the present generation to exploit future generations. A system is unjust when those making decisions do not bear the cost of those decisions. Premise 2, democratic voters and politicians can impose costs on future generations that cannot vote. Therefore, democracy allows unjust exploitation of future generations. Through debt accumulation, inflationary policies, unfunded obligations, and short-sighted economic decisions, current voters can effectively vote themselves benefits while spending the bill to their children and grandchildren. Future citizens have no representation despite bearing many of the consequences. You guys care if I take another 30 seconds to finish this up?
You just keep going, buddy.
All right. And finally, democracy often selects for popularity rather than competence. Premise 1, a selection system produces the traits it rewards. Premise 2, elections reward charisma, fundraising ability, media performance, and popularity. Therefore, elections tend to select for those traits rather than competence in governance. These skills required to win an election are not necessarily the skills required to govern a nation. So in conclusion, democracy does not work because it systematically rewards division over unity, popularity over competence, short-term thinking over long-term stewardship, and present interests over future generations. These are not accidental failures. They are predictable outcomes of the incentives built into the democratic system. Now remember, the prompt is not, does democracy work and have problems? Or does democracy have problems, but it's just better than all the rest? No, it's does it work? I gave you a criteria for what makes a governing system work. Democracy fails on all 4 counts.
All right. And now, Kay, who is going to be cross-examining?
We found that to be a problem, so we decided to democratically vote on it, and we decided on Circa to solve the problem.
Yep, no worries. Okay, and there we go. Yep, 3 minutes is on the clock, Circa. This is your time to use as you see fit, cross-examine or rebut.
Okay, Steelborne, what is necessary for a syllogism to be true?
It's necessary for a syllogism to be true. The premises have to be true, and then it has to, and the
Valid
conclusion has to
and
logically follow.
sound
Yes, valid. That's
and
what valid
sound
means.
in every way, every premise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Everything you said about democracy being able to fail in different ways, that is true. Is it exclusive to democracy?
Nope.
Then how is your syllogism true?
It doesn't say exclusively that democracy has these
Does we
failings.
always have those failings?
That's been the
every
historic
case?
trend.
You're making the claim that democracy always fails.
Because it's built into the system.
So you think that corruption or factionalization always happen within democracy in a failing way?
Yes.
Okay. And then second, you mentioned popularity and how popularity is a common thing for democracy. Is that exclusive to democracy?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so what exactly are you comparing it to?
What am I comparing it to there? Well, republics
Yeah.
can also function in a similar way as a democracy, where basically
That's a
like
form of
whoever the
democracy,
senators
so
favor.
that would be a bad idea, right?
Well, not the same. Democracy tends to be more so a universal suffrage, where the republic you can have much more limited suffrage.
You said tends to be, so you already understand that a form of democracy, a democratic ideal like republicanism in this way, is not a good argument, right?
I'm not necessarily making an argument there. I'm just saying that it's not unique to democracy,
Outside
but
of a
democracy still has the
form
problem.
of democratic government, outside of a form of democratic government, why don't you give me a comparator that's not a form of democratic government? What are you putting forth?
I don't have to offer another system just to say that democracy doesn't work.
Are you sure? You think you have no burden?
No, I don't have a burden to give another.
What does work? Because everything you mentioned is true for every single form of government. I don't see how you've somehow proven the syllogisms.
Well, if you want to give like the counter, like what would be a counter to all these that wouldn't have these failings, I would say monarchy doesn't have these failings. I'm not even necessarily arguing for monarchy, but monarchy doesn't have a popularity contest and such.
Monarchy doesn't have popularity contests?
Nope.
Last part, you mentioned competence in governance, as in like you can measure what competence in government looks like. What does competence in governance look like?
So I actually laid
How
out.
do you
Yeah,
measure that?
I defined this and laid it out. So
What does that
competence in
mean?
government is when it was when the government promotes national stability, protects the long-term interest of the nation, and leaves future generations better off than the present one.
And you think monarchies don't do any of that?
I think monarchies tend to do that much more than democracies.
I don't know what history you're using, but it's certainly not ours.
Oh, is that really?
Yep.
All right. So 3 minutes is done. 3 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Circa, for your opening. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready, sir.
Oh snap!
Oh, it's my turn?
I
Yeah.
thought. Whoa. Wait, we don't get to pick openings as well because we picked
thought we-
cross.
Yeah, no, this is how it's always worked, my friend. Whoever you choose to go after, the person who cross-examines then goes next.
Yeah, that's
So,
fine.
yeah, Circa's up. So go ahead, Circa.
So democracy does not work because human beings are good. Democracy works because human beings are dangerous. I'm going to take a lean into what Steelborne said in certain ways. I think this is kind of the center. It is not a question of whether voters can be ignorant or whether majorities can be cruel or whether institutions can decay and be corrupt or whether public opinion can be manipulated. All of what that is and what Steelborne said is in some ways true. The question is, though, compared to what? And as we heard, Steelborne didn't really have a good answer. Every regime is run by human beings, even a monarchy. Voters are fallible. Rulers are fallible. Judges are fallible. Clergy is fallible. Everyone that I can think of is fallible. So the other side does not win by proving democracy can just fail. Every regime fails. They have to show that their alternative handles this better. So who holds the authority? Who interprets that authority? Who controls public force? What happens when authority fails? What happens to dissenters? What happens to losers? In the form of government that Steelborne just mentioned, losers are eliminated. Now, that may sound really good for the winners, but it certainly isn't a history that's good for the losers. I think our position is a little bit more simple. Democracy works because it keeps power answerable, and failure is contestable, and losers civic. I think democracy allows for a continuous institutional actualization of something that we can akin to civic will. All it means is that public power must remain answerable to the people who live under it. But no majority, court, ruler, party, emergency authority, or human interpreter of moral truth gets to possess that very field. Voting does not get to create truth. Voting creates answerability. It's one way in which a democratic form of government can remain or keep its government answerable institution. A majority can govern inside this. It just cannot possess it. Courts can protect democratic conditions. They cannot own the meaning of that. Experts can advise public judgment, but they cannot rule through competence. That's not going to work. Moral authority may be able to judge politics, but the interpreter of that judgment is still human and fallible. And the loser is the test. A democracy is not only a system where people can win, it is a system where political defeat does not become political annihilation. If the loser can still speak, organize, litigate, vote, and persuade, and return, then the civic field remains wider than just the victor. This is why democracy works, not because it saves us from politics, like Steelborne seems to think we need some answer, but because it keeps politics from being a possession. And I'll end it there.
You're muted,
You're muted.
Horseradish.
Okay, good.
Muted.
I thought my shit just fucking crashed.
Nope. I try my best to mute so that you guys don't hear me fucking drinking and shit. Steelborne, who's going to cross-examine Circa?
Abe can do it.
I think we
Abe. All
decided.
right. Let's see. That would be.
Okay, I talked to Abe. I'm gonna do the cross exam real quick.
Emmett wants it,
Oh, you want to
so-
do it? That's fine. I don't care.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll
so
do it.
Emmet.
Yeah, we'll do Emmet.
All right. Very cool.
Mm.
That would be 8.
So,
2. Oh,
let me know
hold
when-
on. There you go.
when I can-
Yeah, go ahead and get it started. Sorry.
okay, so in your idea, you said that we have to provide a system that works, correct? And the idea that when you look at all the other different ideas, the losers usually are not very happy with the process. For example, in the Weimar Republic, when it fell prey, and all of the things that happened were pretty much voted in, were the losers happy?
No, but that was moving away
Okay.
from democracy, wasn't it? Or did you get that
Thank you
part?
very much for that. For example, right now we have places that are supposed to be completely democratic, or like Russia. Is Russia right now a democratic system that is working perfectly and is not falling into any kind of authoritarianism?
Is Russia moving towards a more democratic system or more towards a non-democratic system?
Well, it would depend on the people who are there. They would tell you that they vote. Do they vote?
Why do I care what they think? Why don't you analyze it?
Well, it's the people, right? The people that are living in their system, they will tell you that they vote. Is that correct?
Does their vote mean anything?
Do they have to mean anything? I don't know where part in your statement you said that they has to be the democratic system has to
Are
be. You said that
again,
it's
are you
contestable
asking- Are
power.
you trying to ask me? Are you trying to ask
No,
me
I'm
if
not.
democracy
Yes, I'm
can
not trying to ask
fail?
you that. I'm trying to ask you a question. So listen to the question so you can answer it. Well, you were saying that it's
Question
contestable power, but I'm contesting the idea of the contestable power. We have systems that are supposed to be democratic where you're supposed to vote, and you yourself are saying that their vote is meaningless.
Yeah, it's
So
failed.
would you
The
say that
democratic ideal is no longer there?
it
So
is
it's
there?
moving
They're
away
voting.
from- it's moving away from democracy, if you think about it.
I think that is a problem with democracy. Democracy will always move away from itself. When
A
it comes to
problem
the
of democracy
core
is
ruler
moving
or
away from
power,
democracy?
when it comes to that's a problem with democracy. It will always go away to some tyrannical form.
Is
when
it
you
Schrodinger's
said that-
democracy?
I don't know. It's your position. So is it Schrodinger's? Is there ever been a democracy?
There have been forms of democracy that are chasing the ideal, yeah.
So it depends upon you if there are true democracies or not.
No, it does not depend on me.
What does it depend on?
It depends on if it's moving towards an ideal, like a democratic one.
Okay, can you please tell me what's ideal?
Inclusivity, effective participation. All these are available in Britannica, if you're unaware of that.
I have another question real quick. What is the moral authority in this system?
The moral authority.
Mhm.
I mean, technically, the people themselves are the answer to the institutions. So the institutions must serve them. The moral authority would be everyone within the society.
So the moral authority is everyone. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Mhm.
You're muted.
Damn, fuck. I will get better about this. I'm sorry. All right. So, Emmet, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Thank you. So as we demonstrate, by the way, I'm going to give you the 38 seconds back that the Steelborne took so that we are on normal terms. I don't think I'm going to take that long. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. When we see this idea of the democracy, for example, when he's talking about the moral authority, who is the moral authority? There is no moral authority. It's supposed to be the people. But if we talk about, for example, Russia, and I said, well, the people say that they're living in a democracy. He says that they're not. They're no longer living in a democracy. The problem with one of the big problems that I see with this system, that it doesn't really work, is that it moves towards some kind of authoritarianism. We see it in, for example, the Roman Republic. It ended up in the empire. These kind of systems, because, as stated by Steelborne, are so divisive, they become very unstable. You have two parties, they're looking for power, and power is not something that is shared. In reality, power is the idea that you can do what you want. Normally, when we talk about moral authority, we're talking about what we ought to do, what is the good thing that we should do. If there is no actual moral authority, as stated by Sirkais, anybody is their moral authority. So all of the people, for example, that will go on and abuse others, okay, all the people that will go on and do whatever they want because of selfish desires, they will be actually justified in what they're doing. And we're not only giving those people vote, but we are making our society more unstable thanks to their desires and the fact that we don't have an actual moral authority. So yes, democracy ends up being Schrödinger box. We don't know what it is. Is it an actual democracy? Is a true Scotsman fallacy here? That's not an actual democracy, even though they have the power to vote and supposedly they are voting for the people that are representing them. And at the end of the day, what they will go is try to move in between those two things. It is not a democracy, and it is a democracy at the same time. And by the way, we don't have to present the perfect system to say that the system that we are under is a system that is not working. And we have the status given by Steelborne as to why it's not working. With that, I will finish my opening statement. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, who's going to cross-examine Emmet?
I will.
You will? All right.
Yeah.
Give me one split second. There we go. Nope. Sorry. Let's get back to that. That's the one. All right. Kay, 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and cross-examine when you see fit.
Yeah, Emmett, earlier you said democracy is bad when it moves away from democracy. So are you saying democracy is the thing we want? It is the ideal and it's bad when we move away from that system?
I said that it doesn't work because it's not working in accordance to the idea of democracy, right? I didn't say bad. I said
no, not
democracy
right.
will. I didn't say bad. I believe that I said democracy will always tend to lead to authoritarianism.
You did say that it was bad when that democracy is bad because it moves away from democracy.
Okay, then I apologize. I misspoke. The point is that democracy is moving away from its ideals, thus it's not moving towards more democracy. It's moving towards authoritarianism.
Now, what did you mean when you said democracy is a moral authority? I thought it was just an ideal and a system of which people vote in for the representation to be heard.
I said that democracy doesn't have a moral authority.
Okay, and you think other systems do have moral authority?
Yes.
And who gives that a moral authority?
It will be God.
You don't think God can be in a democracy?
What it has to do with anything? When you're talking about democracy, we're talking about the people, as stated by Sirkar. The in this
I mean,
case,
God
every
created
single
people,
person
right?
is the moral authority.
God
That
gave
has
people,
nothing to
right?
do with anything.
Did God create people? That's my question.
Sure,
Did he give them moral intuition?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe God gave you the ability to parse right from wrong?
Not without him.
I mean, you're with God always. I mean, that's why we pray. That's why we say God is with you. If he is with every man and
I
gave
don't
us
know
moral
what you mean by
intuition,
those terms.
why can't we vote in a moral way?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by those terms. And that doesn't mean that you can or cannot. It just means that the system itself is not based upon those terminologies.
We're the people that made
And
like America
yeah,
religious people.
as a clarification, just to be sure, can a person that is not moral vote?
An immoral person can vote, yes.
Okay, that's the point that I'm making.
I mean, immoral people can get into power as well. If humans are sinful, which I think all humans are sinful, the leaders are as sinful as those who vote. Would you
So
want
what-
more? Like, okay, when we talk about a system outside of democracy, you're talking about fewer points of failure, talking about a few handful of people. That's easier to fall into sin and corruption than multitudes of people. There's hundreds of people who can check and balance and be like, no, listen, this is the moral way based off of their moral intuition. I think the church has actually a lot of power in our current democracy, which helps steer this country.
Which church?
Well, you could pick a multitude of churches. I think the one that you would care about the most would probably be the Catholic Church, right? Or Christian.
Is the Satanic Church have a capacity to actually affect elections?
They have a capacity to vote, but I don't think there's enough of them to sway elections. No.
Oh,
What about the atheist?
sorry.
We're out of time.
Yep, I was about to say we're out of time now, but we're going to go ahead and go over to your openings now. Okay, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
All right. So today I'm going to stand against the claim democracy does not work. But before evaluating the statement, I would like to set the terms. Democracy is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by the rule of law and accountable institutions. A political system works when it maintains prolonged stability. This can be measured by creating a basket of desirable outcomes and plotting the history of where we were before and where we are now. And a few things that we can look at are conflict resolution, life expectancy, general prosperity, economic mobility, and the longevity of the systems that we have in play. So let's take a look at this, starting with the Human Development Index, which measures life expectancy, access to knowledge, and standard of living. In the top 25 countries, only one of them is not a democracy. The rest are. In the top 50, 45 of them are democracies, and 5 are not. Taking a broad look at the democratic and undemocratic countries' economies, you can see that democratic nations generally have advanced economies, while undemocratic nations rely either on emerging economies or they have a resource-dependent economy. Advanced economies produce $66,000 per person annually, while undemocratic and hybrid systems produce $7,500 per citizen, meaning the average citizen in a democratic nation generates 8.6 times more economic output than one in an undemocratic country. And for the rich nations, such as Qatar or Saudi Arabia, they rely off of a single commodity like oil or natural gas. So let's look at some more stats. In the top 25 countries with social mobility, all 25 are democracies. Unless if you don't want to count Singapore, let's give it to you. Okay, 24 of them are democracies, 1 aren't. In terms of healthcare, out of the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies. Democracies govern directly in a way that correlates to longer lifespans, the average citizens being able to get care quicker, better, live longer, and be able to address non-communicable diseases more effectively. When it comes to stability, the civilizations that continue to last are the ones that lean into democracies compared to those that don't. And what about general happiness? We like to smile. Well, the top 25 countries, 23 of them are democracies, 2 aren't. Top 50, 35 of them are democracies, 5 are not. Tonight, you're going to be hearing the pragmatic argument, the systematic argument, and the idealistic argument for democracy. And when you hear the arguments, I think you'll be no question on whether it works or not. But I think I'll just leave that up to the vote. I'll end my time.
All right. Well, that does mean that, nope. Let's see, that's going to be Kay and Abe. All right, Abe, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. This is your time to use as you see fit. You can cross-examine, you can rebut. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Okay. So, Kay,
You are muted.
Oh, you're muted, buddy.
It's okay. I've done it like 3 times, man.
Nice.
3
That was
more.
awesome. Perfect. Okay, Kay, so you made mention that the top financial systems are existing within democracies, right? Or the top rated nations are all democracies?
Countries, not countries.
Okay, and you used the indexes of wealth and the happiness index to show that those were superior?
I used the IMF for the economic GDP per capita. I use, let's see, for the happiness index. Let me pull it up real quick. I used wait, no, that's not World Population Review. Yeah, it's World Population Review.
Okay, and can you show how there's a direct correlation between democracy and the monetary and not natural resources or trade partners or the longevity of the nation itself?
For happiness or for the wealth? Sorry.
Or either.
Which one?
For either.
Well,
Can you show
I think
that
wealth
that's
is going to
directly
be
correlative to democracy and not the natural resources within that nation or the amount of time that nation has had time to grow and become more prosperous?
Well, I can look at for that you have Venezuela, which had natural resources, but they're nowhere on the list despite their vast, massive resources. You had the collapse of the USSR, who has a plethora of natural resources, and most of those bloc countries aren't even like on the list.
Right, but at that point you would have
so-
at that point you would have to claim outside influence of any kind. Like, okay, for instance, the US hasn't had a direct attack upon it or had the nations around it try to suppress its economy in the way that the countries you are saying are bloc countries and have worse economic status. So the countries you're specifically speaking of that are the top nations don't have the same things pushing against their governmental placement to their economies in the way that, say, the bloc nations you've claimed are lower on the list do.
You're saying that there's other factors. I don't disagree with this, but in the case of is it correlative? Yes, we've demonstrated it is for just the sheer amount of countries that are democracies.
Well,
Are you going to just say that every country that happens to be in natural resources just happens to become a democracy as well? Or do you think there's a little correlation there?
well, I wouldn't make a direct claim on that. What
It's
I would say
important
is
to
that-
secure
that
your
comfort-
resources and be able to distribute them. Democracy allows you to do so better. Hence, they hold on to those resources longer, use them better, hence happier, wealthier.
Wait, democracy does that or capitalism does that?
Capitalism is a form of democracy. A lot of democracies engage in capitalism.
So capitalism can't exist absent democracy?
I would say that capitalism is democracy manifested in the form of economics.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there now, Abe. 3 minutes. This is now time for your opening arguments. So you go ahead and uninterrupted. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so democracy is not broken. Democracy is the problem. It rests on a beautiful but fatal lie that the collective opinion of millions of people, most of whom know almost nothing about the issues they decide, their decisions will somehow produce wise governance. This idea has failed everywhere it has been tried without strong restraints, and even those restraints eventually erode. Consider the core defect: every citizen receives exactly one equal vote, regardless of knowledge, character, stake, or consequence. The single mother working 2 jobs has the same say on monetary policy, nuclear strategy, and genetic engineering as the economist who has studied these fields for decades. The result is not fairness, it's absurdity. We do not let passengers vote on where the airplane goes or what maneuvers they make. Yet, we let them vote on the laws that govern life, death, prosperity, and war. This system selects for charisma over competence, promises over results, and today over tomorrow. Politicians become professional bribe givers, offering other people's money and future liberties to win the next cycle. Voters, rationally ignorant because one vote almost never matters, decide based on slogans, tribal loyalty, and the latest emotional trigger. The outcome is predictable: exploding debt, eroding standards, cultural division, and institutions captured by whoever shouts loudest and donates most. History confirms it. Pure democracies have been short-lived and chaotic since Athens condemned its greatest mind by majority vote. Even representative systems inevitably democratize over time, expanding the franchise, weakening filters, turning republics into vehicles for majority passion. The 20th century showed democracies capable of electing monsters and majorities willingly surrendering freedoms for security or equality. The 21st century shows them incapable of solving basic problems like fiscal sustainability or border security. No version of democracy escapes this. Constitutional guardrails delay the decay. Sortion, ranked choice, or campaign finance reforms merely rearrange the deck chairs. The fundamental error remains: outsourcing critical decisions to numerical majorities instead of proven wisdom, virtue, and skin in the game. Okay, that's good enough.
All right, yeah, very cool. And then in that case, we're going to go ahead and Castle. You are obviously the one who is left, so you are going to cross-examine Abe. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
All right. So you mentioned a lot about how fallible humans are. Not every citizen is informed, but how are you measuring whether a citizen is informed or not enough to deserve political power?
Well, this wasn't specifically about political power. It's about the fact that you can vote for something you have no idea anything about the thing that you're voting on. And even
Okay,
if you
so
have no
like
skin in the game, you don't pay any taxes and you only receive, but you can vote to receive more taxes in benefits or help. How does that make sense?
do you think that an economist is educated enough to vote?
Probably on economics at the very least.
Okay, so if you're educated in a field and you have like a PhD in economics, you're educated enough to vote just on economic issues, but not enough to vote on other
Well, no,
socio-political issues. So
No, my primary claim would be that a huge number of people have no idea on basic civics. And so you may be voting something based on promises rather than an understanding of the system that you're voting for.
how many people that vote in our elections are uneducated on the current political systems?
Probably most, or at the very least,
Based on data or just assuming most?
well, I would say probably based on guesstimation, right? I don't think that there's a requirement for basic civics in all education. I don't see that carried out in general populace.
So
In the
you're just
school
guessing most
systems.
people don't know what they're talking about.
Well, I would say
then
that there's
that's
no
why
way for
democracy
most
sucks.
people to know everything about the situations they're voting on, right? Unless everybody
Do you
goes to
think
school
you're
for all
do you think you're
topics.
educated enough? Do you think you're educated enough?
It's possible
to
I'm
vote?
not. It's possible I'm not. And if that's the case, then I probably shouldn't vote.
Do you vote anyway?
Well, currently, because everyone votes. If everybody has the right to vote, then my voice also needs to be heard.
Yeah,
as
but
much
isn't
as
it by
anybody
your
who-
own system? You're saying if you don't think you're educated, you shouldn't be voting.
Well, if
based
there was
on-
a standard, if there was a standard and I didn't meet the standard, then I wouldn't be able to vote, right?
Well, what is that? What are you saying the standard should be?
Well, I mean, in previous generations, we did have standards like, say you were a landowner or business owner or whatever metric it is that actually gave you some level of skin in the game and a willingness to pay attention to the political system at large, then you had a reason to vote in that system.
Okay, I mean honestly, the way you phrase it that way makes sense because back then we still had a democracy. You're just saying we need a democracy that's more educated.
Well, no, because that would be a limitation on the mass vote.
All right. So,
Okay.
Katzel, 2 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, and I'll go ahead and start it when you're ready.
Okay, so democracy is not the claim that citizens are always correct and that governments never fail or that majorities are always acting justly. It begins more from a realistic premise that human beings are fallible and political disagreement is permanent and no person, party, or institution can really be trusted with final and uncontestable power. That's why democracy keeps power answerable. So those who govern have to justify themselves through elections, public criticism, the court system, a legislature, a free press, and the possibility of removal. I know somebody mentioned earlier that politicians are basically just doing the bidding work of lobbyists. But we see all the time that political power is not owned by a ruler. It's held temporarily. Obviously, there have been people in Congress who've had the job for a long time, and there are people in Congress who've been voted out after 2 years in the House of Representatives. So it really all depends on how well you represent the people in your district or state. And this power is held temporarily on behalf of the public and under certain conditions of accountability. So democracy also keeps failure contestable. Every political system makes mistakes that we acknowledged already in this debate. The question is not whether failure exists, but whether the citizens can expose it, challenge it, and correct it. And in a democracy, those bad laws that we don't like can be repealed and failed leaders can be voted out and abused power can be investigated. So democracy does not guarantee that right decision will always be made first. It just guarantees that no decision is beyond challenge, which I think is really important. And most importantly, democracy keeps losers civic. Those who lose an election do not lose their citizenship, their rights, or their place in the political community. They remain free to speak, organize, persuade, and compete again. Democracy transforms political defeat from an existential loss into a temporary one, and losers remain opponents, not just enemies. So this is what we mean when we say democracy is the continuous institution, actualization of civil will with an open civic field. Our opponents may say that the United States is a republic, not a democracy. We know that these terms are not opposites. They can work together and are mutually inclusive, and a republic describes a system where hereditary monarchy, democracy describes a system in which political authority remains grounded in a way that's answerable to the people. So a representative republic is just a form of democracy. And if they argue that the theocracy, as Emmet said, offers a clear moral code, that we also remember that theocracy does not mean God governs directly. Human beings govern while claiming to interpret God, as Kay perfectly pointed out here, that those interpreters remain fallible as well. And when political decisions are treated as divine commands, disagreement can be condemned as heresy rather than respected as civic opinion. So democracy works not because it eliminates conflict, but because it civilizes conflict. It keeps power temporary, makes mistakes reversible, and every citizen within the political community. And so for those reasons, we strongly reject the claim that democracy does not work.
All right. Very cool. Now, Steelborne, it is up to you. Nope. Sorry. That's the one. Nope. Fuck me. That's the goddamn one. I'll get there, everybody. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. All right. It's fucking Friday. All right. Steelborne, you're up. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you to cross-examine Castle. I'll start it up when you're ready.
Yeah, Castle. Let's actually use the United States as an example. What two states have the largest amount of electoral votes?
I believe it's California and Texas, but you can correct
It's California and New York. How would you feel if I told you that 60% of the population of each one of those states can't pass a basic civics test, which has a minimum score of 60?
You're asking what my opinion would be on that?
Yeah, I mean, like I just want to know, I want to make sure, I want to hear you tell me that the two states with the largest electoral votes, when over half of their populations can't pass a basic civics test, why should we let them vote?
Well, I think if you're wanting to have a standardized test as something that would improve democracy, I think that's an argument you can make, but I don't think that means anything about why democracy doesn't work. You're just saying that people should be more educated about issues, right?
Well, what's the standard that we should use to decide whether or not somebody's enfranchised or not?
If they're a citizen of the country and they aren't in prison, and we already have certain standards, whether you're registered to vote or not, we have certain standards already, right?
You don't have to register to vote in actually quite a few states.
What do you mean you don't have to register to vote? You have to register to vote.
Well, what's required to register to vote?
You have to have an ID, an address somewhere where you've been getting mail sent to you, just proof of citizenship, proof that you live in the state or in the county or town that you say you do, those things.
Do you have to be a citizen in order to get an ID?
Depends in the state. I know in some states, if you are not a permanent citizen, you can attain a driver's license, or even in New York City, I know that you can vote in certain local elections. So depends on the state.
Yeah. So why should we be letting all these people vote when they can't pass a basic civics test? By the way, so this study is I think it's really interesting. I think you guys should look at. Studying that was done in 2018 showed that only 36% of Americans can actually pass a multiple choice test consisting of items taken from the U.S. citizenship test. Doesn't seem like letting everybody vote when most people are too stupid to even understand how our country works. Why should we be letting them vote in our national elections, or even any elections for that matter?
But you're just pointing out to things you don't like. It's irrelevant to whether the system works, right? Like, we still have a democracy in these states.
How can the system work if everybody's too stupid to even know what they're voting on? How can the system be working to actually, improve the nation, national unity, like the border or defense of the borders, all kinds of this doesn't make any sense for you to want all of these people voting. They don't even know how the country works.
Do you think Donald Trump knows how the country works?
No.
But he can be. Well, he's president.
I know. So. Isn't it great with all this democracy? And we got Trump. I'm sure you're happy about that, right? I'm a democracy.
But that's democracy. That's literally the point of democracy. Is you can still elect anybody that you feel like is worth leading the country.
Stupid. They're too stupid. They shouldn't be able to vote because they're too stupid.
I didn't say most people that vote for Trump are stupid. I asked you if you thought Trump was stupid. Doesn't matter if he's stupid or not. It's literally a subjective opinion. There were a majority of the country who believed he was a good business person and a good business leader, was going to be great for the economy, and that's something that they thought was worth voting for. I don't know that makes them stupid, does it? I mean, he could lie to them, obviously, but I don't know how that makes the people stupid for thinking that. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. So thank you very much, everybody. That was all of our openings and crosses. So you may have noticed that there was one person who you did not face in the middle yet. I'm now going to go through that. It just so happens conveniently, and I always love it when this works out this way, that it's the people above each other and below each other who are going to be in the championship rounds. So we're going to count it down, ending with the captains. That means I'm going to start out with our level 3 debaters. That is Circa and Abe Dinkus. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock for you gentlemen. You can pick up the conversation where they were just at. You can take it a whole different direction. Entirely up to you. Please keep it above the belt and get on into it.
Hey, Abe, do you mind if we continue what they were talking about just for a second?
Sure.
Just a little.
Let's go.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Abe.
You're muted, Dave.
Sure, let's go.
You're catching up to me. I'm
Um,
going to start the clock over.
I'm gonna act like you're stillborn a little, okay? Can a stupid person be the best leader?
Not generally.
They
As
can,
far as
though, right?
possibility, I think it would just depend on like so many things. I think in general, no.
But they can, right? Even the best leader can be probably the dumbest person. Someone who knows how to pick the right people, the right economists, doesn't
Well-
mean they need to know economics, correct?
Well, that's the issue. You're saying the dumbest person may not know how to choose somebody that is good at the thing. So if you're saying
fact
the
that you have
dumbest
to say
person, then
may
maybe
is all I need to hear. The fact that you have to say may is all I need to hear. Now, second thing, can the smartest person be the worst leader?
no, I don't think they can.
Interesting.
Because
Are you aware of like? Sorry, what were you gonna say?
well, I was gonna say if the dumbest person doesn't have enough IQ to even know what's good for themselves or others, then at that point, no, the
You're
smartest
assuming a
can't
lot
be
now,
worse
though,
than
right?
that.
What if the smartest
Well,
person
you're saying the
was
dumbest.
a
If the
manipulator?
dumbest is 70 IQ, then or 60
What if the
IQ
smartest
or
person
50.
was a manipulator? Someone who was really good at manipulating.
Well, now you're just critiquing human nature, right?
I'm just assuming
saying-
like you did, though, right?
Well, at this point, you're just basically saying that human nature has flaws, and because human nature has flaws, we shouldn't trust human nature.
I accept that. I'm also not arrogant enough to think that smart people can just somehow lead the world better than good leaders. So, like, and the president.
Well, you went to the
let's talk about the
extremes,
president.
right? You went to the very
I mean,
extremes, right? The smartest
manipulator
and
is
the
not the
dumbest.
extreme.
No, you went
Yeah, I did.
to
I
the
did. Yeah, yeah.
extremes.
Yeah.
So
But these are
the
people, though. You
dumbest
can't just like
person-
exclude them. You know, like it's a fucking test where you have like, false fucking positives. These are real people.
So wait, okay, so you're saying everybody should have the right to vote on things regardless of their capability, their understanding, their. So we should allow every.
Well, yeah,
person
yeah.
to
So I
vote.
know economics. Okay, I studied economics, and economics is taking words and sentences and turning it into numbers and variables. Now, I heard Steelborne say, it just people who don't know economics can easily promise things about it, right? But the truth is that you actually don't need to know economics to make good economic decisions, do you?
Well, you have to know enough.
No, you don't. You can make good economic decisions without knowing a single thing about economics.
Sure, you could make a good choice, but doesn't mean that you're
So
going to
are
make
you
all
aware
good
of
choices
1970s?
economics based.
Are you aware of how South Korea in the 1970s, okay, they set out the state-owned enterprise, or the state essentially said, we want to make a state-owned enterprise for steel, okay? South Korea has no steel prerequisites, no
Okay.
precursors. There's no way for them to make steel. You
Okay.
know who they decided to choose as the CEO?
Who?
A military general, a guy who
Okay.
had zero clue about economics.
Okay.
And that company today is still probably one of the top 5 largest steel companies in the entire world.
Okay, but this is almost like a red
didn't know
herring
anything
because
about
you're saying
economics.
a military leader who's been trained to utilize people and to give orders out based
he trained
on
in
the
economics?
skills and abilities
Is
of
he trained
those
in
people.
economics?
No, he's trained in
Is he
leading.
trained in economics?
He's trained in leading.
Okay, so you don't need to know economics to be a good leader.
I didn't say you had to know economics to be a good leader. You asked if poor people could make good
I'm
economic
sorry, you
decisions.
guys are not saying that experts need to be the people who lead. Experts need to
That
be the
would
ones
still
who do
be an
that. I'm
expert.
pretty sure I heard that.
You're saying a military leader that would still be an expert in leading people. If it is the case that he's trained in
Not in leading a
people,
company. He's a military leader. He doesn't know how to lead
that
a
would
company.
they would still utilize the
He
same.
knows how to lead people to shoot people.
No,
right,
there would
Abe?
still be the same basic tenets there. You use the best.
You mean they
people
get up
for
in the morning
job.
and do drills and stuff, and then
You
like
use
practice
the best-
shooting guns?
Do you know how the military works? Your leadership is
I do,
trained to understand who needs to fill what positions because they're best for those positions. If you put a military
Do
leader
you know the
in charge
IQ
of
of this
something
guy?
like a business, I don't.
Do you know his IQ?
No,
Okay, so his IQ doesn't matter. He might be dumb actually, but he's a good leader.
but if he was trained well and he understands how to pick people, which does take skill and some level of intellect.
So IQ is not really what you're asking.
I never made the claim that IQ needs to be high. I made the claim that
Well, your
people have to
teammates
know
did. Your
things,
teammates did.
understand things.
Okay.
There's no
So
like
everyone
requisite that you have to
understands
be above
something,
120 IQ in order to
everyone
understand
understands
basic
some
civics.
things.
Or,
Okay, that's true. I get that. I get that.
so what's your claim with a
Um,
military leader leading a steel company and doing well at it at that point?
A man with zero economics expertise ran a company because he was a disciplined leader and made a country that has zero prerequisites or precursors to make steel, is now still one of the top 5 largest steel companies on planet Earth.
Was he
And
voted into
I
that
just want you to
position
realize
of military
No, he was-
leadership?
he was essentially given it by the state. Yeah.
Interesting. So one singular
never claimed
individual
that
put at the top of
democracy- I never
something that
claimed
knew how
that,
to
you know,
pick good
I
people.
never claimed that,
What's a better choice
choosing a
for that
central.
company?
I never said central planning cannot choose correctly. I don't know why you're deflecting now. That's not the problem here. The problem here is I'm attacking your idea that experts need to be the ones who run, because that doesn't mean
again,
anything.
the claim isn't that it needs to be experts that lead. It's people that have to have at least a basic understanding of the thing
So
that
what
they
did
are.
Steelborne mean when he said
residing
stupid
within.
people? What exactly? He wants people to understand civics.
Maybe people that can't function on their own, people that don't have enough.
Aren't you just assuming a lot now?
Well, I'm saying that this would be the case. If people can't manage their own money, can't manage their own daily lives, they probably shouldn't be voting on who manages everyone's.
Well, they don't have to. They vote on whatever they want. We have freedom of doing that. Now, you can actually just abdicate your vote on those things in a democracy.
Sure,
know
if
that?
you realize that you should.
People do, democratically.
Okay, and
Okay. Now, finally,
the absence of the vote
themselves,
proves there should be a vote.
if
Is
you
that what you're
make-
saying?
if you make institutions only answerable to experts within those institutions, then how does an institution know how to stop a negative feedback loop or self-reinforcing ideology?
By the
without an
evidence of
outside
the
perspective?
outcomes? By the evidence of the outcomes?
Except they reinforce themselves. Like, I'm sure you've probably heard this before. Academia is in an ivory tower, right?
Sure.
Closed, cut off. Now, why is that? There's some truth to it. Academia has these self-reinforcing qualities to it, to where it pushes out any other opinions. Do we want all institutions in the United States, economics, legal system, to be beholden to themselves?
Well, at
Or do
that
you
point,
want them to serve the people?
are you trying to make a one-to-one correlation between, say, businesses and government to college
I don't think that's an
education?
answer, man.
No, I'm
I don't think that's an
asking,
answer.
is that a
It's
one-to-one
an institution.
correlation?
It's an institution. It functions similarly.
Okay, and what outcomes are measured to see whether or not this institution is doing a good job?
I mean, the institution gets to decide, I guess, don't they? Academia gets to decide whether or not its institution is doing well.
Right, and will it continue to function if it's doing a poor job or failing at its task?
Depends
Wouldn't
on how
that
much power
then
it has.
prompt change?
The legal system, if you make judges and if you only allow people to vote on the legal system if they're experts at being judges, then it's going to self-reinforce itself because these people are taught by that very system you're talking about. So how are you going to stop that?
I'm still trying to see how you're tying this to government itself. You're
These are
saying
all
a self-referential
institutions
system.
You don't think the legal system has any effect on how the government functions, how you can maybe go to
Of course
jail?
it does. Of course it does.
Okay, so
But
what do you
but now
mean
you're
when you
trying to
say that?
tie, you're saying that because education is an institution and it produces educated people, then people from that institution are going to go into the world and reinforce only that institution for that institution's
They're
good
taught
and
by it.
not for
They're
the
taught by it.
process and benefits that it produces. If it's failing
But
at
it's
that
also
and no
going to
students
teach
then
them,
go
if
to the
only
education
people who are
system.
experts in that field, the only people who are experts in the very field that taught them what they know, that's going to reinforce the institution itself.
So these people become opinionless once they come through that system.
No, I never said
They can
that.
no
I don't
longer
know why you would
see.
just try to
Well,
argue with
because you're
someone else
saying
who's
that
not
they're
here.
going to reinforce that system. You're assuming
institution
that they're
teaches
going
people,
to reinforce the
and
system
then these
that taught
people
them.
are going to be institutionally given the information, and they're going to vote accordingly because they've been taught that over
Well, they're
time.
going to be in the judicial system. They're going to be based on the law, right? They still have to reference something
Which
outside
they
of the
get to
system that is the
decide, yeah.
academia.
which they get to decide.
So they can decide that the law isn't what the law says at all.
It sounds
what
like you want
you're-
the law to be servicing to the public, though. So maybe you should probably figure that one out. It seems like the public are who actually should be deciding
You're
these
just
things.
the
People who don't know
public
anything
are
about
the
legal
people that
system.
enter the same institution that you're talking about. That
And when they come
institution
out-
is built of the
And
people
when they come out,
in and out.
they are now institutionalized.
Brainwashed
Bias.
forever. They just can't make individual choices. It's weird that
No, but it
you've
has
drawn
a
this
self-reinforcing
correlation
effect.
between
If you don't know this, that's
this
a you problem, man.
institution.
It's like asking why we don't have jurors be judges. You understand why, right?
Because they don't understand the legal system and all the laws and tenets of the laws that are actually supposed to govern what happens in the case or govern the
So
general populace.
The public should be jurors, right? For that reason, yeah.
Okay.
Because we want every case to come in with zero bias. If we let judges be jurors,
Zero
you
bias
think
is
about
a
it-
pretty steep order, but
you think there's zero bias with a judge who knows the outcome of the case before the case happens?
I don't
When
think
they
there's
walk into the
ever zero
courtroom,
bias.
They know 90% of the time that this case is going to end up in this way, and that's not going to give them bias.
I don't think humans are capable of acting without bias.
They are if they're in the legal system, especially a judge, because he's literally a part of it, isn't he? I mean, he
Well,
probably
that's
knows.
odd because you're saying that the institution he was trained by will then
Is
institute a
going to
bias
inform
within
him
him.
of how often this case ends up in a guilty plea, right? Or sorry, a guilty verdict. So that's going to
Okay.
reinforce biases internally. The reason we have people who aren't a part of the legal system come in
So
to
are
be
they
jurors is
capable of
because it
bias
gives
or
an
not
outside
capable of
perspective.
bias? I'm now confused.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding this. Okay, we can end it here.
You're muted again.
You're muted, horse.
Why wouldn't I be? That makes sense. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump on in there. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next pairing. So yeah, again, I was going to add more time to the clock, but I figured I'd just let you guys cook until there was a natural pause, which yeah, you guys got there. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our number 2 set of debaters. That is going to be Emmet and Castle. Gentlemen, once again, 10 minutes is on the clock. If you guys are still cooking at the end of it, I'm going to just keep letting y'all roll until there's a natural pause. So go ahead and start on it.
Okay. Hello, Castle. How
Hello.
you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So whenever we're talking about, for example, the greatest GDP in the world, which is contested between the United States and China, do you enjoy how good the Chinese economy is going in their democratic system?
Do I enjoy how well their economy is going? I mean, technically that's being disputed. I know they have a large economy, but it is basically still commanded by one party rule. So a lot of it is government funded. A lot of it is being propped up by the government. And so their form of, I guess you could call it a mix of communism and they do have some form of capitalism there. I don't think it's very good long term for their country.
Also, in the long term, it's not going to be very stable. I agree with that. For example, right now, Germany has a GDP growth of 0.79%, which was explained as one of the one of the ideas that, you should be having a democracy. GDP goes up, the printer goes brr. What do you think about that kind of growth rate?
I think Europe has definitely struggled in terms of economic growth, but I think also a lot of that has to do with the industries in those countries, and also a lot of the issues that they're having in Europe has to do with birth rates as well. So they have a lot of older citizens who still need to rely on the government, and then there aren't enough younger people being born, which is why immigration is a huge thing in Europe as well. So I don't know if it's separate from the democracy itself from being poor. I think their economic decision-making skills maybe aren't the best, but I don't think that their leadership skills are being, or what's the problem there.
And who elected the leaders that they have over there in Europe?
I mean, it depends on which country you're talking about. Some of them have parliaments, some of them have different forms of democracies. But yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to defend every leader of Europe right now. I think some are good, some can do better, and also a lot of them are kind of I'm trying to think if they've been voted out recently or not. I mean, the UK has a leader like every other year, it seems like, so it's hard to keep track these days.
Okay. Oh, so who's exactly being accountable? For example, in the UK, are we gonna be like, oh, this guy that was outed yesterday, maybe is the guy that was accountable, or maybe the new guy, or maybe the one that was 3 years ago, right? Which one is the one that's accountable for the problems in the UK?
Well, the UK is kind of a good example of people that have issues with the governance. They've been voting in and out new people, like I said, every other year. So a few years ago, Boris Johnson was an issue because the country economically wasn't going well. Now Starmer is an issue because of immigration. So he's going to be voted out soon by Parliament or replaced. So I think that the voters have a lot of issues over the past few years that they've gone back and forth with. And that's why you've seen the leaders in that country change so often. But I think that just shows that democracy for them has worked out because they're making it an issue that if you don't listen to the people, they're going to vote you out to make sure that somebody does do something to help, whether it's economically, immigration-wise, healthcare-wise. I think that's a good thing, right? You can't have a ruler there that's going to just decide what he thinks is the number one issue and just go from there. So I think that's important.
Okay, I don't know exactly about that. They decided to get, for example, away from the European Union, and they have been pretty much sold out because there is a lot more, money involved with people who want to pocket their money, the people who want to have more immigration, the people who have been pretty much selling off their country instead of listening to the citizens. So I wonder, that's what I was asking you, who exactly is responsible? Who can I go as a citizen and say, you are the one that is responsible for allowing, for example, a lot of immigrants into my state, and now they are, as happened a little while ago, stabbing a 17-year-old girl.
I mean, again, I don't think that when we were talking about how people are not infallible before, makes the argument that democracy is the problem. It's just we've been talking about it this whole time that throughout the other systems, political systems, we know that you guys don't have an argument for which one is better than democracy. We've already made the point that democracies aren't perfect. Well, your system is what, monarchy?
The question of the debate is democracy doesn't work. It's not what system would you put in place, instead of democracy. So we're giving you the reasons why it doesn't work. And for example, right now, I'm asking you,
but
for example, right now, I'm just asking you, who is the person that is accountable for destroying the UK? Who?
They already have a prime minister. I thought I already told you they've had multiple prime ministers that have been held accountable. They are on the fourth one at this point.
Okay, so the one that they removed and put another in place, and they did the exact same thing for allowing more immigration, for example, that is the new that is accountable. The past one isn't. So the new one that comes after this one is Stamer is not going to be accountable anymore because you vote him out, right?
Well, that's what elections are for. You vote somebody out,
right?
No, you vote somebody out when they're not doing their job, and then the next person in line who comes into power is then held accountable for what he's promised on what he was elected for, right? Like if you promise to clamp down on immigration and then you don't, then you get voted out, then the next person has to do a better job. That's just how it works.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So let's say that I love libertarians. It's my favorite kind of people, okay? And I realized that the best business that I can do in my life is to become a great politician. I go into becoming the prime minister of the UK, and I make all the fucking money in the world because that was my idea of why I wanted to go there. I stay 2 years in power. I get all the money that I can. People vote me out. I'm accountable for my decisions. So did I do anything wrong by stealing all the money of these fucking peasants?
Yes, of course. You can still. Do you think that in the UK that you have to serve 2 years? If you're being held accountable for stealing money, they can literally throw you out in like a day. Who is that woman in the UK who like lasted less than a head of cabbage in the UK because she was so bad. So it's not like you get a full 2 years to do whatever you want. I mean, we can impeach people in the United States. There are systems we have in place that you can be censured for certain things that you do. So it's not like you get free reign for 2 years or 4 years or whatever. The democracies that I know of in the Western world act upon certain acts that we deem illegal or wrong, and you're held accountable for that much more ahead of time than just whatever your term says you are.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I did everything right in accordance to what I want, right? Because there's no higher status of what I ought to do. It's just that when I go in, let's say that I'm really charismatic. Okay, people like me. They go with me. They have a great time with the people in Congress. They have a great time with me. Nobody's gonna do that with me. It's gonna take all the money anyway. We're gonna have parties afterward. People vote me after 2 years. Do I have any accountability after those 2 years? Because at the end of the day, people vote me out.
I mean, I guess you can come up with any hypothetical you want, but there are people like this in the current United States government that exists who we've been throwing out of Congress before. Like, look at Bill Clinton. He had sex with an intern. We impeached him for it. So it's not like these things don't go unaccounted for. I'm sure some people get away with it as well, but that's again goes to our system that it's not perfect.
Yeah,
People make mistakes.
How much time did he spend out of office because he was impeached? I mean, Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton, well, the Senate didn't remove him. He was impeached by the House. So that's different. But that's the accountability that we have in our system. If the Senate didn't, then you can't remove him.
How did he have to pay anything? Was there any kind of restitution? Was there any actual any actual problem that he faced after being impeached?
Yeah, I mean, people viewed him pretty poorly after the fact that came out. So I would think that his moral character definitely took a bunch of hits.
Was he still the president of the United States until he finished his term, his 8-year term?
Yes, he was still the president, but I don't know how that's affecting our democracy. Are you saying that him having sex with an intern is why democracy is failing? I mean, I'm just saying we can hold politicians accountable.
That's not what
it doesn't
saying.
mean that democracy is bad.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, for example, when Sir Carr said that there's moral authority, there is none. And when I asked him who, he couldn't say me who. It was the people, somebody. Okay.
Yeah, but Emmet, where are you getting your moral authority from? You said you got it from God.
I already told you. I already got it from God.
Right.
Yeah.
So how can you be morally in line with God without relying on human interpretation?
Wait, it's not to the people. I never said that it was given to the people. Where did you get that from? It's not given to the people. It's given to the church. And there's a specific church that I would say that it's given to. So it's not like, and there's a specific interpretations.
Okay, so do you think that the church is infallible? Do you think the church is infallible? Do you think the clergy and the religious institutions that decide what God is requiring, are they not infallible?
Yeah, that is the point of the church. But again, I told you this is
okay. So that's no different than the regular people who decide who we elect as president. I just don't understand how you're interpreting the two different people who are just people. One is fallible, one is not. I mean, we literally had cases where priests were raping kids. How do you defend that?
I'm not defending that. I'm not talking about okay.
But you said that's where you got your moral authority from.
Yes, the institution is uncorruptible. People can be corruptible. There's a difference between those two things, okay? I know you don't, but that's what I tell you. This is outside of the scope of the debate. This is what I'm talking to you when it comes to democracy. Let's say that there is the possibility that there can be bad actors, heretics in the church. That's fine. We know that happens. Okay, there's people who become bad actors in the church itself. Again, that is known. Now, tell me, where does democracy get their morals from? Who is responsible? Where do I go to know if this is right or wrong in democracy?
Well, I already said that we know who we can hold responsible as our leaders. Where we talk about morals, I'm not a religious person, but I know most of Congress is religious. So I would say that they can find their own morals throughout their experiences in life or the church or whatever religious institutions they go to. But I'm not getting the point that you're making between how those people are less corruptible if we've already admitted that whether you're a godly person or you look up to God, you can still be infallible. You can still make mistakes. You can be even immoral and still work in these institutions. So how is your moral code higher than any other regular person?
There's no morality in your code. That's what I'm pointing to. It's not about me. It's not about Tukokwe. Okay, it doesn't reflect on me. What I'm trying to figure out is where is the moral axiom when it comes to democracy. It relies directly on the population, but the population can be immoral. So we don't even have an idea of where do they come from with these kind of moral axioms at all. But just to finish this, I have a really interesting question for you. Do you think, for example, democracies like China that is moving directly towards authoritarianism, or even has moved to authoritarianism at this point? What is it? Is there a pattern that you can see through history when it comes to democracies that just move to tyranny?
Yeah, I'm confused though. But China's never been a democracy though.
What do you mean? It has been a democracy. They vote in the people that go into the parliament, and they vote. They are a representative republic in a sense. They do represent, and they do it through voting.
I think it was Steelborne or somebody mentioned Russia too. Like, I don't know how this team is interpreting Russia or China as some type of democracy. We know that they have basically a one-party rule in those countries, and the people, if you are against whatever Xi Jinping or Putin says, you're basically tossed out of Congress or whatever parliament that they have. So we know that it's not true that they are democracies. Come on.
Correct. They're moving towards authoritarianism, but they started as republics. As the Weimar Republic did as well, when they elected the H-man, for example. I cannot say his name to avoid.
Wait, but are you saying the People's Republic of China, because they have republic in their name, makes them a republic? That's
Was H-man elected? Was H-man elected?
Wait, now you're talking about Germany? Wait, I'm talking about China.
I'm just asking that. Yeah, Xi Jinping was elected too, but I'm asking you through history, for example, H-man, was he elected?
Yeah, but I still don't understand how you're saying that somebody who was elected and then chose to become an authoritarian dictator and not pursue democratic reforms is like, that's an argument against democracy. Like, it just, you're kind of all over the place for me here.
Because there's no guardrails. And whenever there is a
because they took them away he took them away though. That's like the whole point here is like when you have people like Xi Jinping and the H-man who are taking away those democratic institutions, that leads to a more corruptible power, authoritarianism, dictatorship, whatever. That's not good. That's not what we want.
Okay,
so
perfect.
When you agree, wouldn't you agree? Hold on, one more point.
Tie it up for me. Yep, tie it up.
Between what you're saying and what I think A was saying, or even Steelborne, is like, okay, we want to have a standardized way for people to vote, like having testing. We want less corruptible institutions. Like, these are things that we can incorporate into democracy now with the rule of law that we have the power to do now. It doesn't mean that democracy is the issue here. It's that the people who want to take that away from us and corruptible are the problem.
Perfect. Last question. Let's say that I am a very charismatic leader. I got into it. I get a bunch of people in power. We have three quarters of the Congress. Everybody is aligned with me, and I decide through the constitutional power that I'm going to become the emperor of America. Is there any guardrail that said that I can't do it?
Yes, we have a court system. Supreme Court. Stop that from happening.
Do you realize that they enforce the laws, right? And I will be doing the laws through the Congress. But anyway, thank you so much, Horseradish.
Yep. Yeah, no worries. I let the clock start rounding up. Figured I'd give y'all up to 5 minutes. Y'all took that and still wanted more. So it's a great debate, and I appreciate y'all doing it. So, all right, last pair comes down to the captains. I'm pretty sure that they left something on the plate for you, gentlemen. 10 minutes is on the clock. Yeah, bring it home for us.
All right, okay. I got a couple of questions real quick. Do you think I got 5 questions? Do you think we can get through them real quick, and then I'll give the rest of the time to you?
Yeah. Go ahead. Let's go. Sure.
Okay, so my first question is: would you agree that a person should understand a subject before making decisions about it that would affect other people?
I think it's ideal.
Okay, you think it's ideal. If 60 to 70% of Americans can't pass a basic civics test to demonstrate they even understand how our government works, why should we trust the electorate to make complex political decisions?
I think it's about correction. We have a system where you can get it wrong, and it perseveres until we can get it right.
Oh, well, is it always going to persevere until we get it right?
I don't think everything lasts forever. It's about longevity, and we've lasted a pretty long time, and we've tried it in multiple countries, and they've all lasted.
Hold on, we've lasted a pretty long time relative to most
democracy relative to, or America. I mean, democracies. Like democracies lasted a long time.
Oh, really? What's the longest lasting democracy?
The longest lasting democracy? I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
You can look it up if you want. I'm cool with it.
Okay. Do we want to trust the AI answer? Yes or no?
That's fine with me.
Okay, well, it says 230 years.
And real quick, how long did the Byzantium Empire last, or the Roman Empire, or the Chinese Empire, or the Japanese Empire?
Wait, wasn't the Roman Empire like also developing democracy?
No, the Romans hated democracy. They thought it was a dumb idea.
Also, didn't the Chinese like empires like shatter and come back together? Shatter and come back together?
No, not necessarily. So there were some dynasties that lasted hundreds of years. It depends. There was usually what caused a Chinese empire to fail was invasion from another nation, and like they got taken over, and then the Chinese would rebel.
I mean, if your system cannot like prevent like rebelling and invasion, that's like, you know,
well,
failing,
that's
right?
any system is going to be subject to that.
I think you're talking about different like time periods though, and you're conflating them all into one in order to inflate numbers here. But
I'm just saying, like, I don't even think the Chinese Empire lasted for thousands of years necessarily, but like collectively over the course of Chinese history, they've had much more time as an empire.
We're not going to do collective here. We're not going to do collective here.
Okay, real quick, is the UK a democracy?
It's a form of democracy.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but democracy, the purpose of democracy is to serve the will of the people, right?
Not necessarily.
What is the democracy?
Depends if you're talking about the system or the ideal. The ideal of a democracy is to be basically propagate, enact the civic will of the majority, but also preserve the civic will of the minority. So if the people that are in the majority win, the people that are in the minority don't cease to exist, making a cohesive system that continues rather than falling apart and imploding.
Well,
on
do you think that democracies, if our system is supposed to be a democracy, right? But like a massive minority is all that's needed to win the elections. Is that really a democracy anymore? Or is it still working?
I think you're starting to step away from a democracy. A democracy is not black or white. It's going to be a gradient thing. You can't just be like, this is exactly 100%.
What percentage of the vote do you need to win parliament in the UK?
I don't know. I'm not from the UK.
13%.
Okay, that seems like they're stepping away from democracy. It would be ideal if they step more into democracy to avoid those pitfalls, huh?
I don't think so. Actually,
also, it's irrelevant on whether it works. There's still a country
Does the
that
UK
has
seem
massive
like it's
influence.
working right now?
It's still operating, even if it has problems. If a car needs its oil changed and needs air in its tire, it's still a fucking functioning car, ain't it?
Not for very long, but.
I mean, it's all about maintenance, right? Any system fails if you fail to maintain it, democracy included.
Okay.
You can say, yes, we need to maintain it better. Okay, that's not failure of democracy. It's a failure of people not maintaining.
Okay, so if democracy, if the goal of democracy the ideal is to serve the will of the people.
I don't agree with that. So
you said the ideal was to serve the will of the people in both the majority and protect the minority.
That is what I said. Yes. Okay, there we go.
So if that's the case, why would current voters sacrifice their own benefits for people who can't vote against them?
Can you reword the question? I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Yeah. So, like, do you agree that like boomers kind of fucked the nation?
To a certain degree, yes.
Like from my perspective, boomers basically stole from us to pay for the shit they wanted, and threw the system into chaos. So the question is, why would what's actually stopping people from voting in the interest of the next generation for their interests?
Well, we care about the next generation because they're our kin typically, and also you have to live into the people that carry over. So while you age in your population, you have to rely on the younger generation in order to carry the country. So if you fuck over the younger generation too much, guess what? You're fucked in your older age where you can't, work and produce as much. It's a cycle.
Okay, and then so my last question for you is: if the majority can be uninformed, emotional, tribalistic, and focused on short-term interest, why should I ever believe that the majority opinion is going to produce good governance?
I'm not talking about what you should believe. It's just whether it works or not. Something could work and be unideal to you or unappealing to you. Why do
you think that if the majority of people who are voting based on their emotions or tribalistic reasons, like many people who like you get on both sides, right? Where you get the right wingers that are like you never vote for a fucking Democrat, never vote for a Democrat, and then you get the the left wingers that are like vote blue no matter who, right? So that's the tribalistic part about it, and then a lot of people tend to vote based on emotions.
Wait, did tribalism not exist in what was feudalism? Are you going to say that wasn't tribalistic? I mean, tribes.
No,
is that democracy, really? I mean, I feel like, the word tribalism comes from a pre-democratic time. I mean, you're talking about concepts older than democracy, my friend.
The necessary entailment of democracy is it's going to form political political power blocks.
That's just a human nature, yeah? Before democracy that existed, yes?
Not to the nowhere near the same extent.
Not to the same extent. So you just think people
got it wrong and figured each other's asshole. Under monarchies there wasn't political tribes. There was one ruler. So that's just an example of how that was avoided under
monarchies. Who do you think beheaded people in France? Do you think there was not coalitions?
France was a revolution. Sometimes monarchies were conquered by other monarchies.
Yeah, what are revolutions made out of?
Revolutions tend to be revolt by the
people. Yep, there we go. So
I didn't say that monarchy. I didn't say monarchies are entirely immune to it, but I'm saying it's far less common in monarchies. But then, why are we to assume? Why are we to assume? So the core pillar of democracy. The core pillar of democracy is that basically, it's the ideal is to serve the will of the people in both the majority and the minority. So the question that I have for you is, why are we to assume that majority opinion for what people vote on can produce good governance? And then my follow-up to this is, if you love democracy so much, and you think democracy is so great, then why don't you think that gay marriage should be overturned, considering the fact that that was actually shut down and by popular vote? And almost every state that they tried, or a lot of states that they tried it, including California, couldn't even get gay marriage passed by popular vote, and instead had to go through the Supreme Court.
Would you say that gay people are a minority?
Sure.
Yeah, so part of my ideal of democracy, as I stated, was carrying out the civic will of the majority while preserving the civic will of the minority.
It wasn't preserving; it was giving them a right that they didn't have. It was not preserving anything.
Also, isn't gay marriage more in favor right now than out of favor? So it seems like democracy is at the same level where we're at right now.
Well, no, but it wasn't when it was put through. It wasn't a democratic decision. It was pushed through by the courts. So I don't understand.
Okay, again, you're talking about a pure democracy. It's a sliding scale. Do you think it has to always be a perfect democracy, or is it an ideal that you can fall on a spectrum of?
I don't really see the distinction between the two. Both of them are still just going to be power blocks.
What do you mean you don't see the distinction? There's a difference. If you're talking about an absolute democracy, that means anything that is non-democratic at all removes it from being a democracy. But if it's a sliding scale, democracy can be multiple shades.
Well, what was democratic about the Obergefell decision?
I don't know what that is. So
that was the gay marriage law. Okay. It was passed by the Supreme Court. What was democratic about that?
I don't know, because I don't know it. You're asking me to speak to things I don't know of.
So what is democracy? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Democracy is on a spectrum, right? You can be more democratic and less democratic, but democracy works, even though I can't actually pin down and tell you what it is. This is fun for me.
What it is. Do you need me to say it again, or
let's hear it again.
Yeah, democracy is a form of government, and this for the system is a form of government in which citizens have the right to participate either directly or indirectly in governance, while their rights and freedoms are protected by rule of law and accountable systems. And then,
do you think most people are stupid or smart?
I think they're smart in some things and stupid in other things.
Do you think most people actually are making informed
That's
votes?
again a spectrum. Wait, do you think that
Okay,
someone
I
is
just-
either
I-
just wait,
question.
going back to spectrums,
I refined the question.
you were
Do you think
having
most
you're
people-
having problem with spectrums. I'm trying to like help educate here. Do you think people are just naturally stupid or not stupid, or do you think there's a spectrum of how ignorant a person can be?
I think when it comes to politics, most people are really stupid.
So and there's no spectrum here. So there's no that you're just either stupid or not. There's not a difference of how ignorant a person could be.
Well, no, there is a difference. But
Oh,
when
so you do understand the concept. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I did. But
Now,
when
all
only
of a sudden
36
we know.
well, when only
Fucking hell.
36% of the population can actually pass a basic civics test, yeah, I don't think most people are pretty politically informed. So
Yeah,
why
that
should we,
sounds like
why
a
should we
flaw.
just do
Thank
one
you for pointing out. Let's
yeah,
change
so why
it.
should we
Let's
have
change it. Let's
people who are
use
politically
democracy to
uninformed
change it.
voting? Why would we use democracy to
Because it
change that? We need
continues.
authoritarianism, baby, and just say, you know what? These people have no idea what the fuck they're voting on. Enough of that shit.
And how do you know who's going
No more
to be
voting
the
for you.
authoritarian? What if the authoritarian is a Lenin type and he kills you and me? Now we don't even get a chance. With democracy, you and I are still living. We
Well, no,
get
no,
a
Lenin was a
That's the
totalitarian, not an authoritarian. There's a difference.
You want to pick anybody? You want to pick anybody from history? I mean, he's not democratic, that's for sure. Neither was Mao. I mean, I'm just picking non-democratic people. Like, how do you know that the person that you pick and put in power is going to be your ideal? What is the chances of that?
No idea. Depends. It depends on how,
No,
how they come to
exactly.
be.
It's a weakness in the system. I'm talking, at least with democracy, you can go out, you could talk to me, you could talk to other people, you can change minds.
Well, how about we do this, right? We here, if you want, if
Okay.
you know, we can compromise a little here, right? So what we'll do is we're going to massively reduce suffrage, right? And we're going to make it so that there's a couple of requirements. One, you have to pass the basic civics test. You have to put more into the system than you get out of it, and then we'll let those select people, they get to decide who the monarch is, or the authoritarian, or whatever it is. They get to decide that, and then from then on, it's now hereditary monarchy.
So you want to use democracy to get to
That's not democracy. That's actually that's a massive that's a tiny minority who gets to decide the power, not a majority. Not even close.
Okay, so how are you going to know that that's the right person? If you think that like right now people are stupid,
How do I
and
know
ignorant,
this?
how are we going
How do I
to
know
pick?
this person?
How are we going to pick the right people in order to put them in power?
I just gave you the criteria for who's actually allowed to make
You
the
gave me,
who's
but
allowed
how
to
does-
actually
how
cast
does
the
that-
decision.
Okay, and how do we know that that's not going to create a system that is going to fail in on itself?
Well, all systems have the possibility of failing in on themselves. So
you're getting rid
the
of-
question is whether or not they actually have long-term goals and can achieve those. That's one of the massive flaws of democracy. Is every 4 years it's always working on new elections. That's why, like, you know, like the number one contributor to our national debt is what's the term? It's benefit spending, right?
Servicing the debt, or that too. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's our benefit spending, right? And we spend way too much on, like, you know, Social Security, disability, all that kind of stuff. We put way
great?
too much money out of that. So hold on. So real
We
quick,
can vote that out. We can vote that out
why would people ever vote out their money?
because it's not conducive to
It doesn't
their
serve
life.
their interest to vote out their money from their view.
What do you mean? If people see that they're paying into Social Security and it's not being paid out too late and not enough amount, and they know that they could put it into the stock market or something, yield more money, they can vote to get rid of Social Security and replace it with other systems, and or just go into private.
They're never going to vote to get rid of Social Security, and here's why they're never going to
Ever?
vote to get rid of Social Security. My
How do you know
grandma's
that?
on Social
Prove it.
Security. My grandma's on
Can you
Social
prove that?
Security. I can't take that away from her.
Can you prove that it's never going to happen?
What about my disabled cousin who has autism and he can't function? Why should I? We can't take away his Social Security. What about our disabled vets? We can't take away their disability and their Social
Can you prove
Security.
we're not going to do it? I'm just still waiting for the proof. You're saying that like they're never going to do it, but it seems like we live in a system.
So
of
based on the
change where we're
historical examples of
constantly
people
doing stuff.
continuing to vote in electors who promise to steal more out of the treasury to give to them in order for their votes. That's the standard that I'm appealing to the historical standard here. Never once has a politician who ran on, I'm going to cut Social Security
Wait.
spending.
Why can't a ruler not do the same thing? Why can't a ruler go up and be like, hey, listen, in order for you not to like peasants rise up against me, I'm going to create this thing called Social Security and you guys are going to be taken care of. How
Why
can you not
could they do
guarantee
it? Well, hold on. I can't guarantee that's never gonna happen. But
that?
that's but I
Like
don't
in
have to provide
feudalism,
all
they
the
gave
reasons.
fiefs. They gave fiefs, bro, to people in order to like, promote. Like this is
You mean like a governor? Who
you
at
think
any point
governors
can
give
call
fiefs?
governors are in charge of a specific area. They're in charge of the monopoly on force on a geopolitical area, and they can actually call up the National Guard at any point in their state.
Can you vote out a governor?
Sure.
So they're held accountable. So you can have a continuous system that doesn't implode on itself.
Could you overthrow your fiefdom, Lord?
You can, but it's going to be violent and it's going to cause a loss, and it's going to drain the resources on the system and negatively affect you.
Not only that, but people who have a long-term position of I'm going to be ruling over this for long term, and I'm probably going to pass this down to like my child or something like that. They have actually a built-in interest to make the system better and to preserve the system, to try and keep the people happy, to serve those people, because their children are the ones who's going to inherit that system. They have much more of an inherent interest.
He has a daughter. How's North Korea doing right now?
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't. I don't think his daughter is going to be able to take the rule. I think he's gonna. I don't know how that works there, but.
Oh well, it seems like it goes against your point then. Oh, damn.
I said they're more likely. Right. They have a more invested interest in it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. We have definitely gotten to the end of the clock here. Great debate, everybody. This has been amazing. We've still got our closings ahead of us. I just want to let the chatters know. Remember, whenever they're done with their closings, I'm going to put a link in the chat for everybody to click on to vote for which team you think made the most persuasive and compelling case tonight. That said, also, if you guys have questions while you're voting, throw them into the tip jar. We'll get to those questions during that closing time, or during the voting time. So we're going to go back through in the same order that everybody went through. That means that you are actually going to go first, Steelborne. 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you. This is your uninterrupted closing. Put a cherry on top, sir.
Yeah, so I don't think that any of these people actually demonstrated why democracy works to do anything other than to just rob the treasury from the electorate. And it's just basically to give stupid people a bunch of power. It makes no sense. It's actually like the worst political system that I can think of. Ultimately, and here's why I say that. So everybody's afraid of authoritarians, right? They're gonna stop. They're gonna trample my rights and my authoritarians. Here's what's interesting about authoritarians. The rules are strictly enforced, but you know the rules, and they stay consistent. That's usually the way it works with authoritarians. I don't even have to provide an alternate governance system here just to demonstrate that democracy doesn't work, and all it is it's basically just the uninformed electorate being promised bribes by the politicians in order to steal from the next generation, which is what it's done. America, as far as this is my generation is the first generation to actually have it worse than their parents by the time they came to adulthood, right? This is the result of what we get when we have 100 years of democracy, of letting everybody vote. It's a terrible system. Most people, I already read you guys the stats, but I'll do it again real quick, just for poops and chuckles here. A poll of 41,000 Americans demonstrated that less than 36% could actually pass a multiple choice test where the questions were taken from the U.S. citizenship test. You need to get a 60% to pass the U.S. civics test. Less than a quarter of our country, or just over a quarter of our country, can actually pass a civics test. A large percentage of Americans don't even know that there's 3 branches of government, nor can they name them. This is a terrible system to have. It demonstrates it's full of flaws, right? The uninformed electorate. You wouldn't trust this. You wouldn't use democracy in almost any other system of your life, right? If you need a heart surgery, you're not going to let, you're not going to let a bunch of people decide who gets to do the heart surgery. No. You're going to go and you're going to find the best surgeon that you can afford, and you're going to have him do it. That's just the way that this works. When the important stuff, you don't just leave it up to that. Generals for militaries are not elected via, mass democracy. They're appointed by people who know how to appoint generals. This is how it works. This is how our military works. You don't use democracy in the workplace. You don't decide who the supervisor is by a democratic vote. The supervisor is picked usually by the owner, because the supervisor has demonstrated that they have the competence and the skill to actually run this company. You would use this system nowhere else. It makes absolutely no sense to use this system to decide who gets the monopoly on force in a geopolitical area. It makes absolutely no sense. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right,
also, real quick, you said you'd post that link in the chat.
For the votes, yes, absolutely. I'll send it to you directly. Everybody who's streaming on YouTube. Yeah. I'll send it to everybody who's on YouTube directly. So, all right. So now, Circa, you are up, sir. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you. 3 minutes to close. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
Muted.
Okay. Well, I just want to start by saying I think they proved that democracy can, and I'm not going to not agree to that. They proved that voters can be wrong. This is true. Proved that majorities can rationalize evil. This is also true. They proved that public opinion does not create a moral truth. That is also true. They proved that law is morally loaded. They proved that society has standards and authority and formation. And all of that is true. Now, before I go any further, I want to address the doctor. A doctor has a specific applicable set of skills that we can measure. Don't touch the kidney. You need to work on the liver. I want to posit the question of where there is a applicable skill set that we can measure when you vote on a bill that might increase subsidies for farm or for some farm product. Is there a simple, like a pilot, turn the rudder, go up 5,000 altitude, this button does that? It's a naive and child way to think about the world. Maybe that's why we still think rulers are the best answer, because he still did not prove that rulers are less fallible than voters. They aren't. In fact, he wants a form of government that annihilates the will of others because he thinks he has a privileged position or knowledge to create that very institution, or he knows who to pick. To me, that's crazy. I don't really know why I would trust him for that. I don't know why I would trust any single human to try and encapsulate all of that anyway. It's unrealistic. It's a video game. He doesn't prove that experts are immune from capture. He didn't prove that courts own civic meaning. He didn't prove anything. Or that emergency commanders will return power when crisis becomes useful. He didn't prove that moral authority interprets itself for civil law. He didn't prove which human institution gets to enforce that authority. He just kind of hand-waved and said that he doesn't need to do anything here. Just nullified government, I guess. He did not prove, most importantly, that the loser can return. He's talked a lot about future generations, but at the same time, like I just mentioned, is advocating for a form of government that annihilates the wills of people specifically, and they are unable to return in that environment. So democracy does not need to deny these things. It receives them without letting any of them become one final owner. And a democracy is not only a system where people can win, most importantly, all of them can win. But it is uniquely the only system where political defeat does not become a political annihilation. And I wish my opponent would realize that. I'll end it there.
All right. Emmet, 3 minutes is now going on the clock for you, sir. 3 minutes to close. Start up when you're ready.
Yes, of course, I will answer the question directed by Zirkor. It's very simple if you actually think about it. There's something called the budget. And when you are doing, a spending, it goes into a spreadsheet. And if you are spending more on one side and, that you are getting, that will be a measurable thing. And the fact that we have had, at this point, hundreds and hundreds of representatives that keep on voted for spending more than we get is directly correlated to the incapacity of democracy to provide a fundamental understanding of economics, for example. For the other idea is like, where exactly, the opponents can't have a voice even if they lose. I mentioned historical leaders that were elected into power. H-Man is the greatest example. Can you please tell me how many times the people in the camps that cannot be named voted after they were sent to those camps, and how exactly do they feel when it came to that? The problem that I see when democracy is that it tends towards tyranny. Okay, the thing that I see is that it creates tribalism, as was stated by Steelborne. And the more apart that we fall into each other, the more we're going to go into one of those camps having the power and staying in power, because that is what they are looking for. That is exactly the thing that they want. And the more extreme that they go, because they will move towards extremes, as we have seen in the political environment that we're going for right now. What are we talking about right now? The left in the United States wants to park the courts. That's the idea that they have in right now. We're just going to add 4 more judges. That will show the Republicans. So we're moving towards extremes, and the more we move towards extremes, the closer we are to actually falling into one of these tyranny, into tyranny in and of itself. So this is what I was talking about, the specific moral authority. The problem with democracy, one of the biggest problems is that there is no moral authority. Okay? There can be the case that they say idealism, but I can be completely agnostic towards their idealism. I just want to use the system. I'm a great libertarian. I just want to maximize my profits. And I see that my biggest profit is to become the dictator and have all of the power. And if that is the case, they cannot tell me why I'm wrong. They can say things like, well, I feel something maybe, but they wouldn't be able to tell me what exactly is it that I am wrong by doing that. So those are the answers, Sirkar. Okay, the budget is a measurable thing, and for what I've seen when it comes to the representatives that we have right now, none of them want to stop spending. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
All right. So I'm sorry, chat. I thought this was going to be a conversation about if democracy works. Not them saying, no, democracy only works because it has such amazing resources, or no, it works, but not the way I want it to work. And also, did I catch that correctly, or did Steelborne literally ask for a link to democratically vote? Huh. That's pretty interesting. Anyway, let's look at the arguments. Today we heard that direct democracy is flawed, so we need something like a republic. Well, a republic is a democracy, as we pointed out, so we changed it up a bit. Direct democracy allows those who are uninformed to vote. So let's trust a monarchy who is notoriously known for being reliable and knowledgeable. Not educate the people, but go to a monarchy. Let's see. They look at God is the only system that works, but I mean, which God? Whose God? Yours? Mine? Whose God? How do we know it's the right God? We heard that democracies are good because of their resource, wealth, and power, as I mentioned before. It's pretty interesting that just democracies just happen to have all of that. No correlation, by the way, boys. It's a little coinky dink. They have not answered how democracies don't work. How, if they're a bad system, why all these other systems develop around it? Why countries overwhelmingly move into more democratic practices rather than majorly running away from democratic institutions? They can point out problems in democracy effectively. I mean, we all can. But as I pointed out earlier, a car doesn't stop working because it needs air in the tires, oil topped off, or a nice car wash. All right, you need maintenance, but that's all systems, not unique to democracy. They can point to ideas they think would work better. Okay, fine. We all don't have to agree it's the best thing. Okay, I'm not even sure if it's the best, but they haven't provided any evidence that it's not working now. Democracy doesn't mean that you will get it right on the first try. It means you'll be able to last and try things until they work, unlike other systems that live or die by a single point of failure. Democracies have demonstrated their ability to last. The world's oldest continuous operating governments at this moment are democracies. Meanwhile, many authoritarian systems, from fascist regimes to communist dictatorships, have either collapsed outright or have been forced to liberalize and accept democratic tendencies. History shows that concentrated political power may produce rapid decisions, but it rarely produces durable ones. Democracy, on the other hand, has expanded alongside humanity in our greatest achievements. 2 centuries ago, basically no one lived in a democracy. Today, billions do. During that same time, global life expectancy more than doubled, extreme poverty drastically fell, literacy became widespread, and war became less common. Democracy can't claim perfection, but it is clear as day that the system has and continues to work. So democracy doesn't just work. She's a hardworking worker. She's a hardworking mother who does a 9 to 5. And I'll end my time there.
All right, cheers. All right, so Abe, 3 minutes is going on the clock for your closing, sir. Again, uninterrupted time for you to talk. Go ahead and start the clock when you start to talk.
All right.
after you unmute. That's 3. You're caught up to me.
Damn it, Jim. All right. So the majority of voters possess levels of political, economic, and historical knowledge, and vote largely on emotion, identity, and short-term interests. Therefore, giving the majority minority, no, sorry, let me start that over. Therefore, giving the majority final authority over complex systems is irrational and dangerous. Democratic politicians must win frequent elections by offering immediate benefits to voters while the costs are delayed or hidden. Therefore, democracy structurally favors short-term and fiscal and moral irresponsibility. Citizens are not equal in knowledge, wisdom, and foresight or responsibility. Therefore, giving them equal political power is a category error that undermines good governance. Modern democracies are following the same pattern: rising debt, polarization, declining trust, institutional capture. Therefore, the failure is inherent to democracy itself, not merely poor implementation. Democracy is not just flawed, it may be a flawed concept because its core mechanism, equal numerical rule by the uninformed and self-interested, contradicts the requirements of sound governance, competence, foresight, and truth tracking. It cannot be easily repaired through reforms or better education. Better systems must weigh voices by proven judgment and long-term stakes rather than a raw head count. Partially, this is an issue with human nature itself. So long as people have great ambition and are willing to dance in corruption in order to gain power, we will continue to see democracies tilt and push towards totalitarian rule infinitum. So, and that's it.
All right. And then, last but not least, bringing it home for us, Castle. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Let's hear it.
All right. So basically, our opponent's arguments are that people are stupid and our government wastes money, and we want more fiscal conservatism and a smarter electorate, which doesn't mean democracy doesn't work. It just means that they don't like how it works. Under Reagan, they would like it. Under Obama, they would hate it. It's not about moral authority either. We prove that the church is no more infallible than you or I, and God has created the people who interpret his word into what they believe is right. Those same people who make up a majority of Congress today, but I guess they aren't doing a good job at that interpretation. Well, do we all democratically decide which doctor we want to operate on us? No, Patrick, because a doctor's office isn't government. An airplane cockpit isn't government either. The arguments we've heard today have been fun to debate on, but they're not serious. The opposition's alternative do not eliminate human fallibility. It just concentrates it. It takes the mistakes of millions of citizens, which can be debated and corrected, and replaces them with the mistakes of a few rulers whose decisions are harder to challenge. That is why democracy works. It keeps power answerable, failure contestable, and losers civic. When democracies collapse, it's often not because accountability, opposition, and peaceful transfer were too strong. It's because bad actors weaken those very principles. They attack elections, undermine courts, corrupt institutions, silence critics, demonize opponents, and try to permanently possess the civic field. That is not democracy functioning. That is democracy being subverted. We should not blame the locked door because someone tries to break it down. We should try to strengthen the lock. Democracy does not promise that the wisest person will always win either. It promises that no ruler, monarch, church, party, or majority can rightfully claim permanent ownership of society. And that's it.
All right. All right. There you go. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We nailed that right on the 2-hour mark. Couldn't have scheduled that better myself. As I said before, I'm dropping the link to the chat right now. I'm also going to go ahead and send it over to Abe and Steelborne and Emmet. Y'all are all 3 live on YouTube right now, correct? Yep. So if you want to drop this link into your chat so that the your viewers can also weigh in. Steelborne, boom, there you go. So also, as I mentioned earlier, chatters, if you want to throw a couple bucks into the jar, if you have any questions or comments, again, this is basically Twitch's version of super chats, because that's where we grew up is Twitch. So we did actually get one that it's not a question, but it is just a hater, hoping that everyone who is against democracy stops voting to live your values. But I do believe that Abe actually engaged with that during the debate. So that said, everybody please click that link, give us a vote if you've got one. I took a lot of notes tonight. I'm going to just kind of ask a couple of questions if that is okay with y'all, and I'll try again just to give the people some time to vote, since they don't seem to have any questions for you. And also, for those of you who don't know, after the debates, we stop with the clock. Well, we put a different kind of clock on. We have more of an open forum conversation where all of us can kind of discuss. We don't do like we do on the 1v1 nights, because on the 3v3 nights, everybody here has already debated each other. So it's not really necessary for each of them to get into the ring with somebody about something that they didn't get to speak on. Instead, it's an opportunity for all of you guys. If you want to come in, I'll put 5 minutes on the clock for y'all. Chatters can come in and hang out for a couple minutes, talk to the debaters, ask any questions or do any pushback that you want. If you do have an interest in doing that, just jump into any Discord channel that you can see. I will have somebody in there to help vet and make sure that you don't just pull your dick out on camera as soon as you come in the room. You do that with them in privacy. But yeah, we'll bring you in here after we're done voting and let you get your words in as well. So, all right. So Steelborne, I'm gonna start with you real quick. Well, and actually, a lot of these there were a lot of commonalities in the debates. Y'all circled around similar points and similar angles of argument. The biggest one was the undereducation. I liked your three prime. Well, I guess you actually had four. I felt like you said three, but you had four. The democratic votes lead to tribalism, the undereducation of voters, the short-term gain over long-term benefit, and basically that the present exploits the future, which is sort of the same as the last one. The one I want to focus on, though, is the undereducation of voters. You talked about the low number of people who can pass the civics or a basic civics question. I think it was also you who brought up the citizenship test. Do you, and I feel like one of the debaters here said something about this, but I would like to hear you directly. Do you think that democracy would be benefited by increasing the education level of the voters? Like if you have everybody who votes, whether it's a landowner or they have to pass the civics test, they're still qualifying for the democracy in that situation. Democracy would then benefit, right?
Well, I think that there's a distinction between a republic and a democracy that wasn't really talked about that much in this debate, but I think you can have forms of republics that tend to last a little longer than democracies, which, by the way, Kay was totally wrong about the fact that the longest lasting political systems were democracies, not even close. But, like, I've never actually heard anybody make a compelling argument for universal suffrage, which is basically what a democracy is.
Okay.
So,
all right. Cheers. Yeah, no, that's fine. Again, you don't think that the benefit would still be there? That's all I needed to hear. I'm going to shoot over to you real quick, Kay. So something that you said that I thought was really interesting was, well, a bunch of things actually. The idea that if God can give morality to the individuals, then God would therefore be able to influence the morality of the individuals in the democracy. But the thing that I wanted to actually ask you questions about, you touched on something, but you didn't pull the trigger. Do you believe that revolution is inherently a democratic act?
Apparently, no.
Okay. So how? Pull that apart a little bit for me then. Why or why not?
Minority groups have done successful coups and have seized power. It's not always a majority.
Okay, so it's not about the majority of the people. And in fact, in the American Revolution, it was a very small number of people who supported the revolution, right?
I don't know the exact number of like when
I believe it was approximately 30 to 35% of the population supported the revolution.
if
I'm not
that's the
mistaken,
case, then
somebody
it would have
fact check
been
that,
it would have been a minority.
Okay. All right. You brought up revolution in relation to democracy. How was it you were referring to? What was your point in bringing up the revolution?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Like, what
Like,
was the point
I-
you were making about revolution?
well, I don't think I was making a point of revolution in terms of democracy, as in revolutions are democratic. I think the point that you're referring to is when I said that democracies can continue without the need of revolution, like to overthrow. Like he was saying that he mentioned that in a monarchy, he asked me, can't a revolution overthrow like a bad monarchy? And I said, yes, it could. And then I said, but we don't need violent revolution in a democracy to have change of power.
All right. All right, cool. Thank you, sir. Emmett, you're up. Quick question for you. So first of all, I want to say that it was really interesting the way that you were controlling the cross-examination. I thought that was really well executed, just as a side note.
Thank you.
So, yeah, word. So you referred to China as a democracy, and in my own real quick searching, it was really difficult to find anything that referred to China as democratic. They were a republic for a short time, but it was a republic that was taken over by communism, and I don't know that communism is necessarily a democracy inherently because they follow either a polyber, but before that they were historically imperial. So my question to you, sir, is how do you had K, I believe it was, define democracy? Can you tell me how you define democracy?
Well, I thought they were going to go
what makes
with
China a democracy? Yeah.
Well, I thought they were going to go with a higher extent of what democracy is. They were going to include, for example, the United States. If you're going to say that a representative republic is a democracy, I would put China as is as well. They do have, I believe it was in 2000, maybe 11, 12. I'm not entirely sure which one's those. They just made Xi Jinping as president-elect for life, which means they actually had elections for the president before that, and they do have provincial level, quasi-provincial level, prefectural level, country level, and township level elections for the people that go into the Congress of China. That doesn't mean that it's going to be open for everybody. I don't think it's open for everybody. People like the yogurts, the people like the Cheng's yogurts of over there. I don't think they have any ability to vote. It's mostly to the people at the top. But if you're going to put, the United States as one, why wouldn't you put why wouldn't you put China as one? It's just that they obviously are in levels of capacity. So I would say that they're a democracy, that they're in a higher stage when it comes to them going towards tyranny, but they are still in the essence a democracy. There's still the ideas of voting. They're still going to, they got to power through this system. That's the idea. That's the point.
All right. Cheers. Thank you, sir. Castle. First of all, always a pleasure. Always great to watch. I thought it was actually cool the way that you called out Abe about the whole you're just guessing about the voter knowledge. I thought that was really cool for you the way you kind of popped that one. So couple things. Another thing was that we elect people to reflect our personal morals, right? So again, we imbue the morals of ourselves into our elected officials theoretically. But you talked about Bill Clinton, and when pressed, you said that even though you acknowledged that even though he was impeached for what he did, which we elected him, and if he reflects our morals, I mean, there's a whole conversation there. But you said that the only real consequences that he faced was losing credibility. I'm not really sure how that affected him after he left office. If the impeachment didn't actually affect him during office, and how did he actually have, what negative impact? Oh, Castle, I've lost you. Are you still there, buddy?
No, I'm here. I just had to go off.
Oh, yep. No, okay. No, it's fine. I looked up. No worries. I just looked up and I didn't see your face, so it threw me off for a second.
Whatever, horse.
Yeah, no, like deep peace out. So again, how did Bill Clinton lose credibility over the impeachment?
Yeah, so I mean, again, I think when we were talking about that particular case, it was for his, sexual improprieties with an intern. I don't think it was anything that was more than just a scandal that was going to affect our very way of life or democracy. And so a lot of people even dispute if he should have been impeached for this in the first case. So I think that there are certain things that we hold our leaders accountable for. And I think also similar to crimes, we don't charge somebody who was convicted of manslaughter to go to jail for the rest of their life the same way we do for somebody who is murdered in the first degree. And so I think there are levels and there's a spectrum here as well to how we decide through the justice system, through our own Congress, how we hold people accountable. I think in this case, we held him accountable by impeaching him through the House. Obviously, the Senate did not believe he deserved to be removed for that. And I think after the case and after that fact, he kind of was able to revive his image as well. And people thought less of him at the time when this happened. But then after a certain amount of time, we've come to realize that, hey, I think, certain improprieties aren't necessarily meaning that you're harming our democracy or you're harming the country. Obviously, it speaks to you as a person for how scummy you are. And so I think over time, we've seen that those things matter less and less to people, and more what matters more to people these days is, is the economy doing well? Is our country being protected? Am I safe? Do I feel safe? Real tangible things that we feel every day that people have decided are still kind of the bedrock of our democracy. And so I think that's how you can kind of view that case. I think there are other people who have been impeached and removed for much worse, actual white collar crimes, stealing money or taking money, money laundering, a lot of those things that people do in Congress, insider trading, that's happened and they've been removed from Congress. So I think we are not perfect, like I mentioned, but we too kind of decide on what we believe is serious and is impeachable and removable from office, and what we believe is condemnable or censurable through Congress. That doesn't necessarily mean you are being removed. But I think those are accountability, that counts for accountability in both ways. Just one may be lesser, one may be more.
All right, cheers. So again, I just want to circle it back. You said that we elect people to reflect our morals. So Clinton doing that and getting impeached for it would arguably happen because he was no longer reflecting the morals we thought he represented. Is that a fair justification for the impeachment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of sums it up nicely. Clinton, again, his image was harmed by it at the time, and then over time, people thought it was less of an issue. So I guess you could say that the consequences were more short-term rather than long-term. But yeah, he was held in civil contempt for technically misleading in his testimony. So you could argue that part too, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cheers. Thank you for the answer, sir. All right, Mr. Dinkus. First of all, I'm super glad to have you here, man. I hope you come back. I absolutely enjoyed the hell out of it. You are really good on your feet, for what it's worth. And I thought that it was really cool the way that you caught Kay on whenever he was making the reference about the steel and all of that, the appointed position of leadership as opposed to the democratically elected. There were a couple of things traps that you snapped closed that were really impressive. And you also talked about the fact that it rewards charisma over competence. I thought that was really cool. So my question to you was, you were talking about the resources and the duration. The idea that rather than necessarily being successful because they're democratic, that these nations that Kay was talking about, the top 25 nations or whatever, that are also democratic and are also the highest GDP, highest medical quality or medical care quality, et cetera, et cetera. All of these criteria that he outlined. And you pushed back saying that it was because of the duration of their republic or their nation and the resources available to them. However, I think that there was a question about this. And this is going to come back to a question similar to what I was asking Emmet. The USSR, aka now Russia, was never really democratic. It is not currently really democratic. And I don't know how anybody, I would like to hear you explain how modern day Russia is an actual functional democracy. And also, they have just as much resources as the US. Why are they not as successful as the US if duration, tenure, and or resources were the driving factor?
Well, the reason why they're not as successful is not
this is
because
Dinkus. This is Abe. This is Abe, Emmett. I was referring to what I asked you. No, you're good, buddy.
Okay.
Hey, questions for you, bud.
So partially, I wouldn't make the claim that they were a democracy, but my claim is partially in reference to the fact that because democracies are willing to outspend what they actually bring in, which seems to be consistent with democracies, they push the limits of like technological advancement, all these things. They're pumping all this money that doesn't exist into a system, which then tends towards collapse. Yes, Russia is got all the same resources that the U.S. has, but what we see is in the way that they've governed, or over time, they've been pressed by all sides to not expand, to not do the things that they would deem necessary to build what they want. I think that partially it has to do with all of these places that are democracies have had democracy functioning to drive basically overspending and extreme utilization of all resources to push themselves forward, and have received less pushback from the nations around them. Like the US doesn't get a whole bunch of pushback the way that, say, a nation like Russia does, regardless of the right or wrong aspects of how they have existed as a nation. I think that what we see is the ones that are doing well are either propped up and helped by other democracies that are also overspending, and have had less pushback from all the nations near or around them. And so I think that that's at least one thing to take into account when we say, oh, these are the countries that are doing the best. Well, how much have they had to fight against the nations around them in order to become the strength they are, and how much support did they gain from outside systems in order to become those things? And again, like I said, all of these nations that are democracies generally outspend what they are actually generating as wealth. So they're driving themselves forward on basically imagination and fiat until they're going to either have to expand or collapse, one or the other.
All right, very cool. Thank you very much, sir. And last but not least, Circa. So, Circa, a couple things. First of all, absolutely great job as well. You lost me a little bit with the syllogism being sound and valid thing. I wasn't really sure like how that landed. I did like the fact that you called out that everybody knows about something. So, and I also, can a stupid person be the best leader, right? So I want to actually push back on that. Do you think that a person who is actually let me start out by, what benefit do you think? God damn it. No, we're going to go a different direction. Democracy always fails. I'm going to ask you about that instead. So you push back against the idea that democracy always fails. And it was brought up the longevity of our democracy, that the United States' democracy is actually the longest successful democratic republic, or...
That was Kay.
Well, it was Steelborne who mentioned it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right though. And you push back on it whenever it was in your cross. The fact that democracies always fail. Steelborne mentioned the fact that democracies always fail. I will just ask you then. Can you explain to me why throughout history all of the democratic republics and democracies didn't last as long as the other alternative options? So we had all of these other longer lasting republics that were not democratic, but our current democratic republic is the only one that has lasted this long. Why do you think that is?
How much are you collapsing a bunch of different time frames?
Yes,
Steelborne brought up a bunch.
yes. Throughout all of history,
Steelborne
yes.
Steelborne brought up a bunch of different eras and then collapsed them all into one by
Yes.
saying that the Romans never had democracy, and obviously they had a republic for
They had a democratic republic, yep, a representative republic.
at some point, but that is still progressing towards a democratic ideal.
Okay.
I didn't even discuss the Roman Empire with you. That was the Chinese
And then
Empire.
yeah, no, you were talking about Chinese empire. No.
You said
He's
Romans.
right. It was K. It was K. No, that was Emmet and Abe. Regardless, that's irrelevant. I'm asking you right now. So again, my question to you is, why do non-democratic republics or non-democratic nations seem to last longer than democratic ones?
I just don't think that's true. There's different forms of democracy. There's different forms of democratic ideals, and then there's different forms of feudalism and monarchies. And I don't really think the question is whether or not, an unjust regime has been around a long time. But we say North Korea has been around for quite a while now. I mean, if it reaches 200 years, is that an argument for the positivity of North Korea? It might
Or the
be for
efficacy.
a few people. It might be for a few people. But it is
Okay.
extinguishing a lot of people at the same time. So I don't know. Depends.
Sure. And again, we were looking for efficacy. We were looking for sustainability and functionality. So,
Efficacy
but
would
yeah.
include the majority of the civic will as a whole. I mean, not just some civic will seems to be doing good if we exterminate or enslave a certain amount of other civic will.
But that happens in democracies as well, right?
It can, but
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear that democratic ideals evidently do not annihilate the will of others. In fact, it is in the democratic ideal itself, is the preservation of the loser. That is not something that other forms of government can claim.
All right. Cheers. All right. Thank you all for your answers there. Again, that was just me doing a little bit of light pushback since the damn audience isn't asking you guys any questions. I'm gonna chalk that up to they feel that you guys asked all of the relevant questions and you left nothing else on the bone. So with that, I'm going to drop the link one last time, and I'm going to talk for just a split second. Please click that link. Please get your votes in. We are going to give it less than a minute before we look at the votes, and then we're going to stick a fork in it. I want to say to all of you guys, thank you very much. This is a really, really interesting prompt, and this was as good as I hoped it would be. I wish in hindsight that I would have just put 15 minutes on the clock for all three pairings. Each of y'all had it in you, and I'm actually looking forward to the after party. I just hope that we can actually still continue listening to each other in the after party, because we're going to be bringing some audience members in. Audience members, if you guys have anything you want to say to them, jump into the waiting room. I see a whole bunch of you guys down in the lounge, but if you want to talk to us, you got to be in the waiting room, and I will drag you guys in from there. And with that, let's fucking look. I'm tired of waiting. I've talked for long enough, and I'm tired. So we're just going to go straight to the votes. So, showing results. Jesus Christ. All right. That is fucking hilarious. The votes came out 24-23 by the slimmest of Democratic margins. 51% of the vote. The final answer goes to the negative. Kay, Castle, and Circa, congratulations. But again, so fucking close to split that that under normal circumstances I would just call that a draw. But we don't do that anymore. So we're giving credit to the negative, but obviously that means that the chatters still are torn. All right.
Whoa!
So
There's a last minute vote, like California.
to tie it up, did it tie up? Yeah. Okay.
We
Yeah.
vote bank
And
that
I'm
one.
sure. I was about to say we're still gonna give it to the negative because I gave everybody like fucking 15 minutes.
Yeah,
of
it was
me
like
babbling
15
to,
minutes to vote on that. So
Yeah, exactly. They should have gotten it in there quicker. So, but it was a great fucking job from both teams.
and now
Like I
it's,
said,
now
I
it's
really
actually
enjoyed
us
that.
winning. Now it's positive in us winning.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to keep going up, I'm sure. So, fun fact: in the VODs, I actually put the straw poll in the footer of the VODs, so people actually keep voting in whenever they watch the videos afterwards. So I actually watch the numbers continue
That's
going up
hilarious.
as people watch it, even after the debates are done. So I think that's kind of funny too. I don't close off the actual votes.
That's an
but-
interesting thought experiment right there. Just watching it as it goes
Yeah.
on in time.
Yeah, just to see how people decide. So yeah. All right, hang on one second. Let me see if any of those people actually want to pop in here, or yes, I do. And I'm guessing that some of them do. So real quick, just out of curiosity, Abe, would you be interested in coming back to us sometime in the future? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, of course. I'm always
Fantastic.
down
I'm glad
for,
to hear it.
for exploring thoughts and having fun conversations about things and debating things just for fun. So
Well, just so you know, the way this works is usually every week or two, I send out a list of prompts. And I send them out to everybody that's ever said they were interested in debating. We're up to a stupid number of people that I send this out to now. And you just go through. It's really easy, really quick. You just click whether you agree, disagree, or fuck off. I don't want to talk about it. And then I go through. Usually on Wednesday nights, I do it live. We go through and we figure out what the best pairings are. We try to keep people roughly skill matched, as well as tone matched. For what it's worth, tonight was perfect because I felt like the balance, especially in the captain or the champion rounds, I thought that Abe and Circa were great together. Emmet and Castle were great together, and Steele and Kay were great together. I thought that those were absolutely perfect. It was actually the way that I wanted it to land. That's why you guys were paired up the way that you were. So I thought that was pretty awesome how you guys managed to do that for me. So okay, so it looks like we do have somebody who's ready to come up. And it's everybody's favorite troll. Let's see what's on his mind tonight. Boink. And boink. All right, what's going on, Game Boy? You are on with everybody. What's on your mind? What did you think? What is your 2 cents, Game Boy?
Hey, real quick, just before he starts, I'm just letting you know, Horseradish.
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
probably gonna hop out of here at around 12:30 my time, so about another 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Again, whenever you guys have to go, you just go ahead and go. Once we're through all of the people who want to come in, I'm probably going to call it a night early myself because I got to get up early in the morning for work as well. And I'm sweating out here. It's been a long day and fuck, it's hot. Goddamn El Nino. All right, so Game Boy, what's on your mind, buddy?
Sorry, I just took a bite of food.
That's all right. What you eating?
It's pretty niche. It's called Subway. I
love
follow this
Subway.
dude who like did this commercial where he had like big pants. I was like, yeah, I need to lose some weight. Anyway,
All right.
Deep thoughts with the deep.
Yeah. So about the debate,
oh yeah,
does democracy work, Game Boy?
it goes. I was just wondering what like the active like alternatives were to democracy, because like in this debate, it's not useful to know what people want, regardless. But like now that it's over, what else outside of democracy?
So real quick, and we'll kick this to Steelborne first since he's about to leave, but I feel like he actually did answer this, even though he said he didn't have to. He actually mentioned monarchy as a viable solution, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll let Steelborne, you go ahead. What's a viable alternative to democracy in your opinion?
So I think you can actually. I honestly think one of the best political systems was what the Byzantium Empire had, which was called a constitutional monarchy. They actually had a constitution with actually like guaranteed rights and protections, and the emperor could be removed via, I think, the Senate, if I remember, or like a senator or a Senate. I could be wrong about whether or not it was the Senate, but the emperor could be removed.
Okay.
And how
So
would
what's
they
the
put him to
benefit of that?
power?
So the benefit is that you actually have long-term. You have instead of having to constantly worry about elections, you have long-term goals that can be achieved. Whereas like the declining birth rate, the national debt, our problems with our infrastructure, stuff like that. Stuff can't get solved in a 4-year term, but shit can get really fucked up in a 4-year term.
The president doesn't do those things.
The president can incentivize things to increase the birth rate. They can have different policies to lower the national debt. They can cut spending.
No, they can't.
All right, so real quick, Game Boy was asking in that Byzantine Empire, how did they come into office or come into power in the first place?
Yeah,
That
because
emperor was able to be voted out.
I honestly don't remember. It's been a really long time since I looked into the Byzantine Empire, but
Does anybody in the conversation happen to know, or do I have to look?
I can look it
think
up real quick.
I
Yeah,
think
so
it's
I
Constantine,
feel like you described
Constantine
something
the
that's
Great.
closer to a democratic ideal.
Yeah, hang on, sir. Castle has the answer. Castle, what were you saying, sir?
Yeah, so it says in 1453, Constantine the Great beat Hillary Clinton in 3 states. So he got the.
All right, Dick.
Sorry,
She's been around forever.
I had
No,
to,
it's
I
all right.
had to.
No, you had me. All right. Byzantine.
I'm looking it up right now.
Isn't this just moving towards a democratic ideal?
The Byzantine Empire was not chosen by a single fixed system or the empire's 1,000-year history. Emperors came to power in several different ways: hereditary succession, military support, Senate and court approval, popular acclamation, divine legitimacy through coronation of the church. And yes, it was a monarchy.
and
Except that's including
Can I
a bunch
ask
of
you a question?
democratic ideals, right?
Literally
Yeah,
one
go
of
ahead,
them.
Game Boy.
you think is important in consideration in establishing these people? Would you prefer heritage? Would you prefer military? Would you prefer? I don't know. I've heard people who vote in monarchs, which is just a democracy with a monarch twist. But how would you put these monarchs into power?
Yeah, honestly, so one of them, I actually think I do tend to support hereditary succession, and my arguments for hereditary succession is because so when you have hereditary succession, there's no question as to who's actually the heir to the throne. So that actually solves a lot of the problems for who's going to be the leader. Not only that, the person who's going to be the leader, they're brought up and taught their entire life how to govern, how to actually handle these types of things, the types of, the ways in which they need to think, how they ought to treat their people, how they ought to protect their people, defend their people. That's their whole life is them being trained in how to be the ruler.
Have you ever
But don't
read
we
the
see
French?
the current issue with that in the
Have you ever read the
English, and then in the Romans, and then you had the Norse? I feel
No,
like every
by the way,
time
I also
that's
think every
been-
Christian ought to support monarchy, or at least not be inherently against it. Monarchy is the only political system ever actually endorsed by God in the Bible.
well, reluctantly,
read the
but
Prince?
okay.
Have you read the
God
Prince?
damn, Circa, let me talk. Fuck.
Right?
The Prince by
We gotta
Machiavelli.
guess, man. Gotta guess. And I'm about to move on to the next guess. Game Boy, did you have anything else that you wanted to say, or are you good?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I agree. Monarchy is probably a good system with long-term politicians, but at the same time, the legitimacy of that, whenever selecting a king, has often led to situations where, okay, you find a person who is well and qualified, but okay, they disagree with the person from the past, and these lineages only add another 10 years to what we already have. So,
Well, that's actually
yeah.
not true. So I looked this up because I have something that I think it was Kay who said that the longest lasting political system was a democracy, which isn't true.
Not what
The
I
longest
said.
lasting-
Not what I said. I said some of the longest lasting, and I've even fact checked it, and it is true that some of the longest lasting were democracies.
Which ones?
Okay, so you have the San Marino direct representative republic. You have Iceland's parliamentary democracy, Switzerland's federal democracy, and then while the UK and Canada did not start, Canada and Sweden didn't start as democracies. Once they transitioned to democracies and still persist in current day.
True, but universal suffrage wasn't very common in those countries until very recently. But not only that. So, like, the longest lasting democracy was San Marino. You're right. It was a republic, and it lasted for about 1,700 years. The ancient Egyptian Empire lasted for about 3,000 years. The Imperial Chinese Empire lasted for 2,100 years. The Japanese Empire lasted for 2,600 years.
Nope, it wasn't one consistent government. You're conflating government collapsing and then recoming together.
Ancient Egypt.
Yeah, it is irrelevant. You're right. But
no, the Chinese Empire did not have interruptions from 221 BC to 1912 AD. The Imperial Chinese Empire was a monarchy, and it lasted that long. Japan, the imperial line claims 2,600 years. Byzantine, 1,100. Holy Roman Empire, 1,000.
Excuse me. Did you say Japan was a continuous 2,100 years?
Yeah,
there was a monarchy in Japan for 2,600 years.
Different ones.
Yeah, multiple
still
different
the same
ones.
political system.
They're different things, though, entirely, and it ruined.
No,
It's
one,
not.
They're civilizations.
They're not different. What do you mean they're different civilizations?
No, it ruined them because when they switched, it was very violent.
When they switched what? Kings?
Yeah, between monarchs. Fucking entire, like, samurai wars are fought over.
So it wasn't hereditary.
He doesn't get to be like, oh, because monarchs ruled after each other, one after one. That's not, you don't get to like string them together like it's a fucking.
So because we've had different. So because we've had different. Hold on, real quick. So because we've had different presidents. So because we've had different presidents, then the United States hasn't been a continuous democracy.
Sorry, are the presidents warring states?
We had a fucking civil war. What do you mean?
They're not warring fucking any things. They're literally within the democracy itself. It's a
the democracy of the United States.
Hang on one second.
Change the Constitution. Every president. Did we change the Constitution? Every president.
By the way, the longest.
When the Civil War happened, did the democracy of the United States was that a new system now?
It was tested. It was tested. You're right. Yeah, I never said it was perfect.
All right, y'all, hang on. Emmett, what were you about to say real quick before you run off?
Funny that you think you can string together monarchies, bro. Like it's fucking fruit roll up now, or like we're playing some game of like fucking,
It's the same system still continuing. Just because the ruler changes doesn't mean
completely different fucking regimes, dude.
Well, real quick, what were you going to say, Emmett? Emmett had something to say. Please let him get it out real quick.
Yeah, so I just look at it. I just take a look at it because Circa made a I don't believe it argument, which means absolutely nothing. And it says that monarchy is the oldest continuous hereditary monarchy in the world with a lineage traditional tracing back to 660 BCE. So,
Japanese monarchy was hereditary.
Was it all one monarchy?
Yes, the oldest continuous hereditary monarchy.
Same lineage, same government.
The same lineage, exactly. That's what it says.
Shinzo Abe holds the record for the longest serving head of government in Japan, and that's for 3,188 days. What the fuck? And then also for the Chinese dynasty, the Zhao dynasty lasted for 790 years. But even then, you had the Western Zhao, the Eastern Zhao, and apparently Eastern Zhao was split into fucking warring states, so it wasn't even a unified dynasty.
I understand you don't want me to talk, but the current emperor Naruhito has been on the Chrysanthemum throne since May 2019. So they're still having a monarchy over there.
And I dethroned you. Would you say that I'm a continuation of your regime?
Yeah, no, homie. I'm sorry. I gotta jump in there. I gotta jump in there. The Yamato dynasty was the longest direct hereditary continuous family, 2,600 years. He's not wrong. The Yamato dynasty, established by the legendary Emperor Jimmu, the throne has theoretically remained within the same family for over 2,600 years, according to National
That's not how it works in Japan, Horseradish. In Japan, because you have a fucking dynasty, doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you're ruling. All right, it doesn't mean that you're ruling the country or that the country is.
Yeah. So what is a hereditary monarchy in Japan? It's just a dude sitting on a chair and eating fancy.
If the next emperor decides not to tax rice as much as his father did, is that a change in the regime? Is it like the regime is now totally changed?
Yes. If I dethroned you, Steelborne, then
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I just
We're
said.
having 3 different conversations. Yeah, hold on.
Continuously for
We
26
got to address one at a time.
One dynasty.
Please, we got to address one at a time. Stirka, obviously, yes. If you're changing completely the lineage, the family, the goals, yes, I get it. That's when you're changing an actual government. But if what I'm reading here is true, Kay is claiming that this hereditary monarchy in Japan was powerless. Is that what you're getting at, Kay? Was that they were just an honorary position? They weren't actually the leader of the government?
They're divinely.
So this is how it went. So this is how dynasties worked in Japan. You had warring factions that had separate governments, separate claims that all fought for Japan and would go warring against each other. So, Yes. So it wasn't one unified governance system that continued. And then when
it
they
was
did
for
away,
2,600 years.
No, it was not.
I'm telling you.
It was not.
According to National Geographic disagrees with you, my dude.
Fucking God.
I'm telling you that, no, again, yes, you're right. The dynasty changed, or the families changed multiple times throughout Japan's long history. However, that particular family had a hereditary claim for 2,600 years in Japan. It is the longest.
Amaterasu,
Are you done?
because
Are you
they're all
done?
descendant of
Yes.
the divine god Amaterasu.
Yes.
Okay, now that you're done,
Reality.
how it ended up going
reality.
when they got rid of the dynasty, how it worked is that it became ceremonial figureheads for traditional sakes. They don't hold political power, and they replaced it with a parliamentary democracy. So
When did that
when
happen?
they say that
When did
somebody
that
is still
happen?
part of it, shut
When
the
did
fuck up for a
Japanese-
second.
oh,
When they
I just
say,
want to know when.
are you gonna let me?
Yeah, I just want
are
to
you
know
gonna let
when.
me finish?
I just want to know
Are you gonna
when
let me
did that
finish?
happen.
Japanese emperor stopped having power. When?
Are you gonna let me
When?
finish? Are you gonna let me finish?
Yes, they're just
Okay, cool.
asking you to include the date.
I'm not going to yet. All right, so
Okay.
the point of it is that when you say these numbers, not only are you talking about people that didn't hold consistent power, but you're talking about people that don't hold power to the day, but still are figureheads that are passed down. So even though dynasties lost out, they still passed on the title to their next of kin without holding any legitimate power, or holding little legitimate power in like small little enclaves, not in entire systems.
Well, real
When
quick,
did that happen?
I actually stayed longer than I was going to, guys. I gotta head out though. You guys have a good night.
I appreciate you, Steelborne.
Good night.
They were
Steelborne.
descendants with the chrysanthemum throne of the god Amaterasu.
Mhm.
Is that a
Yep,
real?
I'm reading all of this with you, man. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
and I understand that the Shogunate.
Lineage. They were all
So-
They were all divinely descended of a god, a hypothetical Amaterasu.
Yep. So real quick, Emmet, what Kay is saying regarding the shoguns and the shogunates or shogunates, that
Shogunate.
there were, yeah,
Sure.
there were times the succession remained rigidly hereditary through the male bloodlines. However, there were periods powerful military dictators would hold administrative control while the imperial family remained symbolic figureheads. So, although it was absolutely the longest hereditary bloodline of kings or of monarchs, it was also kind of an honorary position.
Yeah, and at the end of the
Honorary
shogunate,
bloodline.
at the end of the
Honorary
shogun, at the end of the shogunate, the one that won was the emperor. The power stayed with the emperor. So that's what I was asking.
Seriously?
Like, when did they become just a figurehead? And what they're talking about is the end of World War II. So
It doesn't
No,
matter.
that's when dynasties
So-
got replaced with a parliamentary democracy.
The
Not
current
when.
system.
oh my God, not the
Yes, that's
sass
not when-
guy.
That's not.
Oh,
that is not
listen,
when like
I
specific
don't have enough
people
sass in me
stopped.
today.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
point is that it's not
You
lineage,
don't have
it's
enough.
hereditary bloodline. It's
What
literally
am I
a
ever gonna
divine
sass
lineage
guy? What
from
the
a
fuck?
god Amaterasu. It's not.
I'm an
weird.
ass
You don't
guy,
just get
but,
to string them together.
Sass, sassiness, the sassiness.
All right. So welcome in Razor. For what it's worth, I completely unrelated. It was literally like when I was editing your last debates, Emmett, that I realized that you're sitting on the chair that matches Razor's headphones.
And
Not entirely,
think
but
that's
I'm just
I'm just saying y'all are kitty cat twinsies. That's all I'm saying.
no,
So-
I'm in the pussy throne. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's what the headphones are too. All right, Razor, welcome
those
in
are
my
good a
two-
throne.
Well, hey, that's where some people sit. Anyway, All right, so Razor, welcome in. Do you think that democracy? Well, it took a second to sink in, but you got there. Do you think democracy works?
Obviously. Obviously, I have to give it the caveat though. It's like the worst fucking system in the world, except for every other system.
Who said that originally? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before.
I forget the exact name off the top of my head. It's been said by multiple
Churchill.
I can't remember who the thing is.
It was Churchill. Yeah.
It was Churchill.
Yeah, we're big Churchill fans. He was a little bit of a dictator on his own right.
I don't.
But he was an elected dictator, right?
Yeah,
like
keep in mind. I don't.
We also enjoy H-Man somehow.
Just keep in mind. I don't usually give a fuck who said it if it's a poignant
sure.
phrase abused. Is that the point?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I knew I recognized it. I was just curious who it was. So
yeah. But yes, obviously, I think that democracy works. Fuck, Steelborne goddamn left. Before I could get it. Fuck.
Sorry, man.
It's not your fault. It's obvious you were scared of the cat ears. You understood what was coming.
Oh, is that what it was?
He felt. I'm
sure that's exactly what it was, Razor. You got it. Anyway, so what was your question? You had a point. You were going somewhere.
Sorry.
No.
Because it was, I think, somewhat similar to the question that Game Boy asked earlier of what is a system that you think is even somewhat better than democracy.
Sure. So let's ship it somewhere else. Emmet talked a while. Abe
answered it.
Yep. Abe, what's a good alternative to democracy in your opinion?
I don't know. I've been thinking through this like over the last few days as I went through the arguments and stuff, and there's a certain level of there has to be skin in the game to have a say in the system, and I don't know exactly how that looks, although I've been working through theories where there's a requirement of populists to make some level of understanding for the systems by which they live within, and that would create a greater sense.
Based on that, what you said, man?
Hang on, let him finish. Write it down, bro. I know this works.
Think that people should have a greater sense of what the system they live within and how it works before we just let the entire controls off. Because what happens is, like we said before, there's a level of we don't push off the instant gratification type lifestyle, and what happens is everything's about now. We're gonna take everything for this generation, and the next generation suffers for it. And I think that it's an untenable situation in the long run. I think that drives us into the corruption that we see in democracies of the past that lead to collapse into whatever system they turn into from there.
So basically, you don't have a good alternative, is what you're saying.
What you just said exists in every other form of government.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, Razor, you had a question, sir.
I have a couple. First one, you said something about having skin in the game is needed. Isn't that the whole thing of why we had the Boston Tea Party? No taxation without representation.
Sure, but
I mean, you're Abe Dinkus. You obviously understand like the.
sure, but that would encapsulate that people who pay taxes have a say in governance. If you don't pay taxes, you still have a say in governance currently.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously,
being sure I'm hearing that correctly.
I think it's more fundamental, guys. Again, we're social creatures. The very act of living under some, cohesive civic life is. We have skin in the game from the moment we're born. There's no human who.
You're about to give us the NAP.
Yep.
No, I'm not going to give my theory.
I would say
you're born and you are literally living in a social lifestyle. It's the human.
Well, you're going to be born into whatever system.
Yeah, I would say that. Exactly. Yeah. And with here in America, what Sirka is saying, humans in general have always been a social species. The reason why we were able to outbreed, compete all of our previous, all the previous species of the Neanderthals and any other type of Homo sapien,
Well, they were
Yeah,
social too.
that's typing.
Right?
Yeah, they were too, but we were better at
Yeah,
it.
the
'cause our brains were able to
homosexuals
get a little
too.
bigger.
It's
We
even
were
deeper than
able
that,
to.
Razor. It's even deeper than that.
Yeah.
If you, just the fear, like the very emotion of fear itself, is a relationship between something else other than you. So
Yeah,
you
and
need something else in order to actually have a personal will and self, right? So
yeah, like you had
in this regard,
people had the
very act
fear
of
that something was.
judgment, even silent judgment, is you casting some sort of will onto another person or something else. So it's inherently an intrinsically born thing.
Yeah, and that ends up working better in a democracy overall because then you have the the grouping of people who are voting towards a quote betterment for society. They've all agreed that this is a betterment for society, while being able to be judged if they do something that can be seen as bad towards their fellow man. So
The
that's
loser
why
can still
when
remain. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Democracy preserves the loser. That's important.
All right. So, did you have last thoughts, Razor?
Wait, they don't. They don't preserve the loser. That's not a necessity. In fact,
I
there's
mean,
a lot
you're
of
still.
demo-
I mean,
there's a
you're
lot of
still
cases
here.
in which democracy has happened.
You're still
well,
here
you
somehow.
too. You're a homosexual.
My
so
bad.
we're gonna come up with the losers. If we're gonna go with the losers, then
Emmett, a democratic ideal.
Oh, where'd
A
he go?
democratic ideal. Okay.
Yeah.
Is what?
Uh-huh.
Who's that? Who left?
What is the
A
definition of a
democratic ideal. I don't know. You're telling me about the
It
ideal.
is
What's the ideal?
effective participation, inclusivity, right? And preservation.
Why is
of that.
inclusivity a virtue of democracy
It makes it
It's a democratic
to
ideal.
where you are.
or
It's to
principle?
where you don't. It's to where
The ideal of democracy.
you. It makes
So
it to
look
where
at
yeah,
the
why
you
is it an
have someone
ideal?
who. It makes it to
You're
where
asking me,
someone
like, why
say.
is water like water?
I
What do you mean?
heard that.
That's the ideal of democracy. I mean, that's how we
Exactly. If I want to ask you why is water like water, you have
Wait,
to tell me a
hold on.
reason why. When
I
it
could
comes
give.
to
I could.
something
I
like
might be able to
this, why
answer
is
this a
it-
little bit. I might be able to answer this a
Okay.
little bit
Because
if I
that's the
could.
value. That's the value.
Sister, go.
Go ahead, Razor.
Okay. The. God damn it! The moment you did that sister thing, my brain fucking reset. Fucking hell.
Almost like that's a trick.
I know they fuck. But yes, inclusivity. Thank you. Inclusivity is an ideal in democracy because when you have more people, more things can get done in society, and with more
It's not about-
diverse.
It's not about that, Razor.
No,
It's
I know
not
there's
about
more.
the
There's more to
number
it.
of people.
I know, but it also has to do with It also has to do with diversity, different viewpoints among different people, all being able to make a better future for more people, for more of your offspring, because you were able to take in multiple different viewpoints and narrow down a path for humanity to continue forward and stronger.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna ask you
inclusivity
this
helps that.
question. Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question. It's not against you. I'm not trying to dunk on you directly. Okay. No, I don't think anybody here is what I'm gonna say, but it's just a question. Why should we open, for example, why should I open my society to the position of the maps? You know what a map is, right?
I know
Sure.
what those. I know what those are. That one is something that people have collectively agreed is bad because it hurts
Yeah.
the younger generation. So that's not.
Well, I
someone that
understand
even people
that.
who are pro inclusivity. That's not even someone who is pro
So you want to
inclusivity like myself
institutionalize
would
the
even say that.
annihilation of a.
I understand that, but it wouldn't that be more diverse?
You
No,
want
to include
institutionalize
them?
the annihilation of a group of people because you think that they're bad.
I'm not asking that, Sirkar. Calm down, okay?
said,
Let
why
me
should I
engage
let
with
maps-
let me engage with the sister, okay? Calm down. So wouldn't that be more diverse? It would be a different would it be a different viewpoint to include them when it comes to the decision making? Because there will be different decisions. There will be more viewpoints, right? The maps have their own viewpoint. Why wouldn't we want to be more diverse?
unfortunately, you are giving a straw
not-
man of an argument with
Yeah.
that statement. There's this because
It's not an argument, dude. I don't know. I don't know if you know logic, but a question is not an argument. It's a question. I'm just asking.
No, you're giving an argument.
Hold on, Circle. Let
I'm
Razor
not giving an
respond.
argument.
I got this.
Razor was asked. Yeah, Razor's asked.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
So no, I would say that this is very much of a straw man of the viewpoint of inclusivity. So not, without using the word argument, I'm still going to say what you're saying is a straw man. Inclusivity does not mean that someone who is a map is allowed to be part of my society because they are a map and they have that viewpoint. I don't give a shit if you're someone who could bring actual legitimate harm to my children in my society. I kind of don't want you near them. That's my ideal on that one. But inclusivity when it comes to the mold of viewpoints is more talking about immutable characteristics like skin color, different sexualities, and or gender. That's
so I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
I don't believe maps is an. I don't believe maps are actual.
I don't.
So yeah, it's fine.
I understand. Very authoritarian of you. I approve of his message. I agree with his.
That's not really authoritarian.
Way of saying that it's very.
Well, real quick. Let me jump in, Razor. You're saying that maps is not a sexual preference that somebody has. So okay. So what would you call it then?
I would say it's because most of the time with pedophilia, it's a power-based thing. They are not. They are not into the children because they are children. They're into the children because of the power difference.
Sure. So what would you classify that as? If it's not a sexual preference, it's a
very specific term. There's a very specific term. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Does anybody know?
No, I think
I have no idea why we're even talking about this. I literally have zero.
Me neither. Because
wait. I have a reason why. It's because you like to.
Because the idea is that morality. The idea is that morality is voted on democratically by the group. Just as what Razor is trying to say. What Razor is trying to say is that we as a society have all agreed that particular behavior is deviant and unacceptable, and that it has negative impacts. We have democratically agreed on that as our group ethic.
That's not what a democratic idea.
And if we democratically agree on a different moral and then make something else that is currently considered to be moral immoral, are we able to shift the public's the almost like the Overton window on what is and is not acceptable behavior within our society?
I mean, considering
I have another.
We have a lot.
I think that's where Emmet was going with it. I'm sorry.
Wait, I have a
right now have a.
I can explain.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I can explain.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, Circa's been real quiet. Go ahead. Give it to us.
In a democratic process, take away or advance a democratic ideal at the same time.
Sure.
So you can use.
I don't know what you asked.
A democratic.
Yeah, I don't know that I understand the question.
Yeah, what was the question?
Democratic ideal is different than voting. It's not the same thing. Majority is not democratic ideal. It's literally not what it is.
Yeah.
We might not go to a box and click that, no, we don't like that behavior, or we all want to get rid of that behavior, but that doesn't mean we don't all agree on that behavior being unacceptable socially.
If you all agree to take away a democratic ideal with a democratic process, then you are not moving towards a democratic ideal.
Okay, explain to me what you mean by democratic ideal.
A democratic ideal is about effective participation, being able to have a view heard or policy known to other members. It's not about accepting it, and it's not about majority. It has nothing to do with that. Processes are not the same thing as the ideal itself. They're mechanisms.
So we should allow. Yeah, exactly. So we should allow. We should allow the map position,
to advance away from a democratic ideal.
May I
tell you, Emmet?
Well, no, hold on. Abe's been real patient. Abe had a question. Abe, shoot. What were you
I was going to say what Sirkar just said. If that is the case, then every democratic ideal and every democratic process would drive us further towards maximization of full choice.
No, it wouldn't,
of
because
all
democratic
people at
ideal
all
is different than the mechanism. The democratic ideal is different than the mechanism. You can,
but one drives the other.
You can use majority vote to take away democratic ideals. You're moving in the opposite direction democratically. This is. I'm not really sure how this is hard.
Yeah. That's correct. No, that's what we're saying.
A democratic
You
ideal
can
is fundamental
democratically
rights.
remove
A
things that are
democratic ideal
acceptable.
is fundamental rights and effective participation. If you are taking that away democratically, you are not being more. You're not achieving a democratic ideal. You are moving
Yeah, so
away from it with a
correct.
democratic process. Those are completely different things.
Ideally,
If
okay,
I may, real quickly,
ideally,
before you go there, Emma, hold on, before you go, Emma, just real quickly,
ideally,
I have to say something. Hold on,
Lord.
Emma, I just want to real quickly,
yeah,
just
okay,
because
sister.
I really need you to understand.
I know you like the sound of your voice.
I do. But
Likes the
you
sound
need
of
to
yours, too.
understand, not really, that this weird straw man that you keep making very much puts you in a weird box in my mind, thinking that you want this thing when you keep bringing it up like this. Please, like, either
Sure.
switch up your idea, switch up your thing, or
listen.
figure it out.
You
figure
are
something out.
sexually immoral to me. I don't give a fuck what you have to say when it comes to anything.
Yes, I am very moral.
Okay?
I am very moral.
Very
Yes, I am
immoral.
wonderful.
Very
want to
immoral.
eliminate him?
Okay. You're a degen anyway. It doesn't matter what you have to say. When I'm asking about these
I have
questions,
I have a monogamous relationship with a
I'm
woman. You think that's
trying-
immoral? Wow. Okay,
I'm
fine.
trying to
I'll go grab a
figure-
man. I'll go grab a man right
I
now.
don't
for you.
believe
You think
you.
that my relationship
I
is
don't
immoral?
believe
I'll
you,
go
but
grab
if
a
that's
man
what you
right now.
listen,
I'll go
I
grab a
might be
man
wrong.
right now, my dude.
I will-
If you
dude,
my relationship with my woman
I
is,
will
is
say
bad,
this.
I'll go grab a man
Yeah,
right now
sister,
just for you. Okay,
sister,
I'm
calm
bi
down,
and
calm
poly.
down.
I can do it.
Calm down, calm down, okay? Calm down. I will say
Right.
this: if you have,
Sorry, I had
if,
to.
I will say this: if you're not married, you're still sexually immoral anyway, and didn't. But
Are you more?
kudos to you if you have a no, I'm not, but I don't have a relationship. So I would recommend you. I will say,
Hitler was elected.
wait.
Hitler was elected to be a.
I
We'll
will
get-
say
we'll-
to
we'll
I will
get to
say to
this.
him, congratulations
moving
on your
towards a democratic
relationship. I'm
ideal.
glad for you, and I hope you have
But it was a democratic process.
you enjoy it a lot. When it comes to
Oh,
the
very much
question of
do.
why, yeah, when it comes to the question of why, I'm not asking this because I want it to happen. I don't care. Okay, the point is, if the
I don't
ideal
think about
is
it
to
like that.
include, if the ideal is to include as much people as possible and all of the viewpoints, then why ought in the idea of the ideal, why shouldn't we allow these people like the mad people? Why shouldn't we allow the people like the communists? Why shouldn't we allow these kind of
As
systems that are
possible when the
subversive
term-
towards?
So did you hear the
Why
term?
shouldn't-
So did you hear the term
Why sh-
that you even
Let me
self-stated
finish.
of?
Why shouldn't?
No, I already know
why-
you're bringing up the
let me
commies.
Yeah,
finish
you heard the
the
question. You heard the question, Amit. Let
I
him
heard the
answer.
question. I don't
Uh,
care about your commies. I don't care about
No,
your.
he hasn't. I'm
No,
I'm
you're
finishing the
about to.
question.
You are about to add a.
I am
adding in
finishing the
commies and
question.
stuff. You're
No,
about to
I'm
add
not
in
adding
commies stuff. I
comments and
don't
stuff. I'm just finishing the question. Okay,
You
why
can
shouldn't
finish it,
we?
reject
Finish it.
or adopt?
Somebody,
a
yeah,
policy.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What-
You know, you can
If we're talking about-
oppose.
if we are talking-
hold on,
what
Circa,
matters
hold on,
is if
Circa.
it's
If
presented
we
as-
are
Yeah,
talking,
everybody
hold on.
hang on.
oh my God,
Circa,
everybody
let
talk at the
Emmett
same
finish
time.
the whole
Okay,
thing.
All at
perfect.
once,
I'm trying to
please.
get- I'm trying to
We
get
love
you-
it when this happens.
Yeah, we love it. So
No,
why?
Emmett, I'm
why-
trying to get you to finish
if
your
we're
question.
talking about
please.
if we're talking about the
Emmett, please finish your
ideal, why
question.
shouldn't
Sorry.
I could if I fucking stop talking?
Sorry, there's a delay.
If we're
I
talking about
apologize.
that-
There was a delay on that one. I
You've had
apologize.
4
I
minutes.
Oh
apologize. Go ahead.
Lord. If we're
Go
talking about the ideal, okay, we're talking about the ideal, and this framework of diversity. Why shouldn't we allow all of the different diverse
It's not
points
an
that are
ideal.
subversive to
It's
the
not an
that are
ideal.
diverse?
I just
Hold on,
That
Circa.
are
Let him
diverse.
finish the full thing, and then you can do your thing.
It's very difficult for him, Razor. All right, so we
I know, but
understand.
just let him.
Razor,
That
just answer the
is-
question. Yep, just answer the question.
That
You know
is
where
su-
Emmett's going with this. Please,
that is
Razor, just go ahead and get it
subversive
out.
to democracy to be allowed in.
So there's a
Mhm.
couple of ways I can answer this. I'm going to try to answer both ways. The first way would be that you already have gotten an answer when the question is asked, when the statement is made of as many people as possible. The as possible there is very clear that we add as many viewpoints as we can that makes sense for our society to thrive. It's as possible
reject them.
to survive.
reject
You
them
can
still,
reject people. Yeah, you can reject people
Yes.
still without at all.
And then the
about
second
the
point.
effective
Yep, we got it.
participation.
Second point.
And the second point would be
That's fine if
Fuck,
you.
I had it.
That was the
and the
actual
sec-
answer.
And the
That's fine.
second point, yes, okay. And the second point is that you are somewhat bringing in this weird tolerance the tolerance paradox again. that I always see from
Yep. Now, and that's where I figured you were going to go. So now I'm going to jump in on Emmett's behalf and say he was clearly going to the most extreme and egregious example of something we universally condemn. So he could have said racism, he could have said murder, he could have said rape, he could have said any of these other different options of abysmal behavior. He went to the thing that we all universally agree is fucking like should be punishable by death, right? So that said, he gave the exception to try to prove like the one thing that we will not allow into our society. Are there not shades beyond where does the line actually get drawn? Was the point he was trying to make, I think.
Razor
correct?
The particular line where that line specifically gets drawn, and this is how I've always I've started saying it.
Well, let him get it out, and then he's getting out of the room, so you'll get to go next year.
I'll say my full thing, and then you can go. Sir.
Yeah, and then you're out.
There's a line that I remember from John Oliver on his last week tonight when people kept bringing up slippery slopes. People kept bringing all this things like where would it all end? Fucking somewhere. It will be the line will be there. It's not like this continuous thing of a slippery slope that will go on forever. There is a line that society will go for, and it will be for the betterment of humanity. So always picking these extremes like this to say no to democracy because you think that will allow in child touchers to be part of this part of our union as if they're accepted. That's dumb because we would have cut the line long before they got there.
And Emmett did acknowledge Emmett did acknowledge that
I felt like saying it like that.
Emmett did acknowledge that you gave the right answer of there are some ideas that are obviously going to be excluded.
We have laws against people.
I said based. I said based, okay, and I said very authoritarian of you, which I think is fine.
Yeah.
In fact, the laws and the application of the law is under an authority
against people who touch kids.
Yeah, the application of the law is authority,
correct,
right?
yes,
It will be authoritarian. So you need an authority to apply the law. You need an authority to apply the law.
So before I head out, let me go ahead and say one last thing. Before I head out, can I say one last thing?
Shoot.
While I am Knuff, you are also all Knuff. Love you all.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
Bye, sister.
I want to answer what you said, Horse, because the truth is that if we can think about fascism right now. Okay, fascist is something.
No, we can't. I don't know what the fuck fascism is.
Hang on, Emmett. Let's
I'm not sure about what fascism is.
No, I know he's going to give us an example. We'll get there. I promise. Let him get it out. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but when he says fascism, I don't know what he's talking about.
I know. In ultra nationalist authoritarian regime. Go ahead. Please continue.
Bring up the fucking definition of fascism.
Yep, I know. I answered it quickly. So where you were going?
Something that's universally agreed to be a bad thing. It's the same way that you're just describing there. But
I disagree.
I actually disagree.
Why not?
There are a lot of people who support fascism. There are still plenty of people who support fascism. You know that as well as I do.
It's responsible for 80 million people who died. 80 million.
Communism is the same thing.
Yes.
Communism is about 210 people, so 210 million.
I'm not going to sit here and defend communism.
I'm saying that it's not universally seen as bad, which is wrong.
What's your point, Circa? Yes, it was really, really bad, but there's still some people who think it's swell. What's your point?
Okay, so what you were talking about? What, child touchers? Is that what I'm hearing earlier?
He was talking about maps. That was the point that he was making.
Is this someone who has like a disposition?
It's a political move.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, it is the main. No.
So what are we talking about?
Well, so once again, the idea being that those people, the group of people who feel that way but haven't acted on it yet, he's saying, do we want to include them in a democratic vote? Do we want their ideas to be represented? And once again, Razor already engaged with the idea that no, there are obviously some ideas, some things that we're, as a society, not going to allow in.
Okay, this is ridiculous. I'm serious.
Yes.
Can you reduce an entire person down to this map?
Yeah, it's a political movement, just like the letter
you
people.
Can reduce down to this. Everything.
Just like the letter people. You know the letter people?
No, but in other words, if you're going to allow in any other group that any other non-mainstream group, should this group be also represented?
No,
is the point he's getting at.
democratic ideals do not include just every idea. That's not a thing. That's why you need to read what it is, I think, Emmett.
There are a lot
That
of
is the
people who think that
question.
Satanists are
can
as
reject
bad
that.
as maps. Right. There's plenty of people who think that Satanists are as bad as maps. And so
also,
for a
person who's
Satanist to
is
be in
not only a
office,
Satanist. They're not only a
sure.
Satanist.
However, it is oftentimes in our political, you even said it yourself in the debate, that in our democracy, it could very easily be a defining factor. That we are going, that like what a person, yes, we understand that does not completely summarize a person. However, it can be a thing that will rule that person out because it is a factor.
So we can do this with democratic ideals. I'm confused. Why are we even arguing about?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, you said one of the ideals of democracy is representation. Do you agree with that?
A fundamental right is like an ideal that
Idea.
democracy prescribes
Stop
a
adding
right.
words. You're talking about ideals. We're talking about
I'm literally
ideals.
defining
You're
it for you,
adding
bro.
words. No, you're not. I
How
need
does
to know the
representation
ideal.
play into democracy?
Shut up.
How does representation play
an ideal or
into?
not?
Yep, let him answer it this way.
Effective
How-
participation. That's what it is.
Effective participation, not representation.
It is. Everyone has like an opportunity to make their views or policy known to other people,
Including
That's a
including
democratic
map
ideal.
Democracy
people,
is
right?
not representative of
And
the
you
will
can
of the people.
reject that, Emmett. You can still reject it.
I'm asking if we. Okay, this is the question. The question is, should we allow them to present their ideas to be part of democracy?
No, if they're literally people who have the affinity to touch children, we can reject that, Emmett.
I'm
That's
not asking if whether
participating
it's accepted or not by the democracy. I'm asking if we should allow it to be in the political system as an idea put forth. Should I? Let's
just said
pretend
you
for a
can
second
reject
that
it.
I know a person that is a map.
But it
and
has
the
been
map
introduced
person
for
says
you to
that
be
they-
rejecting it.
Yeah, should be
Yeah.
allowed to be
Okay.
introduced.
Actually, yes, someone could literally try to do that,
Okay.
but you don't want to set the permission
Yes.
structure for everyone to get eliminated because a lot of people don't like a lot of things. You said it yourself, Horse. People don't like Satanists. Are we going to eliminate Satanists now? I said earlier, I thought you guys would understand it, but fascist, are we going to eliminate people who are part of fascist movements? Because we know that
That's
they're
what you-
responsible for 80 million people.
That's what
dead.
you want.
Castle has been sitting here super quiet. Castle, can you please try to bring some sense to this? Do you understand both sides of this argument? Can you pull this apart at all?
Kind of. I've been in and out. I think it's been really like boring and dumb, to be honest. Like, I don't care about maps and shit. It's like the dumbest shit we could be talking about. It has no
like I said,
effect
so
on
let's go to
democracy.
racism. Should we allow racism to be included, or should we allow racists to be represented in our politics?
Racism in particular is inherently against the idea of this of a democratic ideal, is it not? Fundamental rights are a part of that.
Fundamental rights are ideals?
Yes, every member of the demos has a right to communicate, has the right to have his vote counted equally with the votes of others, and then they have the right to participate on equal footing. That's democratic ideal. It's not about the processes, though. It's about a system of fundamental rights.
Yeah,
Racism
including the
just
people that
cannot
want to get
exist
rid of
there.
that ideal, right?
You can
Including the racists that want to
democratically
get rid of
a
that
democratic
ideal.
ideal. Yes, you're correct. But what would
Yeah,
you be
because-
doing, Emmett? What would you be doing?
Or bring Mida in.
Yeah, you will be
Yeah,
using the system to get rid of the system, right?
So you would be abandoning the democratic ideal.
Yeah, but it would be perfectly understandable during in the democratic ideal to do that. In fact, that would be the best way to do it.
You cannot control people. You're correct. People can democratically get rid of a democratic ideal, but you would not be keeping the democratic ideal. You would be moving away from it.
No, fuck the
Are you
democratic
fucking
idea. Why should I care about the democratic idea? Why should I
Alright,
care about
alright.
the democratic ideal?
So Mida jumped in. Mida wanted to get in a word. This is going to be our last guest of the night, for what it's worth. So Mida, what's your thoughts, man? Jump in. Give it some reason. Give it some sense.
Yeah, basically, I was largely in favor of the negative side in this case, but I felt like their argumentation wasn't exactly the strongest in a lot of regards for a lot of points.
Okay.
Like there was a couple points that I've heard Circa argue before that I feel like would have been very strong in this argument, but that he didn't use.
Such as?
Trying not to overcomplicate it a little.
Yeah, so one of the biggest ones is
Which ones in particular?
you used an argument in your debate with Andrew Wilson where you were talking about the implementation of like theocratic systems. And like I feel like this would have been the perfect place to use this line of argumentation because you had three opponents that were all arguing for two different types of theocratic system and a third monarchistic system.
My thing went mute. I couldn't hear you, so I'm sorry. I have to start over from when I asked you.
Oh yeah. So when you were in your debate against Andrew Wilson, you argued against a theocratic system. This would have been the perfect place to use that exact line of argumentation because you had two opponents that were arguing for a theocratic system and one that was advocating for a monarchistic system. And like when you and on top of that, there's also not a heavy overlap in the argumentations that were being made by opposition. So I feel like this would have been easy to like inject incoherency. Well, like I feel like you, Castle, and Kay were trying to bolster your line of argumentation. I feel like the opposition was basically trying to argue from three different positions, and I think that kind of
you remember
took
my
away
class
from.
Six was first. It was early.
Yeah, I know, and that's the unfortunate
I
part.
didn't really get his positions yet. I did get a little. Steelborne was really good with his opening. Right, he actually hid. He didn't give off that he wanted a monarchy until later. But I do understand what you're saying. So I kind of had to work off of what he said. And he actually did a good job with his opening in that regard. He knew he shouldn't have put his cards out early.
Well, yeah, because it was detrimental to his team to advocate for a different position than what they hold. And that, but like the problem is advocating for a theocratic structure is also like in this specific case, it doesn't solve any of the problems that were being proposed.
I
don't. Yeah, I did.
Circa did say that all of those things exist in the other systems as well.
Yeah, but I feel like this is something that should be.
Indeed.
What were you going to say, Emmett?
I don't think we are doing a theocratic system. Theocracy would be the priest rule. But I don't know. Like they use words that I don't even know if they know their meaning of. So that's fine.
Yeah. Did anybody did anybody suggest a theocratic? Like we heard monarchies, but
yeah,
and I guess if a king is sanctioned by God, is that not a form of theocracy?
No, because
it is.
No.
The king is the church.
No, the king is not the church.
Does the king have to follow the rule of the church?
What are you talking about? The king is imbued by the church, and it's the church is the. No, it isn't. Tom, listen to the explanation. Okay. The priests are not the ones that are doing the ruling. It will be the king. The king is blessed by the church. Okay, and it is supposed to hold himself accountable when it comes to the morals, to the idea of the church. But it's not part of he doesn't have like some kind of direct line with God. He's not claiming to be divine. It's doing it through the authority that was given to him, but it's not the church and it's not acting as the church. The church is a different institution altogether.
Okay, so if the church is a different institution and a different entity than the acting ruler or the person who is leading over this country, would you say that somewhere like Iran is a theocracy then?
I don't know the actual structure of Iran. I think I don't know the actual structure. I don't know how they work.
In the Iranian structure, they have imams, which are appointed by the state, who are backed up by the church to uphold law that is based upon the Quran.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the president or the imam or whatever it will be the one that is doing the institution.
Okay,
like unless he's saying that he is the church. The moment that he says the church belongs to me and I am the church, that will be the moment that he would be the theocrat, because that it would be that he ruling as God.
So though this is the problem though. The disconnect here is that what you're referring to is what is called a representative theocracy, where there is someone that is appointed to uphold canonical law under a religion versus having somebody who is a part of the institution who upholds the religion. A theocracy is somebody who has a church that they use as an institution in the state of governance, whereas a A
Okay.
representative theocracy is someone who is appointed to uphold law on behalf of the church.
Canonical law is not for the layman. Okay.
I understand
So
that.
when
I'm
you
not a
talk,
layman.
it depends. Exactly, you are a layman.
I'm not,
The
just to be
point.
clear.
You are a layman. Okay, you're not part of the.
Sure, in
You're
what
not a
regard?
priest.
Do I need to be
Anyway,
a priest to be
the
not
point.
a layman?
Yes.
So if I took theology in college, that means that I'm still a layman.
Yes.
Okay, so the qualification for you is just being a priest. What if I'm an imam under the Islamic law?
Yes. So it means that you are under the law of the church because you are part of the church in that sense. You are a priest. When it comes to the layman, the canonical law is not applied to them. So that is the point that I'm making. It's that you cannot say, "Oh, the king is applying canonical law." No, the canonical law doesn't apply to the layman. Canonical law is to the church and the people that are inside of the church. The law that is upheld by it can be different senses. It can become directly from the king. The law is a completely different kind of institution. They're not there to uphold canonical law. In fact, if you the canons comes with how you ought to act in accordance to the church.
Yes, but even priests in this case are in violation of canonical law. So if they aren't upheld to that standard, then why ought laymen not be held to that
Yes.
same standard? Even in the churches, that
Because
we
they
have
have
things like
different standards. They're different. The layman is not part. The layman is part of the church in a different sense than a priest. The
Yes, I
responsibility
agree.
and what they ought to do is completely different.
I agree with you. Then why, in this specific circumstance, are people like bishops and cardinals are not upholding canonical law?
They are. That it's
They are
for
not.
them. How do you know that? What are we talking about exactly?
Yeah, sure. I can give you tons of examples of this. Are you familiar with the Ethiopian Orthodoxy? What about the Assyrian Orthodoxy?
What about it?
Okay. Well, clearly you don't know about it.
Okay, it's like
So
Okay,
I'll explain to you.
okay,
why they're not upholding canonical law. I guess I have to walk you down your own religion's path.
Yeah,
so I'll go ahead and do it.
Yeah,
for
I
you with the
understand. I
catechism.
get
I'm
it.
sorry.
Yeah,
So
I
when
understand.
the
I
Ethiopian
understand
and
what
the
you're talking
Assyrian
about.
churches left the
No,
ecumenical
before we
councils at
move
the Third
forward, I have
Ecumenical
a
Council
couple
over
of questions
disputes
to
over
you.
what is canonical holy
Yeah.
law. They had
Do
problems
you
with
know
how
about
the
the
other
Sisters of
churches were
Battle?
practicing. Yes.
Yeah, do you know about the Sisters of Battle? Yeah. Do you know about the
Yes.
Tyranids? Okay.
The Tyrannid. Wait, the Tyranids. Okay, that's Warhammer 40K.
Yeah. Do you know about the Sisters of Battle and do you know about the Tyranids? Okay, but
Yes, I'm familiar with that, but I'm not
Okay.
talking about 40K.
Perfect.
I'm talking about your religion.
Awesome. I'm so glad that you are aware of them. Good job. That's exactly your question. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What
Yeah,
do
I'm
you want to
talking about
actually
your
ask me a
religion. You're-
question about it?
Okay, so what I'm talking about is I'm specifically talking about the Orthodox Church and the Orthodoxy and violations of the canonical law that cause schisms and fractures within those churches. This is something that
And what happened with the church that was considered to be a schismatic?
they still operate. They're just operating under different what you would call denominations. Like as of recently,
I
I'm
wouldn't
sure,
call them. I'm not a denominational guy, so I don't believe in denominations. What happened to the church that got away from the church? The one that was a schismatic. What happened to it in accordance to the church? It was
in this case nothing, because they didn't have the necessary authority to enforce any actions against them. This is like the most recent
action
one.
The action is called them heretical, and they were removed from they were removed in the way that we do the Eucharist. They're no longer in communion. That is the action that was taken.
But they
And
are
it's
still
part of canonical
operating
law.
They are still operating independently of the
It
established
doesn't matter if they're
churches.
it
The
doesn't
same thing
matter if they
happened with
operate or
Russia.
not.
During the
cults
Seventh
can happen.
Ecumenical. Okay, so would you call everything that exists outside of the standard, what you consider the standard for the church, a cult?
In general, I would, yeah, but it's not necessarily.
You would say like
there is a
things
difference.
like Mormonism, Islam are all cults.
Yeah, they work like cults. Okay, they're not part of the church.
Do you
That's
not
what I
know
would
what the
say.
definition of a cult is?
They're not part of the church. They're not in communion. That's what it means. That's what I'm talking about.
No, they're still in communion. They just established different communion in the same
No,
way that
they
the
are not in
Protestants
communion.
did, independent of the Catholics when the original schism happened with
Okay,
Christianity.
what do you think communion is?
Communion is just established law under, or a series of established laws under a church and how they operate.
No. Communion means partaking within the energies of God. That's what it means. Okay, so what
And
is
how do
what
they
we're
do that?
saying? When you are not in communion, is you're not actually partaking within the energies of God because you are not part of the church, which is the institution set up by God and the incarnation, where you can find the incarnation. So
Yeah,
this
and
is
they do that.
completely different.
They do that through ecumenical law, or sorry, they do that through holy law that is established by
No.
ecumenical councils and through the Eucharist, right?
They do that through the authority of the church, okay, and then there
And
can
what
be
happens when the church
ecumenical
has no
councils, and they can
authority?
be canon. It doesn't. The authority is the church put them away from it. That is the authority of the church. You are no longer in communion. That
Yeah,
is
and in
what
this
happened.
specific circumstance, they just established their own communion, which again, during the Seventh Ecumenical Council, the most recent one, Russia was kicked out of, and the Russian Orthodoxy now operates with the Ethiopian, Assyrian, and other orthodoxies that divided as a result of the fact that they disagreed over the canonical law within the Orthodox. So as
Okay,
of right
Get
now,
here from
the most
democracy.
I'm completely. I
And this is the
understand that you
blast.
don't know this.
Understand, but I got to ask. Please tie this back to the prompt.
authority
just-
structures and how
somehow.
they're enforced.
I'm just gonna
Gotcha,
let you
okay.
know this, okay? The Seventh Ecumenical Council is also known as the Second Council of Nicaea. It's in 787 AD, and it was convoked by the Byzantine Empress Irene. So I'm not entirely
where?
sure that you understand.
Oh, sorry, the Ninth Ecumenical.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure that we're talking about the same thing. When it comes to the church, if you read the councils, for example, or Council of Chalcedon, in the councils, the church doesn't have. It's not going to use the violence or the authority of a state to enforce it. What they're doing is they're saying this group of people are in wrong belief and they're no longer part of the church. That is what they're talking about. They're not going to go ahead and just enforce whatever. They just take away the capacity for them to partake within the energies. That is the point of the authority of the church. And what they're saying and what we say is, hey, people who are outside of it, we recommend you and command you to come to the house of God so that you can actually partake with it. Okay, that is the difference. When it comes to the king has the authority to use force to enforce law, but it's not the same law. It's not there's not canonical law. We're talking about mundane law for the layman.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, in the same circumstances in which you have enforcement methods that happen within the church for the holy law, the same people who are appointed leaders under a completely independent system of religion can still uphold a theocratic system while not appealing directly to the canonical law of the system. It can have the exact same core tenets, the same principles, and appeal to the exact same frameworks without actually invoking holy law. How can they not?
No, they cannot. No, because they're being schismatic. Because they're in heresy. If they have the same values, they wouldn't be in heresy. They would be part of the church.
So, in this specific circumstance, you don't think that there can be a representation or application of holy law without a theocracy?
I'm telling you that in the worldview that I
question.
hold, I don't understand your question. It's not a question for me. It's like the theocracy that you're talking about would be the priest ruling, and they would be enforcing through the force, in accordance to the church, the rule of whatever they think is correct. But it cannot be done through the way that I look at the church. Okay.
Wait, no,
Because
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because whatever they think is correct is how churches work to begin with.
No.
Yes.
Because you have a misunderstanding of what the church is.
No, churches have a misunderstanding of what churches are fundamentally. This is why you argue that certain churches are cult and certain are not.
Fine. Do you wanna go? If you wanna go into what is good and what is evil, we can go there. But
I'm gonna ask no. I'm gonna say please no.
But that is
on behalf of the chatters.
Well, no, because my argument is this all exists in arbitration, and it requires
no,
a
it
level.
Doesn't.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
That is the point that I'm talking about. It doesn't exist just arbitrarily. If it were to exist only arbitrarily, I'd be with you. I would be saying, hey, you know what? None of the church is correct. In fact, all of the churches.
I never made the claim that none of the churches are correct, though. This is a straw man of my argumentation.
I'm not. Well, which one is either all of them are correct, it's in accordance to their preference, or there is one that is in accordance to the preference of God. There's no third position here.
Well, sure. Let's assume that I'm a Unitarian and I believe that there are structures that exist under all different religious laws that are in some capacity reflecting that of the Word of God. How do you disprove that?
That the Word of God has been revealed directly, and that the revelation has told you to join a specific church, and that would be that would be what the church, that would be about what God wants out of you. If it was just you ought do whatever you prefer, then the problem is that we lose actual access to ethics. That there's no way to get to the ethics. Anything that I prefer at the end of the day would be dependent upon whether or not I have the power to enforce it, and that would be the good. It's my preference.
Yeah, and see, this is where we get back into the power of enforcement that I was talking about before. When we use a representative structure and not a direct structure, you can still have a theocratic system in which uses the morals and standards of an underlying religious system or religious framework while simultaneously not invoking that religious system as the primary cause for its structure.
So I feel like we need to actually have a prompt where theocracy does not work. That's going to be the next debate.
Well,
I think
it never
that's
has worked, just to be clear. It's not even a prompt, it's just a statement.
Well, nothing has worked if that is the case, because democracy hasn't worked either. Okay, it's a fluxing state of change in which we are anyway.
Well, no, because
so
just to be clear, why
like,
would we use this as a prompt if you already understand that there is no established theocratic system in our world? If you reject that as a fundamental framework, then it can't work. It's purely hypothetical.
I think there is. In fact, I believe that every single system that exists has it necessarily has to have a presupposition of something that is higher than yourself, thus some kind of...
That is literally my argument that you rejected. You said that it has to be run by the churches or the priests to be a theocratic system. I argued a representative theocracy can be someone who is appointed and upholds the views of the church without directly invoking them, and you just made that exact argument in opposition to me after rejecting it.
I'm saying every single one, so it can be people that do not even have like the idea of the church that would still be calling up on some kind of representation of something divine.
I actually made this argument earlier, and you rejected it.
Yeah, I know that you're talking about the representation. I was talking about the why is it that, because we're talking a little bit past each other, and I can even say I might have been wrong. I apologize if that's the case. You were talking about why is it that in my system the king wouldn't be a theocracy, and I was telling you that the difference.
The king to theocracy link was how we got there. Yeah,
what I was saying directly is the king is doing the law for the layman, and they have the position of power. And you mentioned canonical law, which is why I mentioned that the church cannot do it directly, because the church has no enforcement other than taking them away from the church. If there is a church here that starts partaking in heresy, the church will admonish it, and if it doesn't heed them, they will not go and bomb them. What they would do is they would take them away from communion. So yes, the point is, yes, there is a possibility that the king would be, using his will in accordance to the church and partaking or representing the church as part of what he's doing with the layman law. But that doesn't. It's not the church itself setting the rules for the king. That's what I was talking about.
I agreed to this previously. I said that there can be a king that is ordained. I didn't use the specific word ordained, but you can have a king that is ordained by the church that upholds specifically holy law or canonical holy law, and they use the government or the governing system that they are under as the enforcement method for that, independent of the church.
Yeah, this is the only problem that
theocracy.
Okay, this is the only problem that I have with it. Okay, when you're talking about canonical law in the way that its law works in the church, the canonical law is for the church. It's not for the layman. So you cannot apply the canonical law to the everyday citizen. That's what we're having a disconnect. I'm not saying that they cannot use the ideas from the church to create the rules. For example, do not steal, do not murder. That kind of thing is perfectly understandable, but the actual canon, when it comes to the law for the church, cannot be applied to the layman.
Yes, and I'm not arguing that the canonical law is established by the Eucharist has to be applied to the layman. I'm arguing that the canonical law that is enforced to the person who was ordained can rule over the layman with the established law for the layman. This would be indirectly, and that's why I referred to it as a representative theocracy, enforcement of the church and the church's will upon the people. It wouldn't be a direct theocracy in the same way that you would argue that the United States is not a direct democracy. It is a representative democracy. A representative theocracy would be the same way.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm sorry, because I could listen to y'all all night, and we have. But I was curious, Maida, do you have any thoughts or feedback to Abe or Castle? They're sitting there just politely listening. Just curious, do you have any thoughts or feedback for either of them?
Oh, yeah. My feedback for Castle would have been stop taking the bait. There were a couple bait arguments that got thrown out there by Steelborne that were sort of hand waving one of the arguments that you were making, and he instantly put you on the defensive, requiring you to defend a position that he didn't originally hold, which I thought was like it was like a sort of negative that I stumbled upon. And Abe, I'm going to be real, dude. I actually fell asleep in the last part of the debate for like 35 minutes. I missed a lot of your stuff, but I don't know. I would have to know your position on how a theocratic or a monarchistic system would like solve some of the problems that you argued the democracy falls for.
I don't believe Abe was pro-monarchy.
Yeah, I didn't impute a governmental system, mostly because I think that it is true that some of the issues are going to persist regardless of whatever political system you enact, right? There is a level of personal responsibility that I think every individual requires for any system to be successful in its administration. And I think anyone where we start to fall apart because there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of care for the system that you are within, I think it's going to drive it towards failure. And we've seen failure of every political system all throughout human history because of it.
So sure, my argument would be then, based on that statement, if you're arguing that a democratic system leads to the failures of itself, probably I would assume through like political pluralism and division, what is the alternative that you propose that solves that?
I don't have a proposition other than either everyone has a standardized education so that they understand the system they're within and make better educated decisions within that system, or we move to one that is stable and they don't have to do so.
Okay, I actually fundamentally agree with this position. I actually am someone who is pro-democracy only when we have an educated base who are capable of enacting their will onto the political system and representing the best interests of the people, or we start restricting the voting rights of people who are actively detrimental to the system itself. But the problem is, this is still an advocacy for democracy.
Just limited democracy.
Exactly. It's a representative democracy, not a direct democracy.
Maida, do you remember which bait I took? I was just wondering if that was during the cross, because during the cross exams, I guess I could change it up, but during cross, I usually let the person ask and then try to be as succinct as possible. So it's possible he threw a bunch of stuff. I mean, I'm trying to remember myself. He threw a bunch of stuff out there, and I was just trying to answer the best I could without realizing it had, whether it was relevant or not. I mean, I'm just trying to remember what he said.
It was phenomenally done by Steelborne. I don't actually represent. I don't actually hold the position that he took, but the rhetoric that he used was phenomenal in the way he did it. Where he talked about how you didn't have to be a citizen of the United States to be able to vote in the United States. You pushed back against that, saying that that was false, and then he adhered to the standard of which is required for certain states for voting, saying that in some cases they might allow people who are not citizens of that state to vote. However, the point of that is that there are no states that don't allow people who aren't citizens to vote. The sanctuary states allow people to go through a naturalization process alarmingly quickly, might I add, to be able to participate in elections at the state government or the state municipal or federal level, which is something that you could have argued against, but was something that he used as a steel man of his previous argument for how there are certain people who ought not be able to vote. So I just that was a sort of line of argumentation that he forced you down through extremely, extremely sharp rhetoric, which just had no basis in his original statement.
And Michael was shouting at you in the chat as soon as he started asking about what it requires to vote, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, based on his critique, I could see why, but think I remember when he did bring it up, I went and told him the states, because I know in New York City, like you can vote for mayor if you're a permanent resident, but not necessarily a citizen. But the pushback to his point there was that it doesn't matter. I mean, federally, it doesn't matter. And then state-wise, obviously, you can't have somebody who's an illegal immigrant or somebody who's not a citizen vote. So I don't know how that's subverting democracy or affecting our democracy. It was kind of an irrelevant point that I thought I pushed back on. I definitely explained the nuances, but I didn't think I saw how it was relevant to
Castle. That
to
would
the
be
point.
that would be a direct subversion of federal, because any representation that is then voted for in the state is going to move to the federal, is going to be on the behalf of that state.
Well, just
Wait,
to
what are
be
you talking
clear,
about? If you vote for mayor, that's not affecting the state
Well,
legislature.
you could vote for the representatives like the senators in your local elections that represent through the electoral college. But the problem that I have with Abe's argument here is that you could just argue that the electoral college offsets almost a quarter of the total, or sorry, a third of the total voters in the United States by just existing. So it's a system where the representation doesn't necessarily get affected by a larger sum of people voting for those senators when those senators can vote independent of their constituents anyways. So like in the electoral college, there are 2 senators per state. We have 50 states, which means we have a total of 100 senators. We only require a little over half the vote to win, which may like the electoral college and just the senators alone for acting as delegates on behalf of their constituents will offset naturally 100 million people.
Okay.
I just don't know who's allowing non-citizens to vote for state senators. I don't think that's legal anywhere.
I've seen an expose on where they actually went into a state house to see what was happening there, and there wasn't any required license or any kind of paperwork in order to vote within the local. I'm not sure if federal, but in places like Wisconsin and others, when they were directly asked questions of what it takes to vote, they said that there is if you can provide an address that you may live at, then you will have the ability to vote within. And it's crazy. I would have to bring it back up and go through it again, but basically it was.
Yeah, if you have a source on that, I didn't share it in the chat.
I was just like, holy crap, that's really ridiculous. If you don't have to present any social security, you don't have to present any ID for the state. You just have to come in and have some address that you live at, and then you can take part. I'll look for the link though.
All right, so real quick,
I just have one last question.
Yep, go ahead, 'cause it turns out we got one more person. We do have one more person who wants to come in real quick before we call it. So go ahead. What was your
yeah? When it comes to, for example, when it comes to the canonical law, just to be sure, do you think the king in this case should have the capacity to call church heretical?
Yes, because I don't think that I think that if a church doesn't have an authority figure to be able to balance out any pressure against it, then I believe that the will of others, especially other religions or religious structures that act against it, are just creating a position where they can't actually defend themselves. So,
I mean, the layman can have the capacity to get rid of those kind of people. But what I'm saying is in the way that we look, that's what I was talking about, the canonical. The king doesn't have the capacity to call anyone heretical. They have the capacity to attach himself to the law of the layman so that he can take care of whatever is that the general population are doing. And the church is taking the account of the canonical law, which is they're the ones who are saying these people are heretical, these kind of beliefs are not allowed, these kind of ideas in the church are. And this is because the church fathers cannot be in positions of government. They just can't. It's not allowed when it comes to the different councils. So that's all I was trying to say when it comes to the belief system. That doesn't mean that it cannot be done in other belief systems, right? It can be perfectly understandable that the president of Iran or whatever it is, he can go on and just say for the church that whoever is going to be heretical. But it's a different set of beliefs completely.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in now. Again, like I said, I was gonna call it up after Maida, but Maida, I appreciate you as always, man. Definitely appreciate the feedback and the critique there. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting you. We've got a debate with Maida and Vigilante next week, so I can definitely looking
With
forward
an
to actually
asterisk
seeing
next
that
to it because there might be a different opponent than me. I might not have time for it, unfortunately.
happen. Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Spoilers.
Yep. Cool. All right, man.
Others.
Have a great night.
Take care.
All right, so last one, and again, as I said, we're gonna keep this one relatively succinct.
Wait.
But
This is the
Yes.
person that did TOS the other day, right?
I do not know. I'm gonna ask Samantha. Please do not.
Oh, it
do
is Samantha.
TOS.
Yeah, I'm gone. Have a good one, though. I cannot be with this
You can
person on the
run.
same stream.
All right, cheers. Appreciate you, Emmet. So yeah, again, we'll ask you to please keep it TOS. But what's on your mind? What were your thoughts? I saw you said something
Oh
in
no!
chat.
Oh
And welcome.
yeah. No, I was talking about like there are some states that allow exemptions for non-citizens to vote in local elections, but it's like limited positions. It can't be like not like the mayor and stuff like that, but like school board, council members, stuff like that. But it's still they cannot vote in federal anything. However, I did want to say that democracy could work if a majority of the population wasn't fucking retarded. Right. But there's a point where you have to kind of be like, hey, sometimes the people don't know what's best for themselves. Right. This is why America is a bunch of disgusting fat fucks in comparison to a lot of other countries, because they're gluttonous, fucking retarded shitbags that are retarded. And so sometimes you need a more authoritative stance to kind of like force the population to do what's best for themselves, since obviously they, like when left to their own devices, will just watch what happens if we were to just take everything off the Schedule 1 list for drugs, right? How many ODs are you going to see within the first couple of months, right? You have a bunch of retarded people going to just go ape shit. So yes,
And wouldn't it plateau pretty quickly?
It wouldn't
like
be
you said,
plateau.
you'd see
Like
a whole
the
bunch of
retards.
ODs at first.
It's not plateau, right? It's called natural selection.
Yeah,
so these
yeah,
people
fair.
would OD. Yeah. So that's
And
totally
then
fine.
and then those ones would be out of the breeding pool. So why would you not support that?
Because it's fucking not good. So that's not what's best for the population, right? You don't want your population to die off. That's not good, right? You're losing a
Well,
workforce.
by
You're
your
losing people that are
estimation, it
contributing.
was the bad ones, right? The ones we don't want or you don't want in society, right? Do you think people should be protected from themselves?
Retarded doesn't necessarily mean bad, right?
Sure. Do you believe that people should be protected from themselves?
In a lot of cases, yes.
Fair enough.
Right. This is why.
So
this is why you have to
counter
go through-
Darwinian, basically.
This is why to carry a CCW, you have to go through a class, right? You have to go through a CCW.
Well, that's to
course.
save me from you, not to save
No.
you from
It's
you.
it's
You know what I mean?
also to make sure that you know how to carrying a firearm on yourself can be unsafe if you don't know what the fuck you're doing with it.
Sure. Yeah. No, fair. You can hurt yourself as well, but I would
Mm-hmm.
think that the primary, like, you're allowed to open carry on private property.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if you're at your own home, you can fucking carry it anywhere you want. So we're less concerned about you protecting yourself from yourself. We're giving you the CCW to make sure that you don't fuck us up.
When you're on your
right?
private property, if you're wearing it open carry and something goes off, the amount of people around you that can also be harmed by you accidentally shooting
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
is less. Right. So there's a reason we don't let people purchase fucking explosives, even for, to use on the private property, right?
Except for the 4th of July.
I'm talking actual explosives, not toy explosives.
I know.
We do a lot of measures to protect people from themselves. And we had a whole fucking lockdown and a vaccine mandate, right? Because apparently the people didn't know what's best for themselves. It turned out to be like a bunch of like weird bullshit and lies, but whatever. Right. So we are fine with being authoritative in some cases, but not the others. And I think a lot of times we need to be more authoritative, and democracy isn't always good.
Fair enough.
Especially
Now,
direct
so let me
democracy.
ask you this. What if we had a higher standard for the democracy? Which is to say that what if we had people had to pass a test? Let's say the citizen. I've proposed this before. I've had a lot of people push back on me and tell me that I'm the devil for suggesting it. But what if, in order to be able to vote in the United States, you had to pass the same test that a citizen has, or a naturalized citizen has to?
Sure, and throw an IQ test with that.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess, but I mean, if you understand how the system works, I don't necessarily like. I guess an IQ test, as long as it's a really, really low bar.
But this
because
whole,
we don't
this
want to
whole-
punish people for
this
being
whole
dumb.
citizen test, right? Anybody, we're seeing this with our population of youth right now. Anybody can fucking memorize stuff that's going to be asked on a test and then forget it 20 minutes later. You know, this is why our, you know, the younger generations are fucking illiterate, fucking retarded douchebags, right?
But once again, we have a really low bar, but we still have some bar. We have some bar.
I don't want a low bar. I want a higher bar. I want to restrict a lot of people from voting because I think they're not qualified cognitively to be able to understand what the fuck they're voting for.
So what if we tried to educate them better? What if we helped them to understand?
Okay, how are we going to educate them when the education system in America is also totally fucked and retarded? Like you're having retards teach the fucking retards.
Okay, let me try a different way. What if there was a direct understanding vote? Because obviously we don't generally vote for very many like ballot initiatives, right? We generally vote for elected officials who then make the decisions. We have a representative.
Yes, but why do people pick those representatives, right? Because
they're charming and pretty.
No,
Yeah.
because they hear about issues, right? So with the amount of population that still thinks AR-15 stands for assault rifle, right? The AR and AR-15 stands for assault rifle. I don't want these people voting on anything that has to do with a person who wants to do gun legislation because they're too fucking retarded to understand basic premise of what they're fucking voting for, right?
So what if you at the ballot box have to answer a simple 5-question summary or quiz about the subject matter to make sure that you at least have a rudimentary understanding? And if you don't pass that little 5 question, then sorry, buddy, you don't get to vote. Like this way, it's not IQ based. This way, it's not even civics based. It's a basic fundamental understanding of what you're voting on. And huzzah. Because again, the average person is not going to be as balls deep in fucking politics as everybody in this room is, right?
Okay, but at the same time, if they're not that deep,
ignored.
if they're not that deep in understanding what they're voting for, why are they fucking voting? You know, I don't give you medical advice if I haven't gone to fucking medical school. It's not going to be very good advice, would it?
Then you're the rarity, my friend, because most people do. Most people, if I say I've got a headache, is it allergies? It's probably allergies.
That's my problem. This is where we have a problem with the standards. I don't like when people diagnose themselves with mental conditions or disorders, right? And they don't go get a doctor and they think they have this. They're going to self-medicate with some shit they bought off the internet in fucking Thailand. Guess what? No, fuck that. You're not a medical professional. You don't get to do this. Guess what? If you're too retarded to understand what you're voting for, you don't get to fucking vote. Get fucked. Kick rocks.
Or you suffer the consequences for the bad choices, and hopefully you do better next time.
No, but the thing is,
I'm kind of a big fan of letting
they're
people
not
suffer
suffering
the
consequences for the bad choices, right? Other people are suffering the consequences. All they did was vote for the wrong person. They're going to go around with their low fucking wage cuck job, doing fucking nothing, getting fucking taxed more and more, and then blame it on whatever else. Not take accountability that I voted for something fucking retarded. I contributed to the fucking problem. They're going to blame it on something else because this is what these fucking people do.
We have actually seen in polling a significant number of people who have moved away from the MAGA saying, "Oh shit, I guess I kind of did this." Like all of the bad things, the things that they don't agree with.
If you think of percentage wise of the population of conservatives, right? What is what would that be percentage wise? Less than 1% that have come forward and be like, "Yeah, I fucked up."
I think it's probably in about the 10%. If we're being honest,
10% publicly made statements that they fucked up.
I mean, again, if you walked up to them and asked them, I'm saying based on interviews that I've seen, I'm talking based on so there were a couple of town halls that Bernie Sanders did, like in, I think it was West Virginia.
When you
were really high,
half of the U.S. voting population vote conservative, which is how many millions of people?
And he is now down to a 35% support rate. So that tells you that about 20% has fallen off.
Sure. Yes. And that only popped off. That didn't pop off because of Epstein. Nobody gives a shit about fucking kitty.
No.
That's
it's because they have to pay
right?
too much for gas.
It's Iran, right?
Sure.
The second he can fix the Iran situation, guess what? His numbers are going to go back up. That just is what it is. Because they're going to they're going to say he's conserving, he's protecting traditional family values and all this other fucking shit he's not fucking doing. But that's what they're going to go back to saying.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't need to care about his numbers. He can't run again. So he's
right. Yeah.
Honestly, he's already said to people, he's like, I really don't even care about.
I don't care about him. I don't care about him caring about his numbers. Yeah. Right? It's about the population being in approval or not. It's not about him. It's about the retards we're talking about. So when people are saying 10% of them, 10% of millions and millions of people that voted for this, right, are saying they fucked up. I don't believe it's fucking 10%. And I don't
even if it's 10% or less or whatever, like I do agree, we do this every 4 years where people say I made a mistake and then they make another mistake every 4 years. So it does get a little bit old.
You know what? I've never
sounds like you're against democracy, Castle.
No, but I voted for Bush twice, and not once did I go, I made a mistake. I sat there in Iraq and Afghanistan. Not once did I say I made a mistake.
I'm sorry, which Bush?
The good one.
Your GW?
Not the old guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, tell them guys the laundry on their head. It's laundry day.
Yeah.
And we're bringing the
What were you going to say, Gus?
Not H. Bush. You're talking about George W. Bush.
Yes, I voted for him twice. I'm old. I'm not.
I mean, the first time I maybe get, but the
hey, buddy. Easy.
But one of the things about the standards that you're talking about, Samantha, was just like, how do you determine what that's going to be? Because there are smart people who, I know doctors who don't know shit about shit.
If you were going to ask me about policy, if you're going to ask me, a lot of the people that I talk to, and to be fair, a lot of people in where I live, okay? Unfortunately, I live in fucking San Francisco, California. I can pick up a bunch of people off the street, ask them about a policy from a left-wing person. They're going to be able to tell me what that policy is and how it applies. Unironically, I hate these fucking dirty commie socialist little fucks, but they're read into what they're fucking voting for. They're aware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's how that was actually the thing I was pushing against
Emmet.
Emmet.
I wanted to vote for Bernie. He said they'd be like, I voted for Bernie, and I wanted Bernie to go because blank, 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 and they're dead on the money with exactly the shit that came out of Bernie's.
They actually understand
and how it would apply. Not even how Bernie said it would apply. How it actually apply in the real world. You know, when I talk to my friends,
if you applied standardized testing, I'm pretty sure that would just lead to liberal rule for forever. Because if you look at who's college educated, who has graduated from a master's program, doctoral program, I mean, these are the people that are voting for the Bernies and the socialists of the world these days. You can see the bifurcation in how people voted for Trump.
Well,
it was working class people,
the most richest people, the biggest corporations, the big money, the most
the most capitalists, but they're outnumbered.
Yeah. Oh,
and you're right. Liberals would take over. But is that a flaw or a feature?
If liberals started to push, right? How many of these people that say they're center or center left, right? These big CEOs, once you start fucking with their money, they're not going to be on the side of liberals. Guarantee you.
Look at the Clintons.
100%. You start pocket checking these people.
It depends how far you push them. I agree, though.
Yep. Yeah, no, the billionaires are always going to side with the billionaires. The parties are just for the people.
If AOC were to take office, I guarantee you everybody's fucking moving their corporations to Mexico, fucking Canada, fucking Europe, fucking wherever. I did the same shit.
Yep. And those businesses should not be allowed to do business here in the United States after they do that.
That's actually detrimental to the benefit of the United States. That's more isolationist.
I understand.
So,
but it's well, that's the thing. Yeah, I am actually an isolationist when it comes to our economy. I think that we should worry about our own affairs first, and then maybe we can trade with other countries later. And I understand that there would be a lot of discomfort for a while.
So are you okay with our trade with China?
But no, I'd rather if we didn't actually.
So everything that you're streaming on right now, which is primarily made out of Chinese,
is made there, and I wish that it wasn't. And immediately following us implementing that separation, there would probably be about a 10 to 20 year period where I wouldn't be able to stream. But I think it would be a net positive for our nation to get back to an independence.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a net positive, right? Because the amount of money you would have to pay for the same product that's made here versus what we can pay for it there. Most Americans wouldn't have access.
In the long run, it would balance out. For about 10 to 20 years.
It wouldn't balance.
It would balance out.
It would
people would start making more within because the people who are making would start to make more for making the thing.
Say Foxconn's here, you're working in a factory. How much money do you expect to get paid per hour working at Foxconn?
That depends on how much it costs for me to buy. It depends on how much it costs me to buy the products Foxconn makes.
Lunch times. You want your fucking.
I reiterate, it depends on how much I. It depends on how much I have to spend.
How much they're going to pay the
to get the products that Foxconn
about $1.75 a day.
Folks,
I understand that, and I do not think that that's ethical. You know what,
Thank you
Abe?
for the
Yeah, no,
phone.
we're literally 3 minutes left on the clock. Abe, I appreciate the hell out of you, man. Great job tonight, and I look forward to seeing you again. So
Yep. I'll be back,
I
I'm
will.
sure.
I will put your I'll put your links in the VOD once it's all edited. Nobody's actually listening to anymore. So have a great
All
night.
right. You as well. Be well. I'm not gonna try to contend with that. That is a flaming shitstorm waiting to happen if I do that. So better to not to. Just saying. Well, did I see in the chat earlier that oh geez, my computer froze. Hold on. I'll definitely go back on horseradishes, but I'm not gonna do that argument right now. That's just like Emmet already said that guy already broke TOS once. I don't want to deal with that, so I'm not gonna have him spurt out and say a bunch of shit he shouldn't. Did I see that? Oh shoot! Look at that. I'm gone, but I'm still talking. Did I see Go Tyler TV say that there was an unplug again tonight over on VK? It's interesting. I wonder. Very interesting. Is it the case that the prize for the live VK is going to be whatever the prize is at on VK, but at the live VK? Is that what I heard? Well, it's possible people want to push that prize to then, but I think that's a long ways off still. So, but that would be a massive prize if it did get pushed off that far. Damn. 1350. That's huge. That's a big number. Cool though. I mean, it's how it goes sometimes. If chat doesn't want a winner, they'll keep it for themselves. So that's what you got to do. And you just keep going and hoping, you know. But I had my debate over at Horseradishes tonight, so I couldn't go there. So. But, you know, it's for fun. The debating is for fun in general. So. But I got invited by Steelborne tonight to join this debate over at Horseradishes, but I had skipped out on him on accident. I slept in. I was supposed to debate Destiny with Steelborne the last time he was on Horseradishes, and I overslept, which means I missed my debate against Destiny. And I was like slotted and everything, but because I missed that one, he asked me if I'd fill in on this one. Now, it's not my topic of greatest interest, right? Arguing that democracy doesn't work. The reason democracy doesn't work, in my opinion, has to do with human nature and how we've let the systems devolve into a complete manipulation cycle, a worldview of a lack of education in what we're seeing in the world around us. And if we could recenter and fix people's competence when it comes to governing structures and economics and all of those things, we could do a far better job if it was a democratic system. But as it sits right now, and as we've seen it be in the past, mankind gets subverted from the initial thing, right? Like the founding fathers did a damn good job in the construction. The way it was functioning worked pretty well, but people can become subverted easily. And what happened too is we moved away from a voting base that was, like I said in my debate today, they had skin in the game. They owned properties and businesses. They paid taxes. It wasn't the way that it is now, where there's taxation on every product that's purchased, and there's also an income tax and a federal tax and all this other stuff. And so you stack all that on top. You subvert the education system so the people are unknowledgeable, unable to see that the issues that are in place exist. And then you push these huge two-party system where there's billions spent on either party every single year to trick, convince, push people against each other in order to gain voter bases. Like, everything at this point is off kilter and screwed up. And in order to fix something like that, you would flip it on its head for a time, at the very least, so that the people could see clearly what the issues are with the system. Yes, exactly. It was a constitutional republic, not a constitutional democracy. This pure democracy model that I see the left push for all the time, where it's universal suffrage and pure democracy, is so foolish that I don't even think they realize the foolishness that underlies this. The reason I asked Circa earlier if his claim that pushing towards the democratic ideal using the democratic process wouldn't tend towards a complete do as thou wilt world, basically, right? Because everyone voting all of the time for whatever they choose with complete acceptance would lead us down a road of even greater demolition of individuals on the grand scheme. And one of the questions I didn't get to ask before Circa left was, in a democratic system, right? Say we take a system like Japan has, where they have an almost non-existent birth rate and an aging older population, which means that the older population now outnumbers the young population. When the vote comes, the old people who need help, who need rights, who need Social Security, who need income, are going to vote to benefit themselves, and the young cannot offset the vote. But the young are exactly the people who are paying into a system to take care of those older people. And every Western nation is looking at that same model right now, because as our birth rate drops and our aging population ages out of the workforce, they're going to need more and more safety nets. Those safety nets are paid for by the young people, but the old people outnumber them in the vote. And what you end up with is disaffected youth who's unwilling to play for the system any longer. And you see this across the West. And it's either you import a whole bunch of people or you fix the birth rate crisis. And even if you fix the birth rate crisis, you still have a whole generation for things to catch back up. So we're all in a bind at this point in time, in a pretty gnarly bind. And I would say, yeah, democracy could work if you had a morally virtuous people who were educated, right? A Christian nation of educated people, which in origin, the U.S. is, you look at the writings of our founding fathers, and that's exactly what this system was meant for, was a moral people, which when they're saying a moral people, they're alluding to a Christian people. A moral people who are well educated can drive the political system that we have and continue to succeed. The moment we step away from a moral grounding and we stop being educated is the moment that system slowly but surely erodes into either nothing, or the corruption takes over fully, and we become whatever despotic future other nations have also become. And that's the risk that we run. So that's where we're at. That's the only argument that I would make against democracy as such, right? And it isn't my claim that, look, I could be convinced of other things, but I don't know enough about monarchical systems to say that they are the better option. I don't know enough about stuff outside of democracy, communism, and like socialism to say that of those three, of socialism, communism, and a democratic republic or a constitutional republic, I think the constitutional republic is the superior of it all, of those. But like I said, when the people have become less moral and you've seen an erosion of the well-informed populace, we tend to be moving towards collapse, especially like I said with Japan and others. And so that's why you see all these cultural fights happening, right? I agree, Smoking Spaceman, that Christians are not the only moral people, nor would I say that there can be people that act in a moral fashion outside of Christianity. The claim is that you need a moral people. And in origin, like I said, I'm not saying that I don't believe somebody can have decent moral actions in their life that is not Christian. What I'm saying is, in the origin of our nation, when the papers, when the writings are made that say it takes a moral people that are well informed, this is what they're talking about. They're not just saying every person who has basically what I'm saying is that there was at least the underpinnings of Christianity within the system. Even our legal writings in the United States, even our law books and the laws that we have, a huge portion of them are founded and based on scriptural principles. And so, I mean, we can say, sure, there could be people that act in a moral fashion. I would agree. Like, for instance, when I've talked to people like Lutch from the Indian Jesus channel, his contention is that he believes Christians don't see anybody else as moral. And I would say that there is a penchant for that within Christianity, but I do agree with him that we have to have some unification of people that agree that, like, abortion is too far. It's the ending of the life of a baby, and that's wrong. So if there are atheists out there that agree with the Christian principles that I believe in enough that we align and we want the same leadership, then I think that it's smart to have some kind of unity with those people. The same is true for Christian groups that I may disagree with some of the teachings in their belief, but if we agree on how the government should be run and things that should or should not be legal, we should have some kind of unity in driving the government towards what we want. And the all or nothing method, I don't think works. I see a lot of people out here saying they want to ban things outright, and I'm like, yeah, I would also like to have that thing banned outright, but that doesn't mean I'm going to say all or nothing. I won't vote for anybody unless they're 100% going to ban that thing. Well, that just leaves it to the left. That leaves it to whoever is on the opposition of you will get that office. Because if enough people on our side say all or nothing, well, then you'll get nothing. Because half of the population wants the opposite of you. And when you're saying all or nothing, they're saying incremental movement. That's how the opposition has always functioned. Death by 1,000 cuts, little moves in their direction to slightly skew the Overton window away from Christianity, away from conservatism. So, yep. Anyway, that's just my take for the moment anyway. It's just I'm not going to hardline say that we absolutely need a monarchy. I'm not. Look, I served in my military. I swore an oath to the Constitution to protect and defend it. So I have definitely enough in me to say that this constitutional republic should be protected. Now, like these gentlemen were saying, I've had a question for many years. If there's constitutional conventions or amendments added to the Constitution over time that changes fundamentally how it functions, and it was completely done through the process, right? 2/3 of the states coming together and deciding that something's going to change in our Constitution, is my oath to defend the Constitution against threats, both foreign and domestic, does it now owe a level of allegiance to this new thing? Because it's not the Constitution that I swore on originally. But if it changes, like Emmet was saying, if you got 2/3 of the states to agree to a constitutional convention, and they started changing things like, America can have a king now, and we're gonna wipe out some of the amendments with the Constitutional Convention, then where does that leave veterans who swore an oath to the original Constitution, the one that they swore to prior? See, these are questions I don't people think deeply enough about, because there could be a time coming, especially with what I said earlier, this weird birth rate decline, economic collapsing, and the whole West is feeling it. Well, there could come a time where the states do actually agree enough on something to change the system, fundamentally change the system. You know? So it makes it very interesting. Yeah, it could tend towards war, for sure. Smoking Spaceman. I can't say that I know that would be the case, but most likely that would be the case, right? I mean, you have an opinion. Everybody has an opinion. I know that sometimes my chat's harsh and sometimes my chat's chill, but I don't know. What else is going on out there now? I mean, obviously, I'm done with that debate, and it's getting late and I haven't eaten. There is that. But it's like Easy's had to restart a few times. Looks like he just got P-bombed a little bit ago, too. What's up with the P-bombers lately? Trying to get in here. Mr. Wrestlet, I have seen you. Like, doing a bunch of screwed up stuff. You saw me eat a muffin. You didn't see me eat dinner. And that muffin's the only thing I've eaten today also, so it's midnight, after midnight. Mr. Resell It. I see. Good to know, good to know. I don't even know what's going on out there in the wide webs this evening. Obviously, there was the normal scheduled stuff which got shucked. And then there's random people streaming, which I have no idea what they're discussing. You guys see anybody else? What are they doing? What's Dusty doing? What's Easy doing? What's all these different channels doing? Saw you eat sullen fast. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Did we? I have to check my goal and stuff. I did not make my goal. Damn it. That reminds me, ladies and gentlemen. I think he reopened it, Mr. Resell It. I think that P-Bomb happened. He closed and privated it and started a new one. Tomorrow we have a comedy show happening here. I already have it scheduled. If you didn't notice, you can see who's going to be here. There may be more than that, but that's the initial grouping. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some laughs. Come, spend a little, maybe make us do some fun things, have fun. It's gonna be a great time. You can see the people on that. Maybe we'll do some paid roasts. Maybe we'll do some paid stand up. Maybe we'll do some paid interviews. Maybe we'll have another Emmet scenario where Abe creates a commercial about a person if somebody pays for it. If we could, you know what? That's actually a really fun idea. If we can have different commercials, then I can put together different Abe commercials of Abe selling his friends. That's a good line. Oh, wow. Dusty has generally specific on his freaking channel right now. That's weird. That's a weird turn of events. This is bizarre to me. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't know. Interesting. You're headed where? Confluence? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look right now. Not Voltaire. I'm gonna make a comment over there. I'll even show you what I'm doing.
No, I think so. What the fuck is, I put those two tag words into grok and acid to create an image.
Oh god.
I had fun. Tyler,
Why is
thank
it
you for
sharing
joining
it so
tonight. You've been
weird?
very funny.
Hey, I've been from here for
There. Watch.
Where did we leave off on what God,
We're
I'm
going
trying
to
to
a
get
PDF.
non-Holocaust pilled, okay?
We're talking
There.
about
Try to unhollow myself, okay? Oh, it's Voltaire. Voltaire will help us.
What the hell?
Voltaire, how's it going? I don't know what you're looking at right now, but you know it's fascinating.
Voltaire. This guy's a real neo-Nazi.
Oh, a knife. How many? Oh, okay, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. Never
Abe
mind.
Dinkus is here. What does Abe
No
Dinkus
Neil
know?
about it.
I mean, I
the
didn't
hell
mean
is
to
it?
do this, but actually, hold on. How long? Hold on. I got a question. Like, holy hell.
Oh, you're drunk as fuck, Voltaire. Oh, let's fucking go. Oh, we got drunk Voltaire in our hands. Holy shit, let's go. Don't play with knives. Don't Britney Spears yourself. Don't do that.
I was listening to the echo.
I need
of
to
the
get
YouTube
my
as
suit,
well as the
Mr. Reseller.
So
If
I'm
I can
fucking
get the
arguing with
chat too
myself.
raised
But,
enough, I
how
will
long are you
get my
staying on?
full garb and I'll wear it
Another
on
hour
stream.
probably.
All right, cool.
I will do it.
His accent gets so thick when he's drunk, it's hilarious.
he's like I'm like, no Canadian talks like that, but then I talk to Voltaire. I guess some of us do.
That's how you sound, Confluence.
Well, Abe, so there was like occult stuff about spirit cooking, but then we found out that this cool occult guy is actually like I'm sorry, hostile. A bit of like kind of like a Nazi, I suppose. I don't think you would take that as an insult, hostile, based on what you said.
National socialism, guys. Like,
Yeah, he's like a trans Nazi. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah.
Trans Nazi.
Yeah, he's like not in the gay
Grounded.
sense, of course, but like in the sense that you're beyond Nazism, right? And so
yeah.
And so then we got into that whole thing, and yeah, he's post not. Yeah, if we only finished
Another
yesterday's
hour,
video, we'd have a
what?
better framing for what that precisely means. But
I have the comedy show tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a
though.
lot of,
There's a
you
quote
guys
from
should make
Hitler
sure you're
that
here
he
and make sure
says,
everybody's
if
here
you
because it's
think
going to be good stuff.
National Socialism is a political movement, you understood nothing. It's actually to revive the God man. That's a quote.
Hitler is classically
Oh
known.
my gosh, these guys.
yeah, I say the same thing. I say if you the Confluence channel is just a YouTube channel, you have understood nothing. That's
You're
a quote from
thinking
me.
And gay. That's
And that's actually a true quote, right? So I mean, that's
It's a
valid.
knife collection.
Walter, you're too drunk to be typing. Typing.
My
wife
Thank you for joining us.
If you want to change the subject, just open up the PDF of Alexandria David Neal, which was the inspiration, one of the two main inspirations for Marina Abramovic.
The other was
Okay,
Erica,
well.
my favorite song.
Oh, Avery, what's up, buddy? We're getting deep into some conspiracies.
We're in the weeds
Wow,
now.
cool. Let's go. I like
Court case in the
conspiracies. Let's go.
2000s in like New England or something on this?
Oh, Avery.
Where's this
wasn't-
PDF?
He wasn't watching. He wasn't watching.
Does anybody remember that? I feel like I
Oh,
read-
Avery has no idea. Avery, you sweet summer child.
Well,
You
a
don't
little
even-
bit of
you don't even
Holocaust
know.
denial, a little bit of
Red on
spirit
Boomer,
cooking.
Oh,
Boomer,
it's
man.
I mean,
it's not
Yeah.
I
in the
see
ghetto.
I see
That's
Mr.
not how it
Adolf
works.
over here, but
yeah, no, that you'd be surprised to learn that's actually just ironic, and he actually is like fully on the side of like the the non-revisionist history. It's actually just a meme, okay?
Who's it mean?
Alex, you're the
Hostile.
meme.
He's doing it ironically, okay? Which is why we're moving to the PDF. Unless Hostile doesn't seem to really want to talk about that anymore. So I try to
Yeah,
respect.
stop talking about it,
isn't going
Confluence.
Trash
Stop
for a little
bringing
bit.
it up.
Chat.
Yeah, people are
Yeah,
brain.
Confluence. Go ahead,
It's funny that they
There
call
goes
me
Trey the
brainwashed,
spot.
right? But they're stuck in a narrative that we're just going to have an argument. They don't want to hear the other side. They want to argue
Because
the other side.
the other side's written their shit entirely to be persuasive based on nothing but format and
Humans
providing
are
bits
so
and pieces of data that
interesting.
are barely even real and are incomplete entirely. This was tested, and yeah, there's
That's
a court
your
from-
side.
there's a
That's
fucking
your.
court
That's
case
literally your
from the
side.
from 2000.
Behavior, please, huh,
What's the
Cat?
business case?
Catherine?
That's
It's like
literally
Among
your
Us.
What do
side.
you-
Like Iris
What
things.
behavior
Hold
do
on,
you
no,
want
no, no,
suppressed,
there's a case.
Catherine?
What's that case called?
W Piss Christ. We're looking at your Piss Christ test. He joined a panel. I'm gonna rip your fucking balls off. Okay, for real. Sorry. Go ahead with your neo-Nazi talk.
I can't find
Do
Confluence
I need to
Discord,
put a
or I'd send him the
poll
summer
in here or
summer
something?
camp.
Is that what needs to
I
happen?
told you. First of all, you're on my. You should be watching the
Oh,
YouTube.
yeah,
By the
Irving
way,
did
while
this
you're on
guy.
panel.
I'm
But
not.
It's Irving.
well, you
Lipstadt.
should be hostile. Okay.
They had a bench trial where 379 pages of this shit were cross-examined, or no, I'm sorry, most of this shit was
This is
cross-examined.
such a
and
weird
the judge
night,
wrote a
actually.
379-page
I was on
reply
that day.
why it was complete.
Flow
and
has freaking
deliberate
generally
distortions
specific on,
based
which
off
is a
the
weird
data that they were
combination.
able to provide. So,
Okay.
yeah.
First of all, wait.
What are you
Hostile.
talking
So
about?
wait,
Tom
hostile. I
is
want to get you
talking
on the
about
Discord. Okay. So
weird
my Discord is the same as my YouTube channel. Okay.
theology
That's
stuff.
Confluence 358. Add me.
And Voltaire, you're in my chat
Yeah, I
and on
posted the
his
link to
channel,
the channel,
which is
so you should be
freaking me
able to
out
click
too.
it on my comment.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, he sent me a friend request. Okay, he's found it.
Behavior police, Abe.
Based.
Not for
Fake
your
and gay
behavior.
fluence,
I'm not
357.
referencing you.
what is
Guys, are we talking about
Yeah, we'll get
a
there one
certain
day when
persuasion of
Spurs
people
quit,
that like to
trying
take
to
over
look
countries
into something
from
that they
within,
never looked
slowly
into
but
and try to
surely
wanna
destroying and
argue about it
eroding
in
the
5
country
minutes.
and
We'll get there. We'll get back to that.
getting away with all kinds of stuff the whole time?
Read the
Is that
70
what you're talking
volumes,
about,
dumbass,
Cap?
and then come
70
talk.
volumes of books for $1,200. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
spend
they're
my
free.
money
No.
It's
Dumbass.
1,200 euros,
Dumbass.
Alex. So
Voltaire's
it's
trying
like
to get around it. Look at him on
2,500
the camera.
US
He's trying to get
dollars.
around it.
They're all free. They're free PDFs. They're all free. Go read them.
Look, you can hear me
Quit
too,
being a
I'm pretty sure.
dumbass. Read them.
Yeah,
and
he can
then
hear
come
me.
back. Right? I know your argument. I lived on
Voltaire,
your side of
you
the
can hear me.
fence.
Stick your tongue out.
I lived on your side of the fence. I understand your part of the argument.
Yeah,
You don't know mine.
And guess what? You gave up the truth for a bunch of fucking lies. Yeah, I don't really care about your
There's no truth to your side. You're
There's no
dumb.
truth.
You're
Oh,
literally dumb.
you think it's on your side? Really?
You don't even. You haven't even
Oh, I'm
read.
sorry. I have them too
You just
loud.
said you won't read the books. You just said you won't read the source documents.
Hold on.
Because you're an emotional bitch. You base your information off emotion.
Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, that was an accident. Didn't mean to do that. That was weird. Okay.
Gassed in the Holocaust by the
Okay, good. I was telling Voltaire if he can hear us while he's on Confluence's panel, he should stick his tongue out. And the panel will think he's weird for sure, but it will let us know that he hears this side and that side. That's what I said.
Not many. It was only a couple camps. Treblinka, Auschwitz, just a couple of them. Maginik.
We could try to coach him from this side. We can be like, Voltaire, tell Confluence his haircut's ugly.
The supposed gassing and cremations, and it only accounts for like a few 100,000.
That was like 800.
I think
It doesn't math, bro. It doesn't math.
24 hours. Yeah, it feels like it by math.
The math.
Hold on.
What are you
The math is
Jesse,
all in the book.
No, you
Oh
need
my
to join
gosh,
this.
these guys.
Have you read how many
Oh,
fucking
what I asked you earlier, Kat, was if you were mentioning the behavioral police specifically for a certain group of people that like to slowly but surely move in and take over your country and destroy it from the inside out.
really?
You guys did you watched a few YouTube documentaries and Chat GPT'd some information. But if you actually look into revisionism, I absolutely believe the Earth is level. Yes. You think the Earth is a globe? Are we really going to move there?
That just.
Oh, what?
Yeah, you may have
This
just
is
split your
silliness.
argument into two twin towers.
But do we really need to go there? So that, but just like you think that proves
You have a
conspiracy theory. Listen,
Just setting a baseline. Just setting a baseline.
you think that.
This is weird.
Listen,
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
like you think that proves that I'm dumb.
Maybe I should just raid you guys
Just
over to
like
him
you think that
instead.
proves that I'm dumb.
Just because. What's it gonna prove?
Just like
Just
you
means that
think
you're
that
right.
that proves that I'm
you're
dumb.
right.
You believing in a globe,
Holy shit.
it's
No
mutual.
questions at all. It absolutely proves you're dumb.
You like to talk through people a lot. Listen, just because
I just like to cover idiots talking. That's all.
the feeling is mutual. Just like you think I'm an idiot for believing that, I think you're an idiot for believing what you think. Now, how do we actually argue?
We don't argue. That's the problem.
No.
How do
because,
we
yeah,
actually debate?
Do you believe math
That
is a
could
real
be
thing?
Kat. It could be I'm too hard to understand because I speak American. You might be right.
Okay.
Mathematicians
there
don't
you go.
believe math is a real thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I am a stream sniper.
Bro, math is
I am in
virtual.
fact a
Nobody believes
stream
math is a
sniper.
real thing. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're fucking retarded then.
Math is virtual, dumbass. What are you
give me one of
talking about?
these. Give me a thumbs
Explain
up.
What you mean by math is virtual.
Perfect.
About to be a
That's exactly what I mean.
screen
by, do you not know
joiner.
what virtual means?
Ban him. He's gonna fucking stream up. Ban him. Ban him. Keep him off.
Wait,
Hold on.
what?
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up.
Oh
Everyone
my
shut
God,
up.
you were Oh,
Yes.
Avery, you fucking.
Oh fuck.
You
Saved.
fucking saved me.
Saved.
Avery,
Okay,
you
I
fucking
was just-
saved
stop,
me.
Stop. I was
I have
just
no
on a
idea
panel
what's
where he
going
did
on.
the
You
same
fucking
shit.
saved me.
Stop. He played gay corn on another fucking channel. So the moment I knew this fucker was gonna come here. That's why I came here.
Crazy.
Ban him, get him out of your fucking chat, dude.
You fucking saved me. As soon as you said that,
Let's go.
As soon as you said that, I removed him, and I saw the port in the back chat.
Thank you for having faith in me, bro. Holy shit.
Well, thank you for fucking saying that, because he did the hand signs. He did all the fucking stuff.
This is a fucking crazy panel. What is
At least I can report him because I have his face and he has to connect to YouTube to do this. So
I want to do a thought experiment.
Tonight has, in fact, been a shit show. You are not
show
wrong.
you how people that claim
Mr.
they know
Resell
what
it,
they
it
think they know,
has
they really
been.
don't, okay, so Alexander, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Can
Okay,
we finish? Can we finish talking
Listen.
about what just happened?
no, stop. Listen,
Here,
this is my point.
I'll make
Just-
it really easy to hear me. There you go, Kat. I said, do you want the behavior police because of particular people coming into your country and subverting things and taking it over from within and getting away with all kinds of things they shouldn't be and causing harm and all of those things? If you want the behavior police for that, or if you wanted behavior police for something else, that's what I asked.
.8 meters per second squared. This is my point. These people who talk a bunch of fucking shit about what they know, they don't know shit.
Know the exact circumference of the planet. I'm just wondering.
Because you should know this. If you actually care about the science, the guy who doesn't know that the Earth is level doesn't know shit about the globe. That's my point. You don't know about the Holocaust. You don't know about the Earth. You don't know shit. You're just a dumbass who poses like they know things.
Is this the erudite pop quiz?
It is. It's an analogy. It's to prove a point.
Do you believe that you need to know the circumference and radius
Testy
of
said
all these
hostile
things?
Hyperborea is a fucking idiot. Testy, you should join panel and fight him,
Like
okay?
when I feel an object,
I should join that panel and fight him. That's what I should do.
A pool ball. Should I know the fucking?
That's what I'm gonna do.
The point is that he's not him.
To know that it's a fucking sphere. Like, what are you talking
My
about?
point is that you and Alexander aren't engaged with the con-
Not a model. You like
No, flatness is not a model. Flat is a description.
If 3D is a model, then don't even try. If 3D is not a model, then don't even try.
And
man.
then-
like,
and then do one of these.
Oh, you can't do a sphere because 2D. That's not a model.
I can't believe you had to make Abe Dinkus verify. Holy shit,
just wondering why
I was tricked with a fake Dinkus before.
That's true.
Unironically.
He has tried to be me before.
Yes.
That might have been dark, Abe Dinkus.
No,
You gotta watch out for
Don't
that guy. Don't let that guy up.
Gabe doesn't do that.
I've
You had
proven
no-
my point.
You're not proving
What point?
I did prove my point. You don't know anything. You talk. All you do is talk.
Well, you haven't-
millimeters?
I want to
tall
hear
are
what
you?
Abe has to say because I have to go soon.
I want to know how
I
big
don't
your
know
level
the
is. How big
You
is the
don't know.
level you're using to measure all the oceans to make sure that they're level?
Man, I got a new level.
You don't have a level.
I'm on a
That's
new
not how
level.
this works.
When you
Level
tell
is an
people
orientation. We're not measuring the level. Level is an orientation. Level is level.
You said Earth is level, so now I'm asking.
It
you,
absolutely is
level
level.
you're
That's
using
the
to-
orientation of Earth's
flat.
surface.
Flat. What's flat
No.
level?
What's your evidence?
Measurements using sextants, waters, behavior, the properties of water.
What are the exact measurements?
So why then, at the exact same elevation,
You don't know.
can't I fire a laser from one side of the ocean and hit a building on the other side with the high
Refraction.
intensity laser?
Light. You're using light. Light refracts through a medium.
Refraction.
You realize
Refraction through the
lasers
air.
and-
And it perfectly elevates
air.
the.
Yeah, you know, so every other time you, yeah, exactly. Every other time you delay the refraction,
listen,
that's the
dumbass, ain't nobody talking to you because you don't know shit. So you should just shut up.
Well, I mean,
Surveyors,
you're just proving yourself a dumbass. So continue.
Dude, you literally don't know shit.
I'm
You
not.
hold on, let
I-
him and Abe go back and forth. Let
You
him and
literally
Abe go
don't
back
know
and forth.
shit.
Sorry,
Alex.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No,
you.
don't talk to me. Just talk to Abe, okay? I'm done with you.
Alex,
Sorry,
you
but-
don't know shit. Just
Yeah,
stop.
no, I don't. That's fine. Go
Stop.
ahead and talk to Abe, okay?
You don't have a leg in
apparently,
the fight.
You're fine. You're fine. Just talk to
Insulting
Abe, right?
Alex for
I don't
Apparently, Abe's
Voltaire, you're roboting. Shut up.
Alec have arrived.
Yeah, the
So
dogs
yeah,
have a
the
right.
reason surveyors use lasers is because they are level. Lasers are level.
True.
That is the property of a laser, right?
True.
Now, when you shine a laser through a medium, it refracts. Whether that's
Okay.
atmospheric or whether that's liquid, it doesn't take your pick, it will refract. There are many experiments that show this. You cannot use a laser to prove the curvature
Okay, great.
of the earth.
Great. Now, can you explain to me how the refraction would land at the same elevation change rather than differ because of the difference?
It doesn't always. No, it doesn't. It
Oh my
doesn't
gosh.
always. It doesn't always land at the same.
Math is magic. Math is magic. Math is
No,
just some
it's not math.
random thing.
What he's
Yeah.
trying to say is,
It's not math.
listen,
Yeah, it's not
I'm
calculable. You
gonna
can't
ask you a
calculate
come
it.
up-
You can't calculate it.
listen,
Can I-
stop
can I ask you a
talking.
question?
Y'all literally
I just
don't
wanna
know
the
what y'all
answer
are
to this. I'm
talking
not gonna
about.
argue with you, okay?
Yeah, it sounds like
How
it.
does gravity work in your world?
There is no force called gravity. Okay, so
I
we'll get to
understand,
that
but how
second.
does the
It-
fact that
large
we stay on the
objects-
He only
ground
believes
work
in
in your
density.
world?
He only believes in density.
Well,
Hold it.
no,
He
I would
only-
say that the surface of the Earth is actually moving upwards.
Oh, you're
Well,
the
that's-
acceleration.
what does that
theory.
mean,
There's
anything?
A force constantly accelerating the surface of the Earth at 9.8
So
meters
can
per
we
second
actually
squared.
answer Abe? Abe has legitimate questions.
Yeah.
You have
Please.
dumbassery that you don't even know
Yeah,
what you're talking
I'm
about.
just, I'm allowed to have the commentary.
Well, no, you can have commentary, but Alex literally doesn't know his own model. He doesn't know measurements of his own model. He
You don't know
doesn't
the
need to
measurements of
talk.
your own model. You can
All
even
right.
tell me what your fucking
Let's have.
I don't have a model.
rebuttal because you
I
never
don't have a
answered
model.
Abe, and you never
Yes, you
rebuttal.
do. You
like,
just said you proved all this stuff with sextants and different forms of.
We're
measurements,
talking
right?
about
What are the
orientation.
measurements that you came to that proved all this?
Alex,
Come on,
are
should
you
know this.
drunk?
It's your
Are you
model,
drunk?
motherfucker. You should know
Answer this
Say it.
question. Are
No,
you drunk?
No. Okay. Well, that's
Have
fine.
you been
shouldn't be able
drinking?
to argue either. You dumb.
Answer.
Okay,
Have
go
you been
ahead. You're
drinking?
fine. No, I don't drink.
Okay,
Says
well, you
rebuttal.
sound hammered.
The only
No,
thing
Hey,
I'm not
No,
hammered.
he does not.
He doesn't
Like-
sound hammered. I don't
I
think.
don't
If you want to
No,
know,
no,
it
no,
sounds like you
He
fucking
does
talk
sound
about
hammered.
me. You fucking
He doesn't
idiot.
sound- I don't-
Why
he
would
doesn't
you
sound
try
hammered.
to say
Abe.
that he sounds hate?
Let me answer, Abe. What Abe is trying to say is that when you shine a laser across the distance, it actually hits a target that matches the rate of curvature of the Earth. That is not true. What's true is that the horizon is apparent. There are different horizons in the globular model. There is an apparent and a geometrical horizon. When you're using a laser, you're dealing with the apparent horizon, which can actually change due to refraction.
Yeah, but refraction is
Mirages.
going- right, but refraction is going to change depending on the density of the medium that the laser is passing through.
Yes.
So it would
Now
be-
the
it would be
atmosphere
completely
changes
undependable.
density. Sometimes it's more than 8 miles per second squared. 8 inches per mile squared. Sometimes
The
it's
only
less
reason
than-
your thought would make sense is if it was curved. The
No, it
medium is
doesn't.
curving. Like,
the
oh my
light
gosh.
is
It keeps
bending.
pointing
The
back
image.
to- bending. Why? Why?
You don't.
Why?
It's the
Why is it
medium.
bending?
Okay, so you're
why is it
saying that when
bending?
I
the medium, why is it bending through the medium in the
Okay, hold
direction
on,
it's
hold
going?
on.
He's trying to
Let me-
say is that
he's
as
saying
the
it's
light
passing
hits the
through
medium
air.
of air, it is being bent
Or
around
water vapor or any other
around.
medium.
Yeah, it would have to
So
go
it's falling
towards the
rather than
curvature of the
being
Earth.
Voltaire thinks that refraction has to deal with the curvature of the Earth. That is wild.
No,
That is
you're
just-
saying
No,
there's
it
a
just-
there's
it just- I don't think you
there's a
understand refraction
medium.
well enough
Yeah,
to
no,
understand
exactly.
this.
You don't understand refraction at all.
Well,
Refraction doesn't deal with the shape of the Earth, you dumbass. It's optics. What the fuck are you talking
Well,
about? You
if-
you
if
keep
their
talking
model-
and you
Your
don't know what
first
you're
premise
talking
is
about.
retarded.
if their
That's
model,
the problem.
if their
And then
model,
yeah,
hold on, if their model is correct, gravity would affect light. photons would be affected by gravity. Also, magnets can affect photons. So there are multiple explanations.
It's not a
for why
constant.
light could
Gravity
bend.
in Newton's model, big G in physics, is 9.8 meters per second squared. When you shine a laser across an ocean, right, to another side of it on the surface on a beach or something, and you're trying to hit a metal plate, depending on the day, that laser will end up at different spots. It's not a constant. Sometimes it will be higher. Sometimes it will be lower. Sometimes it will be less lower.
Sure, and that's why we would negate. We would negate, or we would use trials that utilize as close to possible as the same conditions as others. Right? We would minimize days that have higher density of material between. Right? So
The thing that destroys this argument that you're trying to pose is that there have been lasers that have exceeded the distance, right? That have went through the supposed bulge at 8 inches per mile squared. That's already been laid to rest. So depending on the day, if it's clear enough, I can send a laser 60 miles across a lake or a ocean and hit the other side. That's not possible on a ball that's 26,000 miles.
Where
Alex,
the fuck
shut up.
have you ever seen
Alex,
that
shut up.
happen? You have no evidence.
What do you mean we don't have evidence? Do you want the evidence?
How many the distance between each circle? Yeah, let's see the fucking and the elevation. Yeah, exactly.
Dude,
the
there are thousands and thousands of level earthers
I'm sure there
who
are
have taken video of lasers going
level
across
earthers,
miles of water.
the dumbest people on the planet. Yeah,
You guys are emotional. This is the problem.
I'm
You guys
not,
base
actually.
your information off of
I'm like,
emotion.
I literally have no reason to hate you. I have no reason to. Yeah, it's exactly. It really
It's not
is.
emotional. I just think you're so stupid. It has to be pointed out.
Okay,
it's
how
like you're
does
saying the
water?
dumbest
Okay,
shit.
let me flip it back on you. How does water, right, like the entire volume of oceans, stick to a spinning ball that's inside of 3 different reference frames? Explain that to me.
Remember for 1 month, my co-host. Come on, Big
Three
Soda.
reference frames. You're
What
talking
the
about the
fuck?
gravity from the sun and the moon and the earth. Is that
No,
what
we're
you're
talking about how does
Can
water.
you answer me? One of you guys, can you answer? Can
You're
you
asking how does
demonstrate?
water stick to the earth in a 3-dimensional fucking scale?
Yep.
Well, then
That's not what I would say.
so-
That sounds dumb. I don't
so-
even know what the fuck
yeah.
you meant by saying that.
Well,
That
actually,
sounded
No,
retarded.
you said yeah.
What?
You said yep. So you know exactly what I'm saying. So shut the fuck up for
No,
a
I
minute.
don't.
Obviously-
3-dimensional scale?
Yeah.
What are you fucking talking about?
Look,
You're using
yeah,
words that you don't
well,
even know the definitions
he's
to.
talking about
all right,
scalar
well-
technology. Okay.
Not at all. He's talking about a model and 3D scaling.
Apparently,
and how
I'm
that has
talking
to
about
relate
what
to-
you think I'm talking about. Can you just shut the fuck up and let us answer your question, you stupid
Answer it.
dimwit?
How does what?
Like,
Show me
fuck me.
pulling.
You're so
Show me
stupid.
one force that pulls. One of you demonstrate pulling. Show me that.
Gravity.
Show me. Demonstrate it.
Gravity is on a large scale, you stupid
demonstration.
fuck.
Demonstration is the one force that actually does that.
So on a large scale, they don't even say it's a force. Einstein.
What are you talking about? Yeah,
What do
no,
you
you're blabbling
Gravity is not a
nonsense.
force.
Okay, I'm not actually. The theory
You
of
are, you
relativity.
are. I'm going to tell you
What
some
are
more
the forces
studies.
then? What are the forces then?
Gravity on a large
Well, what are the
scale
forces?
falls
What are the
into.
forces?
There is no force of gravity. There's only a measurement of speed, the rate of speed at which an object falls
The
to
rate
the
of speed
ground.
of change.
What are you
is
talking
dumb.
about? Yeah,
How does it fall?
So now you're
the
gonna
rate
go
of
to-
speed is a measurement of the gravitational forces from the
G
from
G in
atmosphere.
physics does not require a
This is how
force. It's
stupid
not
you
a
are.
force. It's a
my
measurement of
God.
speed.
It's a measurement of the change in speed.
The
Speed is
terminal
constant
velocity.
unless
No,
something
it's a
acts
terminal
on it.
velocity of within
My
the
fucking
gravitational
God.
force.
It's
You're
not
dumb,
a terminal
man.
velocity.
Suppose
Yes, it is.
that's
9.8.
dick rage.
You can only get as
Suppose
fast as
that's dick.
9.8.
You're hammered. Terminal velocity?
How
Do you
am I-
understand the words that you're saying right now?
He's not even. He's
Yes.
not even 50% hammered yet.
How does it not?
He's not even 50% yet.
Because terminal velocity can change.
So miles per second is terminal velocity.
With drag and all that stuff, but I'm saying like what unless
Unless there's
there's
no atmosphere, right? That would be a little different.
an
This is
asteroid
wild.
coming in has some sort of other velocity, but but if there's somebody you go up there and drop a marble, the fastest it can get is 2.8. meters per second squared.
9.8. Wait, can I jump in?
9.8. Yeah,
Yeah, 9.8. But can I want to jump in, and I may be retarded because I'm also a little bit drunk right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. But Hostile, if I can ask you a question. Okay, so with gravity and so this is an honest question. So you're saying it's not a force, but and I think all this talk about falling down, I think that's missing the point. Like gravity is the force that attracts every mass with every other mass according to the inverse square law. So not about the falling thing. I think that's a distraction.
No, Con, hold on. You got to stop there for a second. The thing with greater mass and the thing with lesser mass are falling at each other. So it's always in reference to movement towards the other mass. That would be the fall that they're speaking of. The fall is mass moving towards mass.
Yeah, that's not big. That's not theory of relativity. That's Newtonian physics. There are two different.
I don't think anyone said that. I don't think
mass
anyone
attracting mass is what he's talking about, right? But what Alex and
oh my fucking
what
God.
What Voltaire and Alex is talking about.
What do you want to say? What do you want to say?
Is the bigger gravity, which falls into the concept of the theory of relativity.
But I'm just talking to you. I want to ask. I'm asking just you. I don't want you to reference them. I'm asking you that question. Like you're saying, it's not a fundamental force, but I'm saying, is there not a force that attracts every mass to every other mass?
No.
And otherwise, why does then? So what are you? What is it? Why does every mass attract every other mass? Why is every particle in the universe that has mass? I don't know if all particles have mass. I'm not sure. Why are they all attracted? What would we call that if not a force? I guess hostile.
There is no.
Well, gravity wouldn't be the force. I would say that force that you're trying to describe is undiscovered and immeasurable. I believe.
Wouldn't we just call that gravity? Wouldn't we say the thing? Wouldn't we say the thing that the inverse square law, right? That the further you get away, the less it attracts, and all the isn't that? That's just what we're calling gravity, isn't it?
We can calculate something that's a mathematical precision.
Okay, wait. Everyone stop talking for a second. Everyone stop talking. I want to hear from Hostile.
No, they don't say that. That's what gravity is. They don't. What you're saying is not how they define gravity. Gravity is literally the measurement of speed, and it's a constant.
No, that's not. No, wait, that's just wrong. No, wait, Hostile. No, wait,
just calculate the rate of speed, you fucking moron.
There's too many people talking.
There is a lot of people. I agree with Hostile. Just let me have a one-on-one with Hostile for a second, so I can at least get his point of view.
Can you at least not let him say that shit again?
Look, I just want to have a one-on-one. I just want to have a one-on-one with him. I just want to understand what he's saying.
Before
gravity, I understand. Okay, so
hold on.
The fundamental force.
There's no fundamental force in physics. In physics, you call gravity 9.8 meters per second squared in formula.
No,
it's a measurement of speed.
That's the acceleration on Earth.
There's no, it's not the acceleration. No, stop.
It's 9.8 meters per second.
What do you mean?
It's not acceleration.
It's per second.
It's not 9.8 meters per second. It's 9.8 meters per second per second. It's acceleration. It is definitionally acceleration.
No, per second.
What are you saying, Hostile?
Wait.
Yes, that's the same thing as saying per second per second. Holy shit. Per second is the same as per second squared. That's the same thing. That's the same fucking thing.
What does squared mean?
So Alex, per second is just
I'm asking him. What does per second squared mean?
I'm dealing with people who don't understand physics. This is painful.
Really, no, you can't. If you can't understand per second, then you don't understand physics in the slightest. Bro, it's actually ridiculous.
This is the problem. He's making a conflation between Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics, and then he's merging the two as if the prior doesn't exist because the newer does exist. When in reality, they don't conflict with each other.
No, they don't.
What is the prior and the newer? What are you talking about?
Einsteinian physics and Newtonian physics are different, but what they're describing.
Okay, so you have it backwards. The prior exists.
You
have it backwards. The prior exists.
You have it backwards. You said two things that correlate together. You have it backwards.
The newer is theoretical. Newtonian physics is prior, and it's actually real. It's dealing with actual tangible reality, empiricism.
It is real.
Einsteinian physics is theoretical. Do you understand that?
Yes, but it's mathematically correct, you fucking idiot.
Hold on.
Oh, wait.
know
so
You
why?
can't demonstrate any of it.
You know why?
Wait, so you're saying we didn't
why
use any Einsteinian physics
ended up failing?
to develop technology, to develop a lot of our modern...
Hold on.
No. What
know
astro?
why-
Now
why we
there
don't
are
use the
there are
20
forms of
physics
technology that they say they use that I would say I highly doubt. I press X
Yeah,
to doubt,
okay.
right? Like rovers, right? Rovers that go to different planets and shit.
You don't believe in different planets, do you?
Wait. Well, of course not. I mean, he thinks the Earth is flat.
I just said that. the
Rovers
stuff
don't
that-
exist. I don't like that shit, but the planet's flat.
God damn.
No shit. No shit, man. You're
This is rough.
Hold
do you
on.
believe GPS?
Can I? Do you know? Do you understand what per second means, or do you not?
No, I do understand what he's trying to say, and it's more specific than that. The real
It's not
terminology.
It's not trying to say. It's not.
Really not.
Yeah,
No,
it's literally.
don't say what you're about to say. You're about to say it's more. It's not. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Don't fuck yourself.
For the sun.
Can I
You think that's
can I
9.8
ask
meters
something
per
without
second
everyone
squared?
screaming?
You can try.
I don't scream.
Okay, so look, hostile. So this is how I was taught, like gravity is, right? The bigger an object and the more dense it is, the more gravity it creates, right? It's a natural occurrence in the universe. That's what I was taught. So where, like, I'm confused as to where all this is going.
It's more like
what
a
is-
displacement in the fabric of the universe that creates a pit by which things fall towards the greater mass object.
Well, the fact is we don't know exactly how gravity works.
Well,
There's a lot
that's-
of theories,
that's
but it's
what we
impossible to
believe.
prove it to the extent of that. Yes.
So it's very simple. Like this is way simple, guys. Take an accelerometer.
Make it really
Take an
simple.
accelerometer and drop it. There is no force registered.
What do you?
Well, it sounds funny, but it's very, very, very
No, I'm
simple.
laughing at the chat. I'm not laughing at you.
you guys-
I'm not laughing at the chat
What did you
message.
say to do? Take an accelerometer and drop it?
From which height? That's where we see that.
Take an
9.8
accelerometer and
fucking
drop
per
it.
second
You will
per
register
second.
no.
That's-
You will register no force or display. Do you want to shut the fuck up and listen? Do you want to listen?
I'm sorry,
or
I
do you
was
want to just
talking
talk
first
through
in this
shit?
little point, so why don't you suck a dick like you normally do and fuck off?
You weren't talking, so he started talking, and then you asked him to listen. Just,
Damn.
Yeah, sure.
But you want to cope about it? Fuck.
Why?
No, I just you guys don't honestly want to learn anything. You think you know what you're talking about, but you don't.
Is flat. Hold on. If the Earth is flat, why isn't the ocean spewing over the edges? And like, wouldn't we not have
We don't
oceans
know what
if
an,
that was?
we don't know what an edge is. We don't. You don't have an edge.
The
We
Earth
don't-
is infinite in
What do you
width,
mean?
in width, dude.
It's like a lake. Why isn't the lake splashing over the beach? Why is a lake not pouring over the beach and into your city?
Well, rivers do pull into the ocean, so I mean.
Well, wait.
Yeah, and there's rivers that go upward into the northern hemisphere.
Gravity keeps oceans from going anywhere.
As they go up.
Have you found any new like
This is
race,
crazy.
any new group
Yep,
of people
which means gravity.
Wait, isn't the hostile? Isn't that an
Elevation means
elevation?
gravity. Like
Isn't that an
fucking
elevation
retarded.
thing? Like the water doesn't flow because eventually, if it gets to a beach, right, it's elevated more, so it doesn't go over it.
It's kind of called gravity.
No, what I'm saying is in the heliocentric model, there is an up and a down, an actual objective up and down. There's a northern pole and a southern pole, but there are rivers that run northern. Right, that's a problem for gravity, especially in theoretic.
It's not a problem at all.
It is in theory. Listen, in the theory of relativity, gravity is the bending of space time. Do you understand that? Do you know the difference between Newtonian gravity?
Yes.
Okay, so the Newtonian gravity is a real measurement. It's 9.8 meters per second squared.
That's
gravity in
Earth.
Einsteinian physics
On Earth,
is
yes,
something
to be
that's
clear.
totally abstract.
Yeah.
It's totally abstract.
No, Hostile, the stuff you say, Hostile, the stuff you say, I like you, Hostile, but it makes the stuff you say makes me think that you don't actually know what you're talking about because you keep saying this as if that's
Hold on.
that is gravity on planet Earth. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that.
Is a constant.
They're different. It's not a constant. 9.81 meters per second is not a constant.
Only on Earth.
No, it is. 9.8 meters per second squared is a constant.
No, it's oh my gosh.
No,
there
it's
we go.
not.
There we go. There we go.
Oh my God, this is
Hostile.
No matter where you put G,
just look it up.
Have you ever took a physics class?
Yes, I have.
So every time you enter G in the form, listen, when you write formula, every time you write G, what number is in place of G?
The one that's earthbound, you fucking idiot.
Reference is the Earth.
Yes, most physics problems are going to be about planet Earth, right?
No, the normal force is applied. That's a given. It's 9.8 meters per second squared. This is crazy.
You're so dumb.
I'm
it's
dealing with
ridiculous.
people who are literally LARPers and fakes. This is wild.
On the moon,
No, you're someone who has a basic understanding of physics and applied it across the whole fucking.
This is a guy who didn't even know the measurements of anything in his model.
You don't know
bring
what
up the equation for the force.
That had nothing to. That's a nonsense. That's a non sequitur.
It's a non sequitur. You don't know any numbers in your model, but somehow you know this number.
Just so you know.
Yeah, because I already just proved here. Can I know a sphere if I know what it is?
You know why?
Like mathematically, yes.
Size of the fucking planet.
Yeah, see, Confluence has taken a fucking mechanics class, so he knows how gravity is actually calculated.
Oh fuck!
How do airplanes work?
Yeah, like how
does BPS work?
Yeah.
How the fuck can we go across the Pacific Ocean then? In the Atlantic Ocean then?
You're not. The pilots are all in on the scam.
True.
This is like painfully newbie. This is wild.
It's
You haven't said anything that just proves their fucking position. You're so stupid. You
Wait,
can
my
say that
mic
all you
cut
want,
out.
but you're just hard coping.
Oh my
the whole
god, I
time.
hate this so much. My mic cuts out, everyone goes quiet, my mic comes back on, and everyone starts talking. Okay, Hostile, I understand. It's bad to be wrong. I get that. It feels shitty, but I'm saying on the 9.81, you're actually just wrong on this. I'm not trying to say it in a dick way, but you can look it up yourself. Like, and it's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. Okay, I say retarded stuff constantly. I probably said 1,000 wrong things.
It's not wrong. No,
the 9 point. What you're doing? Look it up. Look it up, please. God,
you're
please
wrong.
just
You're
look it
dealing
up.
with two different paradigms.
Hold on.
Do you understand what I'm saying? 9.81 is what we measure on Earth based on Earth's mass and gravity. And
We
all
don't
that
use
shit.
that. No, we don't use that in empirical science.
It is based on Earth.
People
do
who
you think
okay,
that- do you think
this
the
is
moon
pointless
has the
because
same
people in this
gravitational
chat,
Hold
in
on.
this panel,
Do you think G on the
already
moon
know
is
what
the
they
same
know.
G on
They
Earth?
already agree with what they
Stop
agree
me for a
with.
second. Stop. Answer my question, please. Do you think the G on
Have
the
you been on the
is
moon,
same as the
dumbass?
G on the Earth?
Are you doing measurements on the moon?
I'm gonna throw this out to you,
What did I
Hostile.
just ask you?
There is no G, dumbass. Do you not understand my position?
Hostile. I have
No, I'm answering your question. That I'm saying your question doesn't apply to me.
Hey guys, Abe has the speaking start.
I have.
Oh my God, this
literally
is.
I've literally been on the road you're on and dug into these things for months on end to figure out where I stood and where people around me stood, specifically because of the same things that you're saying right now. It's like literally a whole ass journey where I went through studying for months to try and get a clear view and answer of what you're saying right now. And every time I arrived outside of what you're saying now, and it wasn't because of preconceived belief, it was this might be true, I'm going to really, really dig. And every time at the end, I'm coming out of it on this side that I'm on. I'm saying that not because I think that you're an idiot or you're wrong, or I'm saying it because when you dig far enough and drop every misconception, I think you arrive at not what you're saying currently. But You're on that road, so you got to find it
Okay.
yourself.
Good luck, bro. You got a long way to go.
No, there's not a long way to go. I understand your side of the argument. You don't understand mine. You haven't taken the time to go through the nuance of it.
Now.
Phone's about to die. Later, girl. God bless. Good luck. Love you.
Love you. Oh, Voltaire, you're funny.
That was fun.
He's not even 50% sloshed yet, okay? You don't even know.
No, he's not. I've literally seen him go wake up his wife in the middle of a stream because someone fucking dared him to.
Yep.
That was
Wait till
that was hella drunk Voltaire.
Yes. Wait till you can't tell what language he's speaking. Okay.
Oh yeah. I love you, guys. I love you.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Indeed.
So hypothetically, let's say the Earth is flat. Okay, what's around it?
Actually, let's go with a better
Nothing.
question than that. What necessitates the Earth being flat?
Oh, he left.
Oh, he left.
Yeah.
Because
There's
generally
nothing around
speaking,
it.
well, generally speaking, there's an underlying necessity for Earth to be flat, and it's usually an entailment of a particular worldview, oftentimes directly related to like Hebrew roots or something like that. A movement that is, at the very least, claims to draw its inferences from biblical passages that then don't prove true when digging deeply enough into Scripture and the belief systems of both church fathers, the church itself, and the Israelites all the way back. So it usually is connected in some way to that thought process, at least in my experience, because I've been down this road with several friends. I even had to do this same kind of thing, breaking down a bunch of really weird esoteric teachings that were like so far gone that anybody I say it to here is going to be like, that's retarded. So I've had to literally dig and prove by the own worldview of the person that what they're saying is false to their own worldview.
Yeah.
Now, Alex, how dare you?
What? How dare what?
How dare you?
What? What'd I do?
You know what? You know what?
I don't know what. Tell me what I do.
I think you know, Alex.
What did I make? Did I make fun of him too much? Was I just too mean or something? I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah, you went
Who
off
don't
on him,
you make
dude. Like
fun
you
of?
fucking snapped.
Huh?
Who don't you make fun of?
Most people.
You don't make fun
He's
of
never
most
made
people?
fun of me.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
make
he
fun of
made
most
fun of
people.
you. You just don't know it. You see, this is how Alex works. He's making fun of you without you knowing he's making fun of you always.
I mean, that is the best way to make fun of people. That's for sure. But
It is true.
Alex, stop making fun of me. What the fuck?
dude, deal with it. Okay.
He doesn't even have to try. It's just happening all the time, and you don't even know.
True.
It's messed up. And you can't even prove it either.
That guy leave? I took a piss and I come back and everything is calm.
Well, that's the other part I was going to dig into. After we got through some of the scientific stuff, if we're going to just continue to deny it, then I'm going to start denying that reality exists because perception is within one mind, and you can only agree on what you see, and you don't know that this reality is even a thing. You only know that both your minds are perceiving something. So you might just be the same brain in a vat together. You don't know. You just don't know anything.
Descartes pilled.
This is absolutely.
But also right.
It is Descartes.
Well, Confluence is going to bed now. I see that guy left.
How dare you?
I think. Do we just need to start calling flat Earth like a Jewish theory?
No, because here's the issue. It's not specifically Jewish in its origin.
No, I know.
Literally
I'm just
linked.
It seems like it's the only thing that would actually flip people.
Well, It's.
I was shocked. I was shocked by how that went.
It's true.
I got it.
The whole that was surprising to me. Like the neo-Nazi stuff was already shocking because I've talked to him a lot, which is fine. Again, it's 2026. Okay, anyone can be a neo-Nazi. It's whatever, But then the pivot from that to like the flat Earth stuff, it's just I don't know.
It's because Alex was telling him, "Oh God, you're not a fucking flat earther, are you?"
Here's the issue.
I knew it. I knew the moment he started fucking talking.
Alex, like even though I'm Christian and Alex is not, Alex, like I have seen this.
Hey, don't assume that.
Listen. Just listen. Have both seen this pipeline in reality.
Yep.
I'm gonna guess that he has also dealt with people outside of this panel that have made this strange pipeline that made all these connective linkages.
Yep.
And it's kind of a trademark of how the human mind is trending these days, unfortunately.
People want to be part of something special, so they got to.
It gives you purpose.
I just think people don't want to accept reality.
Well,
No, it's purpose.
If everyone
It's
else
about
believes
purpose.
X, then you have to believe Y, so you can be more special than they are.
It's literally about purpose. We live in a purposeless time for most people. There's no real purpose. There's a job, there's bills, there's day-to-day life, and when there's no purpose, there's nothing to fight for. So your brain is really good at grabbing onto something that you can fight for as a cause, which will give you a purpose, which makes you feel importance in your soul.
Our brains are made to make connections, even if they're false.
That's very well put, Abe. I've never heard someone say that.
Okay, Confluence is going sleepy time now. He's passing out for real, for real. God bless you guys.
Yeah, we don't want someone coming on here and p-bombing the fucking stream.
It actually happened at Speakeasies right before also. Somebody p-bombed him and he had to shut down and restart.
It was the same guy. It was probably the same guy. He did it to Sarah's channel, and then they switched over to Balderson, and then that guy was still on, and then immediately, bam. I'm like, oh, okay, well, when I checked fucking YouTube, like, oh, well, he's still alive, so okay. I figured he was jumping around, so.
That ain't right.
That's crazy.
I've never had someone because he cammed up, did all the hand signs and stuff, and so, I guess, that's a bold move.
Pee on me once, shame on you.
That's when you get the good old blackball. You pass that name around to all your friends and say, hey.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he has to authenticate on the StreamYard stuff. So at least I mean, people have alts and stuff, but I know he looks like at least. So I mean, that's the thing.
Before you delete it, you gotta get a screenshot of his face and just post it everywhere.
Well, I don't have to delete it because Avery saved me. He never showed. He showed the portions in the back chat.
The moment he showed up, I was ban him. Don't even fucking.
Avery.
Yeah, it was literally it was the moment, like as soon as Avery said that, when I clicked it, like as soon, like it was like a second, and there was like a bunch of untoward stuff in the back. So he was like, so Avery, if Avery said it 1 second later, it would be fucking GG's.
Around that trigger.
So keep that in mind for the future Confluence. If Avery says it, it's probably true. Listen.
True.
Yeah.
It means Avery
If I'm yelling at someone, if I'm saying ban somebody, just fucking listen to me. I'm not gonna ban a random ass person. Like,
well, hey, I trusted you, Avery. I trusted you. And you're right.
Thank you for actually trusting me, dude.
Good job.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good intuition. So yeah, God bless you guys. Take care, Abe. Take care, Avery. Take care, Alex. Take care, Hostile. Who we still love you, Hostile. Okay, it's 2026. Okay, I understand things when Hostile tried to join for the spirit cooking, and then we kind of got dragged into other stuff. But Hostile's a good sport, I think. But yeah, God bless you. God bless chat. Take care, everyone. Sevens.
Yeah, I think that dude's name was Matthew.
That's what he.
All right, gentlemen, have yourselves a good night. We'll see you later. It's way more common than people realize right now, actually. Yeah, because you've already opened the connections to make new ones. You've already loosened. Yep, you've loosened the grasp on reality completely, so that you can fit anything in. Yep. Yep. For sure. All right, I'm gonna pop off. You guys, we'll see you next time. Whenever that is. Well, that was fun. That was fun. And interesting. And interesting. So, Smoking Spaceman. The idea was about, I know we talked about it in the backside, the back chat, but the idea has to do with Socratic questioning and breaking down worldviews. And I think that it is actually a really good idea for like a showcase. About basically how to take these views in a debate format or even just in an interview format and break them to their base parts until they're either non-existent or until the realization of what's founding it remains. And I think that that sounds like a really fun idea. And I can invite guests or even do it on panel with people. I think it would be a really good one. Which reminds me, what else is there? Oh, looky. Looky. How strange. All right. I have one critique before I sign off. What is it, Voltaire? What's the critique? What is le critique? Oh, turn around the axe emojis. Wait, what does my axe emoji look like right now? Is it facing the wrong direction? I mean, the wrong direction according to you. Wait, I can't even open my own stream right now. Wait, hold on. Let me look. Why is this doing this to me right now? There we go. Let me see what it says. Why? You want it? Hold on. Let me see what it looks like. Oh, I see. It's pointing at me, huh? But what if you do the normal axe in the normal emojis? Is there a normal one? Hold on. Axe. Oh, that one also faces that direction, huh? Interesting. Okay. So the question then is, do I flip that axe around or do I keep it that direction and make another axe so that I have one facing either direction? Then you could put Abe with axes facing outward, and that would be cool. You know what I'm saying? I'll work on it though. All right, what else we got going on? What's going on here? I'm trying to see what people are doing over here. Middle of the night, switcheroo axe facing forward. Why are all the axes facing towards the chatter? That's the real question, Voltaire. Why would they make all the axes facing towards you? Oh my goodness. They want us to axe ourselves. Gravity. I have so many windows open from physics because I knew what I was saying to him, but I was going to pull up visual aids to try and help because it's completely, you can break all of these things down. Like each claim that he is making, I've had to break down so that it's understandable by basically anyone, including children, so that it makes it more palatable. But you have to do it in stages, because if you don't do it in stages, they won't accept pieces that are needed to walk them through. What else? There's another part. You guys, I think I told you this recently. This donation bar that I have in my OBS cam, we can start making this on a weekly basis. You'll get members only Dark Abe episodes. So obviously this one's unique. It's its own thing. But at the end of this, because it's only got 19 hours left, I'll start a new one. And if the chat over the course of a week can make that donation bar, you guys will get to see an actual members only Dark Abe episode. So we'll have to make sure this next week that we fill that donor bar so you actually get to have Dark Abe come out. Okay. And then those will go into a members only vault so that the members have their a veritable smorgasbord of Dark Abe videos. Okay. You know you want that. It's a turnip? All right. Have a good night, Voltaire. Be good. Don't make too much trouble. Get into bed, okay? Hold on. Sorry, I have to correct a record here. Okay. suppose if I send you guys off, where am I sending you to? The abyss? The abyss. Yeah. All right. Oh, wait. Did I just get a cool Vic raid? Is that what happened? Did that just happen? Did I? Or was that way earlier? Oh, it is a cool Vic raid. Thank you, Vic. Welcome in, Vic Raiders. Coolverse entering the scene. Well, you guys missed me doing a debate. Whoa, that's weird. Missed me doing a debate over at Horseradishes on democracy with Steelborne and Emmet earlier tonight. And then after that, I joined Confluences because there was a flat earther there. And he was trying to explain to us that he understood gravity and physics better than we did, which was very interesting. So, anyhow, welcome into you guys. What have you been up to this fine evening over at Vix? And welcome in, Raiders. If you didn't hear me already, welcome in, Coolverse. What have you been up to? I think you all missed a pretty spirited raid over at Horseradishes. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Cool Vic Raiders. So, you missed a debate between, well, I don't even really, well, Surkar was there, and it was me, Emmet, and Steelborne against Surkar, and I don't even remember the other guy's name. Oh, yeah, Castle and somebody else. And it was interesting for sure. You guys were watching Andrew and Myron on Fatties. That was an interesting. Man, say Myron came in like a fireball on that panel. Came in like a flamethrower for sure. Exactly. That's exactly what I saw as well. Yeah, it's weird the viewpoint that this kid pulled up and stabbed a random kid in a sports team tent, and we're supposed to take that kid's side. Like, I don't care what actions were taken. I don't care if they tried to push you out of the tent or you weren't supposed to be in the tent in the first place. You're not a part of the team whose tent it is. And then your action is to pull out a weapon and attack people. That, to me, is a telltale sign of somebody who definitely had a parentage issue, probably. I can't be 100% sure about that. It could be a cultural issue from where the person's from, for sure. But if it's a teenager who rolls into a different competing team's tent and stabs somebody simply because they try to keep them out of that tent, I don't know. Obviously, I need to dig into the case way more, but that's crazy to me. Super crazy to me. Yeah. So, cool Dick Raiders, make sure you like and subscribe. Come back. Tomorrow, I have a comedy show happening here on Abe Dinkus channel. We're going to have me and Ferrer Wild and Crystal Strange and Teriak and several other personalities from the space, as well as Mrs. Abe, coming in for a fun comedy stream called Comedy Chaos. So be there or be square. Yeah, it was actually funny because Andrew was giving them a hell of a lot of patience until Myron got there, and Myron just went nuts. He just went flamethrower mode, like take them all out. It was pretty funny. And then Andrew couldn't stop laughing, just laughing uncontrollably at the whole situation. That was pretty fantastic. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. I didn't think he was supposed to be there. Wasn't supposed to be there, had an illegal knife on him, and was told respectfully to leave multiple times. Austin lost his life for no reason. Yeah, see, that was my take originally on this. I didn't know exactly what all happened, and I reserved judgment somewhat because of it, but one, it's a sporting event. It didn't sound like Carmelo Anthony was there for the sporting event, or at the very least, he wasn't on a team competing in the sporting event. Shows up with a backpack in somebody else's sports team tent, is told to leave. Supposedly, they put their hands on him, but even if they did, that's their sports tent area. You don't want other teams rolling in there. You don't want other random people rolling in there. It makes sense to usher somebody out. So at that point, he lashed out for no good reason. What is that, Voltaire? Or should I say, not Voltaire? Oh, yeah, that's the show for tomorrow. That's right. Heck yeah. It should be a blast, you guys. Got a lot of fun people. We're going to do some fun things. Like I said earlier, make sure you come so that you can sponsor things, make things happen. Roasts, comedy between people, on the spot debates, on the spot stand up, like just fun things. Should come and take part. Exactly. And now we have Black people recording themselves on social media randomly attacking white people and calling for the death of white children because Carmelo was found guilty. It's all evil. Yeah, that's it. Look, this is one of those things where there's biblical talk about in future generations, there will be people doing evil and calling it good, and they will call people who won't do the evil deeds good, like where there's a complete conflation of this deed because it's because society thinks it's okay, it's now okay. And even if somebody of good moral virtue says don't do that, then the rest of the world will call that person crazy. And so I think we're seeing at least a degree of that currently in the world we live in. If you hold to standards and you say that's wrong or that's bad, you get called crazy. And that's almost maddening in itself, to get called crazy for calling out bad actions, bad behavior, evil in the world, right? It's kind of like all these other movements out here. Like you got the leftist movement saying that abortion is good and that women should be allowed to have it at any point in time. And it's like, no, I'm going to call that evil. But because I call that evil, because I call that murder, then I'm called sick and wrong. I'm called a bad guy. And it's like, that's a wild take. But it does definitely remind me of the degradation we see rolling across the West, more or less. So it actually reminds me of some of the other stuff we were talking about earlier in the debate. I was talking about how as the birth rate declines because people have decided they want this weird modernized dream of women in the workforce till they're old and nobody has to have kids, you end up with an old population who needs a social safety net and not enough young people to provide it. And what happens is you just end up with full collapse. Yep. Definitely. Yeah, 100%. God warned us of this very thing. And we're still called to be forgiving and loving. It's really angering to be in our position, knowing we have to be better than that. Yeah, it's that's another thing is you hear calls to take actions that you can't. You just can't. It'd be different if it was like a actual attack or a battlefield situation, but you can't actively seek to do things. It's kind of maddening because it's like, well, we should rise up and stop this, whatever the thing is, right? We should band together and stop this evil from happening. But you can't take those actions. You just can't. I don't know. Like I said, it's a maddening feeling to be stuck in a system that's at least this time he actually has been charged for the thing done wrong. But how many times have we seen wrong actions just go right on by and nothing's done? And then we're all like, this can't keep happening. We can't let this stand. But also you can only vote or picket or try to get people to, petition or something. So it's a weird position to be in for sure. So I guess right before you guys got raided here, I was saying I need to eat dinner. So I'm thinking about raiding my chat and Coolvik's chat over to JS's channel, you guys. I will be here tomorrow though. So make sure you like and subscribe so you can come back for the comedy show tomorrow. We have a bunch of personalities from the space, including some that don't get seen as often. I would love to have you. So come back tomorrow. Hold on. I got to set up a raid and then I will shoot this over to JS's and go eat dinner. Sorry, I would have entertained you guys a lot longer had I not already been on for like 6 hours. There we go. All right. There we go. That's all in place. Listen, God bless you all. Have yourself a wonderful night. I will be on tomorrow at 4 p.m. Mountain, which is 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. No, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No. Yes, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 4 p.m. Mountain. Be there. I will also send it out in all the Discords that I can, or my mods will. So make sure you're there. It'll be a lot of fun. And make sure you let JS know this is a presidential raid. And you have my permission to tell them that they're grounded. Good night. And God bless you all.